Okay, so, wait a minute, that's not my chat. There's my chat. Okay, cool. It's loading. It's loading! Everything's okay. I'm late, chat. I know. It's an Irene thing, unfortunately. I'm trying to do better. What's up, Zombie Singularity? Good to see you. Nice name, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, sorry for being late. There is something strange, indeed, in our neighborhood. But I'm not sure who to call. The first thing I'm gonna do is call up chat, right? And that works like this. You are the wrong chat. That's Twitch chat. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try this number. There we go. I think, is that you? No, that's not you. Oh, I know how to fix that though. I know how to fix that. Refresh. Oh my god. My computer's kind of slow today. You'll have to forgive me. I'm kind of slow today. You'll have to forgive me. No worries. Oh my god, thank you for forgiving me. Okay, there they are. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yes. Here we go. Here we go. So, if you haven't been watching me on Log Off already, I was on there last night, right? To actually ostensibly... Here, let me turn down the music. It's just everything going on at once. Alright, here we go. So I was on Log Off already with Brother Q, Cole James Cash, Nia Cola, and oh god, Left Hand Stew. Yeah, Left Hand Stew was there. You know, the one that was making the joke about me and the files the other day? Yeah, that was, I talked to Left Hand Stew, right? So anyway, we were all there, and we were supposed to analyze UFC 268, and I got there just in time for the Namajunas Wiley fight, right? Why did I pronounce it Wiley, right? It's not German, so I don't need to pronounce it with a V. Anyway, what happened afterwards was what's really interesting, because we found out that Infrared, we had watched Infrared yesterday, you know, do the CutieBot stream, and that's the thing that everybody's talking about right now. Well, Infrared is still, like, feels like he can beat the rap. Like, if he just argues hard enough. Is it Wiley? Is that how it's pronounced? Anyway, if he can just beat the rap, you know what I mean? If he can just argue his way out of this, then maybe he's not canceled. He feels like he's been canceled for not knowing how many holes a woman has, right? And he feels it's very unfair, and he keeps complaining about it on Twitter and on stream, and that's what he was doing last night. Now, something strange happened while this was going on. Like, Brother Q went from ridiculing the guy to starting to feel a little bit sorry for him, because he was under a dog pile, and he kept on making it worse. Right, everything that he'd do was getting like more attention and was prolonging the thing, and I mean, like, that's part of why this thing on Haas has been so, like, you know, has lasted so long, right? It is pretty funny to begin with, but like on top of that, like, Haas's reaction to it is you know, something that's driving the response too. So Brother Q decided that he would call into Infrared's show, and he would talk to Haas, and he did, right? And Haas thought that it was just going to be people arguing with him. But Brother Q has something different in mind, and that is understanding. That is like seeking to show empathy for somebody that I think, like, legit. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Q, but like I think that I think Q felt sorry for Infrared, right? And you know, after a while, like, I have the same reaction. I don't like to see somebody get hit while they're down, even if it's Haas, right? I know Haas doesn't give a fuck about me, right? But I don't know. I just have a different sense of things, and you know, I think Hugh was right, and I realized that today. So I'm gonna try to go at this with a different perspective than maybe you're expecting. Okay, you know, you're still gonna get to see the VOD and everything, but I want to try to, like, understand the dude, because, like, listen, you know, I don't know. Should I even compare my experience, you know, with the, you know, my cancellation over standing up for trans rights with Haas's cancellation over the holes thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of a weird comparison, but I had the same reaction. Like, I thought that if I just fought hard enough, eventually I'd overcome somebody that was like 50 times as big as me, just completely lying about the entire situation and casting the narrative in his light, right? And in reality, I probably should have just, like, chilled a little bit, right? And I'm realizing that now. I mean, you got to understand, I had a very different mod team back then. I was getting very different advice from people, and based on the way my numbers are looking, it's looking like it was worse advice back then than it is now. You can see that I'm handling my current cancellation a little bit differently than I did the last one. We'll still get to it, chat. I'll still give you the details, and if you've been listening to the stream, you sort of know what's going on. You know what happened. You know, like, who's mad at me and why, and that it's not, you know, conscientious whistleblowers like leaving the mod team on their own accord to, you know, say, hey, this is wrong and it's happening and I need to report it, right? It's mods that got fired very much didn't want to be fired, very much felt entitled to their spot on the mod team, and are doing this to me as revenge. And you can see by the fact that the files themselves are, you know, they literally made the file folders. The dossier that you see on those screenshots, that's something that I had no hand in. What you're seeing on the screen is nothing that I was involved in. And the cancellation, when it comes, is going to hit the people who made those files, right? So anyway, that will come later, though. Right now, we've got Haas and not Cutie, okay? Because, like, yeah, so he streamed last night. Haas streamed. Now, before we started watching, Haas was talking to another streamer whose name was Brina Latina, I think. Brina Lee on Twitter, right? And, you know, this isn't... I don't know what she does, but she's very beautiful, and she talks to Haas. And I think she was making fun of Haas on Twitter, and then she came on to talk to Haas. So we'll take a look at that. If it's boring, we'll skip right to the Q Haas interaction, which was really interesting. And we were all there. All the... me and the cast of Log Off Already were there, kind of giving our commentary there. But I wanted to comment, like, just by myself, because it's an interest. I didn't get to watch it as closely as I would have otherwise. Anyway, chat, I am, like, taking way too long to get to this. I know you want to see the video. I don't blame you. Let's turn this on, and then from there we'll go to... Oh my god, motherfucker is live right now. Okay, so that means that I need to, like, I need to, like, not show you any of... I don't know. I don't think that Haas would pull a Dylan Burns on me and, like, threaten to DMCA me over anything like this, but don't want to give it a chance. We'll turn the video off for a second, and then let me navigate to the VOD that we're looking for, because we're not trying to watch his live show. Oh, there we go. The Conqueror of Twitter. Okay, that's the oh no. He's on a panel. Okay, well, we're gonna have to get to that some other time. But yeah, here is Haas and Brina, and let's check it on them. Let's see what they were up to last night. There she is. Woo! Woo! Okay. Thank you for waiting for me, chat, by the way. I'm really sorry for being late.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like jiggly boobs.
You literally just stole my joke right now. Why are you making it dirty? We're literally having an innocent Pokemon conversation, okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Would you ever get a pedicure?
Fuck no. What do I look like? I would get a pedicure?
Yeah.
Why would I get a pedicure?
Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, sorry, Chad. I didn't even realize what I was doing here. So his stream went down, so he kind of has two VODs.
I need to take care of my feet.
In
I don't know your feet.
I clean my fucking
oh my god,
feet.
quality conversation though, right?
But
am I right?
Do you like trim?
Trim what? Yeah.
Your toenails?
I take care of myself, okay? Chill. You know we're unmuted right now, right?
I know. I was talking about that, and you're making it seem like...
Because you wouldn't... Okay.
I have no idea why this doesn't fit the window, but whatever.
But now I have a cut on my foot, and I'm like...
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Listen.
What's whack?
Here, let me give you some advice. We don't want to hear about your pedicure.
Here, let's redo that. Let's
so
I know where it is. I know where it is.
It's supposed to look nice for.
It's actually Pissed Part 1. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
house in 1812.
Okay, so this was Haas last night. This is how he started. Oh, he got muted there for listening to copyrighted music. Looks like he was listening.
What do I get for being right?
This is what you get for being right, Haas.
Why am I getting canceled and shit for this? Why is it being blown out of proportion? I was.
That's not. God damn it, Twitch. Do a better job. Like, please tell me this isn't like all. This is the problem with Haas, dude. He puts on music a lot. And YouTube doesn't like that. YouTube doesn't like it when you put on music. Come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, Haas, what is up with your shit?
On Kiana's show
Finally,
was the
finally,
worst,
finally.
most embarrassing thing anyone could have ever done. It's so embarrassing. It's such a unfathomable mistake that I could just casually refer to the vulva as a whole, and didn't specify its different parts. Okay, whatever.
Can I turn up the volume a little bit? Absolutely. Let's do that.
Whatever. I kind of got a little bit of it at a certain point. I was like, okay, it's overblown, but yeah, I guess I could see why people find it funny. It's like, a guy doesn't know about female anatomy, whatever, right? So it's almost like I was gaslighted. You want to know why? Because this is a woman here on Twitter. This is literally a woman here on Twitter, right? That I'm going to show you. Literally a woman.
Literally
so
a
it's
woman.
not a man. So it's someone who doesn't really have an excuse to be ignorant about this.
I feel sad for him because he's human, but I also don't because of how he is. Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at. Listen, I know a little too much about Haas and, you know, where he's at politically and why that's particularly dangerous in our current times, right? That what he does is essentially, you know, provides a rationale for red-brown action. You know, he's basically, you know, kind of and he's taking essentially a right-wing ideology and dressing it in like left-wing trappings, right? That's the other thing that's like dangerous about Haas. So I'm not a big fan of his. I don't like that people platformed him. I don't like people like Stardust and Hans of Harkir like brought him on to kind of like normalize him in this space. But you know, some people just want to make clicks, some people just want to make money, and you know, that is what it is, right? He mostly hears 90s music because it reminds him of better times when he wasn't born. What's up, fellow traveler? Infracell is rising. Right. All right.
Topic, right? A literal woman. And I'm going to show you.
The feet talk.
I'm going to show you what happened. Someone asked me on the same question on stream yesterday, and I also said 2 holes. That's Latina. You know what? You want to be a fucking sweetheart right now? And
oh, hey, zombie singularity. Listen, you might think I've made up my mind, okay? Like, and like I said, I don't like his ideology. You're gonna be surprised here. I'm gonna feel a little bit sorry for him, okay? Because I know what it's like to be under a dog pile. And I sort of know why he's reacting the way he's reacting, although it seems like ludicrous to a lot of people. You know, he feels like, you know, it's unjustified and that he, you know, he can argue his way out of it. He can't. He can only make the drama cycle last longer. And that's what Brother Q's going to try to come on and explain to him later on. He debated... oh, yeah, well, so if you debate... you're not making the case here, Kulak Destroyer. I'm not a big fan of debating fash either, right? Like, that doesn't make you a fascist necessarily, but it's a bad idea. It gives them a platform, but he doesn't it's not though. It's not when he's like a Dugan fan, when he like, look, the dude says MAGA in his chat. All right, I want you to at least admit this, Kulak Destroyer. Like, he's like Trumpian with the leftist guys is what he's doing, okay? He's wrapping TradCon talking points in what he calls Marxist-Leninism, but what I would say is some kind of Duganite idealism, right? I don't even think his analysis is materialist, right? I think he's got Dugan's hand so far up his butt that he's pure ideology at this point. Yeah, pure ideology. But yeah, no, I do realize that he's I don't call him a fascist. Some people have, right? And that's something that some people intuit from the Nazgul label, right? I don't see him that way. I don't think that he is consciously trying to do that. However, this viewpoint that he's purporting, that is vulnerable to fascism, right? It primes his audience for things like that. And it also, yeah, it's a form of entryism, right? He's a right-winger pretending to be a left-winger. That's what I don't like about Haas. But another thing about Haas, he's a human being. And he's in pain here. And I think that Brother Q is right, that we shouldn't ever forget that. We shouldn't ever lose track of that. We should never see somebody, you know, in the light where, you know, we're blind to their suffering, right? And I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm not trying to take the piss out of him or anything like that. Like, you can see he's upset, he's suffering, you know. This is something that's familiar to me, okay? Like, right? In terms of having a lot of people talking shit about you on the internet and not being able to do much about it. So I'm going to be a little bit more sympathetic than I normally would. Haas is just primal edge health with a leftist mask. Nice. Infracell is a rightist masquerading as a leftist. He's an opportunist and a wrecker. He calls Trump a comrade. He can't claim to be anti-fascist. Yeah.
Be a literal angel. You want to be an angel right now? I'm going to call you in 2 seconds and just tell your story. I'll call you in like 2 minutes. Just tell your story. And save me. And I will be in your debt. I will literally be in your debt.
Okay, so I think he's talking to, what is her name? Brina?
Okay. So anyway, let me continue. So this is what pissed me off a little bit, right? Because I was like, yeah, speak your truth. We're gonna have a coming out moment, a Me Too moment. We're gonna expose left-wing Twitter, right? But anyway, let me show you like what. Now I'm actually fucking pissed. I've been gaslighted for a week that I did something wrong, and now I realize I am so fucking mad. I'm actually fucking mad. I'm actually fucking pissed. Like, for real, I'm fucking mad, right? Check this out, guys. Okay. So this is a woman, by the way, right? She goes, you don't know how many holes a vagina has. I know we don't all know, we're not all experts on female anatomy, so I have to explain it to you. The vagina is a hole that is inside of the vulva. It doesn't actually have any holes inside of it. The vulva has holes inside of it. The vagina is a hole. It's literally that exact mistake that I've been getting.
It isn't really fair of you, NCC. Haas needs to stop being so reactive to everything on Twitter. It's obviously bothers him, but he tries to hide it. Oh, that is really fair. Yeah, like, listen, I'm coming at this a little bit different, right? Because, like, you know, I was inspired by Brother Q. And I've been saying for a long time, I don't think that dominance paradigm is all it's cracked up to be. When you get like this, and this is I'll call this, like, end-stage debate broism that's going on here, right? He's internalized the aesthetics of debate bros to such an extent that he literally cannot take the L, right? Now, you'd normally call that strong because it's forceful, and that's what he's doing. He's being uncompromising. It's like in the face of an overwhelming attack, he's striking back valiantly. But is that really strong? Or is that just inflexible? And I would argue that it's inflexible. I would argue that there's an easy way through the situation, but he's not seeing it, right? Because he's too caught up in dominance paradigm. And I've been there myself, right? I've actually been there myself, so I'm going to try to come out this with a little bit more compassion.
Fucking canceled for and attacked for, like, for a week, right? And when I saw her tweet this, that alone pissed me off, and I was fuming when I saw it.
To turn him up.
Is she gonna get canceled for making that common mistake? Is she gonna get fucking canceled? So I said, the thing I'm getting attacked for is calling the vulva the vagina. There are no holes in a vagina. That's the point. If you think that's a stupid technicality, which I agree it is, then you're just admitting the drama about me is overblown. Take the L. This is where I am fucking fuming now. Now, I'm fucking Kratos mode. I'm so fucking mad. I want to box a soy male right now. I want to box someone. Go take a soy male, one of the soy male defenders, a gym of their choosing, and we'll have a boxing match. That's how fucking mad I am right now. Look how I get fucking ratioed for telling the truth. Look how I get ratioed for literally just saying the truth. It's literally like, no, you are literally ignorant about anatomy, and I am literally...
It's basically what Trump did all the time. He just refused to acknowledge failure in any form. Maybe he has a plant by the big speaker to blow out our speakers so we buy more. He's talking so close to the mic. My ears are crying. Yeah, let me know if I need to turn it down more.
Right here, and I get it. We're not all experts on the anatomy of a vagina. But the idea that you can make these mistakes, that making these mistakes makes you some kind of fucking like inexperienced person or a misogynist or someone who hates women's rights or someone who hates women or whatever the fuck they're saying, or an incel or a misogynist, whatever the fuck they're saying, pisses me off so fucking much, because these people are literally exposing their fucking ignorance about basic fucking female anatomy. You want to know what really makes me even more pissed? I had a woman who came to my defense, actually. Okay? Because when everyone was dogpiling on me, there had to be one person to come and just be like, hey guys, listen, he's actually right. Yeah, it's not a good look to be dogpiling him about this. She goes, think I'm going to delete the OP in this thread because this person I never heard of before is apparently an MRA. So this means men's rights activist. I've never said anything on Twitter that indicates I'm a fucking MRA or a men's rights activist. Matter of fact, I've said before that the idea of men's rights is bitch shit. If you fucking think men are oppressed or some shit, then my sincere advice, there's nothing wrong with this, is that you should probably look into transitioning or something, because that comes... The burden of being a man comes with pain. That's part of being a man. If you can't fucking handle that, I don't know what to tell you, right? You don't advocate for rights, but...
What? Wait, he just told MRAs to transition?
So they're lying about that. You see how they fucking lie about me every day? But leave the educational... So she literally came in to explain it, but she literally deleted it because of political tribalism. And I'm glad we can save this. And I actually screenshot...
The question is, how many holes are there below the waist? He could have laughed it off and just said that he misspoke. Yeah.
...it. What she said. She goes...
I find it very hard to have compassion for something who is clearly spinning this to make himself the victim when he's not the victim. He got clowned on for being a shitty date. Yeah, no, I mean, I know what you mean. There's like some entitlement here. You're not wrong. What he almost said something sensible, and then in the last second did a 180. That's the thing, is he can say that he doesn't like MRAs all day long, but like there's so much weird, like, he's got that culture. He's got that like MGTOW, PUA, you know, aggrieved dude culture, right? You know, he's just inculcated with that shit. Has just dropped the ball with a transition comment. Almost had it.
The number of people, including cis women, who think this person is wrong and are conflating vagina with vulva is very concerning. It's fucking unbelievable. It is fucking unbelievable. Latina, what is this? Let me see. Guys, we should clip this and post it, because this is fucking incredible. This is literally insanity. Let me see. What is this? Let's play Latina's clip.
Oh, they're pretty.
Hold on. Let me
Okay, so she's really quiet is the problem. If I turn him up, he's going to blow our eardrums out again.
Thank you, Janar. Appreciate you.
Do you agree with Haas? Well, I did answer the same. Like, how many holes? Like, from the outside perspective, yeah, like, probably 2, you know?
Wait,
how did John and you? Oh, was that a long time ago?
How did she get to 2?
I'm not gonna do a sleep stream, though they're pretty.
Literally. And this is what literally this entire experience and this entire debacle on Twitter has revealed. Is that people really don't think about the anatomy of fucking vaginas in that in-depth of a way. Normal people really don't think of it that in-depth. You know, you don't really just invest so much of your mental energy in like specifying all of the different parts when you're asked these kinds of questions. Like, it's and what this experience on Twitter proved, especially what I just showed you now, is that so many women don't even know what the fuck is down there. And I've literally had women tell me this. They're like, yeah, most women, or a lot of women, you'd be surprised, they really don't know their own fucking anatomy. Right? They really don't even know their own anatomy. And they're just like, you know, they don't even know. I've heard that some women don't even fucking know the fucking anatomy of their own vagina, right? We guys understand our shit because it's just hanging out. But, you know, the truth is most, it's like I was getting attacked by this, and I guarantee you 99% of people would have made the same mistake because it's like, it's not that deep. But here's the thing, is like, for a week, I was getting gaslighted into thinking that, you know what, maybe what I did was really embarrassing. Maybe what I did was super embarrassing, and it's like, I should kind of be ashamed of it. Maybe it's embarrassing, and you're apparently supposed to, you know, answer with exact specific correctness all the time, and it's like super embarrassing to kind of make a little mistake or whatever. And then I literally exposed how many fucking people literally make the same mistake of conflating the vulva with the vagina. And now I've fucking realized how pissed I am for ever entertaining the idea. Forever fucking entertaining the idea that that maybe I should be embarrassed by it or something, right?
Not that deep, yeah.
Now I'm fucking pissed at myself that I allowed myself to be fucking...
Do they not know that there's 3 holes? Yeah, I just wonder what she... Like, I don't know. I don't know how you get to there. Like, he had, like, 2 different explanations. The first explanation that he gave on the spot was that he is thinking about the holes that he can stick his pee-pee in, right? And that since, like, the urethra is not one of those holes, it was out of sight, out of mind. And then the other explanation was that he thinks of the vulva itself as a hole, and that the vagina and the urethra are subholes of the vulva. So you got holes and subholes, I guess. Those are the 2 explanations he gave. He really is trying to flip this because he couldn't handle an attractive person laughing at him. Yeah, I mean, this is what sucks about debate bro culture. Like, right? They talk about taking the L like it is like the worst thing that could happen to you. And in reality, what does that actually mean? In some ways, it only means what you give it the power to mean. But in debate bro culture, here's how it works. You're expected to, like, bring home the W, because what your chat wants to do is just sit in an ego trip, right? They want to sit in this trip of, like, I'm the fan of the most bestest debate bro of them all. No one can take down my guy. We're the best. We're, you know, like the imps. We're the Voshites. We're the Destiny. You know what I mean? Like, whatever debate bro you're whose chat you're in, you kind of just want that shit to keep rolling. And if it doesn't keep rolling, well, you saw what happened. His chat actually kind of like started going over and hanging out with Cutebot, and that's the one thing that Haas doesn't like. And he even put it this way, that he has a relationship with his chat, right? And that Cutebot was getting in the way of that. So he thinks of his chat as having cucked him in that instance, right? So he's under this imperative to bring back the W, like, no matter what. And I don't know, it just seems like a silly way to be. Like, I get that that's how Demon Mama's community was built. I get that's how Vosh's community, Destiny's community were built, right? But I feel like with my stream, I try to show you a complete person, And that's because I am a complete person. I have W's and I have L's and I have, days that I look really cute, and I have days that I look so bad that Salty X Mod will clip that and show me as this horrible woman asking for money and end up getting unfollowed by Bad Bunny because of that. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess there is some karma there, right? But yeah, I think you see me in a lot of different states, and you see my ups and my downs, and I never try to hide that from you. I never try to pretend that it's all W's for me. I never try to pretend that I'm always, happy, that I'm always certain. I let you in a little bit more, right? And I think you appreciate that. But it's not common in debate bro culture, right? You even saw, like, look at somebody like Hans of Hark here, right? He had one personality, the host personality, and then he goes on that debate tirade, burns a bunch of his friends, and almost turns into a different dude. Like, almost feels like it's like a Joker-fied version of himself, or a Hulk version of himself, right? That's just like only cares about blood for the blood god, right? And then he came back because he realized that wasn't sustainable. He started, he chilled the fuck out, at least a little bit, right?
Gaslighted into thinking that these stupid fucking people on Twitter had any fucking merit to them. You
got holes and holes and holes, and it goes on forever.
Latina, you want to stay away from these people. They're all really, like...
Okay, so yeah, this is Brina Latina that he's looking at.
Disgusting, fucking toxic people. So really stay away from them. Like, you probably don't want to fucking know who they are,
And honestly, chat, the real W is not like proving that your viewpoint was right, even if it was wrong. The real W is learning so that your viewpoint is more correct than it was before you had the debate, right? And in a lot of situations, there's an opportunity for that, and you miss out on that, like, right? That's why I kind of don't like framing things as debates. When I have, Bird Brains panels, I don't call them debates anymore, even though we ended up having one against my advice to those participating. But, like, fucking Polly wanted the smoke, so, and I think so did Being, right? But, yeah, like, I don't ever frame it as a debate, right? If people disagree, it's gonna go there. They're gonna have a debate. That's gonna happen, right? But I don't want to set it up so it like has to be a debate, right? Because it could be just two people with different ideas of things talking to each other and coming to a common understanding, or at least revamping each of their understandings in light of what the other one says, right? That I feel like is a more fruitful exchange, discourse-wise, than this sort of all or nothing state of debate, which is pretty artificial if you think about it. Like, there are no W's in nature. There are no L's in nature, right? There's just a bunch of different states, yeah?
You know what, Latina? How about I call you right now? What are you doing right now? Because we need to hear this perspective, because it's unfucking believable that this is being used against me.
And chat, don't worry, Brother Q is going to be on. We'll watch a little bit of this, and then we'll flip over to the Brother Q talking to Haas, which Q made sure to remind me it was not a debate. It was Q was legitimately trying to reach out to this guy.
You don't got much to say? Okay, well, I'm going to call you anyway. Let me find you. Oh, okay. Hello?
So she did blow him up on Twitter.
Hello?
A little bit.
Yo, fix your shit. Your mic don't work. Hold on, let me, Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Cam up.
Wait.
Okay, one sec. Alright. Yo, what up?
Nothing. Thanks for unbanning me.
Yeah, I went on a trip to Austin, and I realized, I'm in a forgiving mood, so I just want to forgive a lot of people.
So you're still thinking about me?
Huh?
You had me in mind.
No. And when I came back, I was like, you know what? Let me just give amnesty to all the people who have wronged me.
Okay.
It's like when Jesus died for your sins, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm being crucified. crucified left and right on Twitter. So
Yeah.
yeah.
How was your date with Queen?
Wow. Okay, chill.
Whoa.
Listen, okay.
Wait, what?
Listen, I'm a one at a time type of guy, you know. So it's like, right now I'm talking to you. You know what I mean?
You're the only woman in his life right now.
Like, you don't have to think about other women.
Okay. Wait, I do have to say something.
Yeah.
So I was gonna message you this, but you never answer my text. So I like before this whole thing happened, I was talking to CuteBot's like manager about being on her stream. So are you gonna like cancel me if I do end up being on her stream?
Why?
Because are you gonna think that I'm like choosing sides if I'm trying to network?
Kiana's not against me. What do you? Kiana's not the one who started this. No,
Okay,
this was
okay.
like from 3 months
It's
ago.
just-
Me and Kiana are fine.
It's just like Twitch, like it's just
No.
like up and coming stuff.
No,
right?
she has helped us a lot actually. She's like shouted
I
us
know.
out and
I like
yeah.
just got here.
He can't just talk to women, can he? Yeah, it's an awkward interaction anytime I've seen it.
But the whole thing that I found, like the only thing that I know about this is that people are asking you about the holes and stuff like that, and then
Yeah, okay. It's just political stuff. It's a bunch of
Yeah.
political people on Twitter. But
yeah, I think that's so stupid. Like, I don't think that you should. I don't know. Like, there's 2 holes. Like that's. I actually am so stupid. At first, I answered 3, because somebody said from the waist down. I was like belly button, butthole, and vagina. So I said 3. If anything, I should be dragged.
wait, so was this on Kiana's show?
I know, right?
No, I wasn't
yeah.
on her show.
I know what you mean.
yet. Like that's the plan.
Fellow
It's
traveler.
supposed to be at some point.
Okay, I got you. So you basically are saying like you also referred to the vagina as just like one hole.
Yeah, like
All my friends
That's
call
crazy.
it just one hole.
Okay, so what do you think? Like, I'm actually getting
Wait, what does
canceled
he
on
mean by
Twitter.
the
People are
vagina's
actually like
just one
saying
hole?
that I hate women because I made that same mistake.
you're fueling the fire. You're fueling.
What do
the
you want me to
fire.
do? They dig up anything. They look for anything to attack me.
They just see, you know, my experience on
He's got to show mic dominance because he's the alpha man. Yeah.
Twitch is like if they
Can you
see
hear it
someone
okay?
well, like confident in
I
themselves,
wonder if
that
we can
just,
get
like,
captions or anything.
you know, they're pretty on their 2 feet. You know, I don't know how to explain it. Right? They try to knock them over. You can't let that get to you. I know it's like pretty hard, but
Yeah, but you know what, Latina? Here's the thing: is like this is actually what I worry about a lot too. Is like, you know, I have literally like tens of thousands of people against me right now. Like I have
Really?
all of political Twitter against
Really?
me. Yes. Literally all of
wait, let
political
me pull up
Twitter.
Twitter.
And
How-
5% of OnlyFans Twitter now is against me too.
How do you know what percentage is like OnlyFans from Twitter? Like how do
I
you-
can detect it on
I can
the
detect
astral level,
Oh,
Oh,
on the
okay.
13th dimension.
Okay.
so do I just type your name?
Just type Haas and you're gonna see a bunch of hate.
Infrared Haas.
Mike from PA does the same thing with his mic.
The top one is Epic Victory Haas. Infrared is rising.
Trust me. There's a lot of hate going on Twitter, and that's
Oh
why,
my
Latina.
God.
You know why I've kept you at such arm's length?
Haas deserves every bit of the hate.
Yeah, why?
Because I actually just want to protect you. Because if you're seen with me, and you're with me, these people are gonna come after you. That's the truth.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're with Haas. He's the worst person in the world." And you know, I'm doing
I
it to
only thought
protect you.
that because you banned me. I was so sad.
No, I
literally
was
mad.
I was
mad.
Listen, I banned you to protect you. But
No.
now that I
No, you
unbanned you,
didn't. You
yeah, I
couldn't-
did.
You were banned for your
I did
own
it to
didn't
protect
you?
you, honestly.
Yeah.
No, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
You need to apologize.
No, I can't. Listen, here's the thing. I was gonna ask that you apologize to me, but after I came on the
What?
trip, after I became
Is it
back on the
total-
trip, I was in a very, very
Do you
forgiving
want
mood.
me to expose you?
How?
Open, show the Discord DM that I sent you and you never answered.
No, come
Yeah, you
on.
fucking idiot. Yeah, of course not. No, you like to talk shit. You like to pretend.
No, I don't pretend nothing.
You say I didn't apologize?
Why
Look
didn't
right
you?
there.
Why didn't?
I
Where?
see it right
Hold on.
there.
Where were you in Austin? Why don't you come to Austin with us?
Because I wasn't invited. The fuck? Like, I literally just see.
You think I was invited? I just went.
I'm just gonna invite myself.
What?
And meet up with people.
What?
You live in Austin?
No.
Oh.
The-
Where do you live? Florida?
Do you all live in Austin?
No, I live in Michigan.
Wait, sorry. How'd you get there?
Michigan?
Austin.
I flew.
You flew to meet Queen?
No, I didn't even know she was gonna be there. I just went there. I went with Jackson.
I'm kidding.
Chill.
I'm kidding. I'm just
Chill.
kidding. I'm fueling. How much
Okay.
was the flight?
Like 200.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I knew, I'd still.
If you're, where are you,
But I would
Florida?
have appreciated the invite. No, I'm in Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Mhm.
That's so far. Where in Canada? Toronto?
Near Toronto.
Really?
Mhm.
You're literally not even far from me. Did you know that?
Oh no, I didn't.
You're literally like
She's like, great.
a 4-hour drive from me.
Okay, don't tell. No. Okay, listen. If I got any guys out in the audience, maybe this is a little lesson of what not to do. Like, right? If you meet a girl online and you find out that she lives close to you, don't say how long of a drive it is, right? Because that kind of sounds like you're future tripping already, or so. Like, I don't know. I picture you get in the car and shit. I don't know. Like, it's like, this is not how. This is the problem, right? This is like what he doesn't get.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. The
I
fuck?
think I'm like a 2-hour drive from Monkey too. We were talking about that too.
When you
Oh no, she just did it too. No, just kidding.
coming?
Gotta be
No,
consistent.
I'm not gonna make the trip. No.
I don't know.
What do you
I don't
mean?
know.
I'm not.
I mean,
gonna
he's
make
probably
the
not
trip.
being creepy.
You
Oh,
can
I
if
have
you
to?
want, but yeah, like I'm not doing it.
Excuse me?
No, thank you.
And I wouldn't play for your plane ticket either.
You need to show the effort after what you caused, the pain and suffrage.
I'm showing the effort
have
by
an empty
I
hole.
literally am inviting you. You know how many women would love for me to invite them?
How many?
Many.
The 12,000 attacking.
Frat boy
you on
wanna be
Twitter?
Dom vibes. Yeah.
Those are all political people. Don't worry about them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Political people.
But
of
you know what,
power.
Latina? Here's the thing. This is the thing with me is just like, I have to know that you are strong. You know, I need like a warrior.
A warrior
Because
princess.
you have to be able to survive all these people on Twitter that are attacking me and like, you know, I'll protect you or whatever, do the best I can, but there's gonna
Yeah.
be a lot of like nasty, vicious,
Are you gonna
toxic,
survive?
like including girls. They're gonna like be in your
Oh, yeah.
DMs. They're gonna attack you. They're gonna be like, "Why are you talking to Haas?"
Why would they attack me for that?
Because I've
I thought you said-
rejected a lot of them. I've rejected. You know,
Oh.
today they were all sending me like pictures of their ass or whatever. Right? I made a
Oh,
tweet
to
that.
confirm that there's more than 2 holes.
No, I
Or,
was
like,
like,
look-
I
or,
was
like,
like,
look
I made a
how-
tweet
Look at
yesterday
the
or
5
something.
holes.
No, I made a tweet yesterday and I was like, all my haters are ugly, right? And then so they replied to the tweet and they quote tweeted it and they all was sending me pictures and the quote tweets and all this kind of stuff, showing their like their body, all these OnlyFans
Yeah, I
girls,
think
whatever.
That's like sexual harassment.
True, isn't it? Like, what if I, for example, was showing a
Yeah,
picture?
like,
What if I
that's-
was showing like you know, like a picture of my bulge or something and we're quote tweeting them? That'd be sexual harassment.
No, I would feel like weird. Like that
Yeah,
is
and I
sexual
was literally
harassment. That's
telling
an
these girls-
unsolicited, like dick pic.
I was literally telling these girls, I was like, you know, I'm really not interested. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but I want to be polite, you know, because I can't. I was raised to be
You can
polite.
block them and report them.
You're actually right. I think that is reportable. Actually, you're actually right.
Yeah, something on Twitter about that. I don't know, some rules or something.
You're actually right. That shit literally is reportable.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
reported for sending my 9-inch dick to somebody.
Huh? Why do you have braces?
Because my parents couldn't afford it when I was younger.
When are you getting them off?
I think they should be off in like maybe 8 months. Like my teeth are completely straight, but then there's like a 6-month period after that where they just have to be on to hold
Are
them.
they removable or?
Like, how do you think they come off?
I don't know. There's some of them that you can just remove. You can just take them
So
off.
about like the Invisalign.
Oh, that doesn't work like that. That's Invisalign.
Yeah.
That's
Interesting. Anyway,
Invisalign is the plastic that is molded from your teeth, and you just plop it in.
Why don't you just get that?
Because my teeth were too fucked up. I had to get 10 teeth removed.
10?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. What if I told you I'm banned from Canada?
He talks like a drunk college kid at a loud party all the time.
Sucks.
Really? That sucks.
What do you want me to say?
I'm banned from Canada because I've been advocating that Canada's not.
I feel like if you did something bad enough to get
Can somebody check on? Is he really banned from Canada, or is he like
banned from Canada? Then you wouldn't be allowed.
No. All I said was that I don't believe in the Canadian government or the Canada as a country.
And you don't believe that Canada's a country?
No, they burned down the White House in 1812.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So because
some patriotic nationalism or some patriotic socialism here,
they burned down a building. The country.
He is in fact banned in Canada. Is it? Hey, what's up, Stu? How's it going? Is he banned for the reason that he says he is? You just called Justin. Okay.
Country does not exist.
Oh yeah, tell him hi for me. Yeah.
I don't recognize it. My embassy doesn't.
You're talking about Canada as Canada, so you're saying Canada does not exist.
I can't explain that joke.
You are referring to it.
My embassy doesn't recognize it.
But I think Q met him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna annex it.
Yeah.
Yeah. People in the chat are asking how old you are.
I'm 16.
Shut the fuck
I'm 20.
up. Literally.
I'm 20.
Literally, people are gonna clip that and fucking say.
I'm 20.
People are you literally just canceled me again. Did you know that?
No, I didn't, because I said right after, I was like, I'm kidding.
Jesus Christ.
Like, unless they cut me off mid-sentence.
He's
God
lying.
Damn it.
Yeah.
But they can easily look me up. It's in my about section. I can't believe I don't have a wiki page about me yet. That is so unbelievable.
How many followers do you have on Twitch?
I don't know, Chuck. I don't know.
I could imagine though, like, because Canada does ban people. Like, didn't they ban? No, they didn't ban Lauren, did they? She's a Canadian, or she was a Canadian. Wait, what is Lauren Southern's deal? She's like living in Australia now.
Oh wow, you're so above it all, aren't you?
No one in Canada gives a shit about him except me.
I just don't want to check.
Care.
I got follow botted a bit.
Let me see. The Wild Latina. 140.
She has citizenship.
Okay. What the fuck?
Yeah, you have to do a lot to lose citizenship in a country, but like, there are some countries that, based on ideological, you know, the what is it like? Canada does have like a. Like, I think they consider some of the right-wing groups in the United States to be terrorist organizations, right? George Galloway.
How long you been on Twitch?
9 months.
Yeah, that's why they call it Banada. They ban people.
Get the fuck out of here.
They're like NCC.
And my views have been going up.
What is your average now?
Well, I mean, it hasn't, like, near the end of my streams, I'm getting at, like, almost 500 now.
Damn. Okay. I understand now. Yeah. So that means, if I can recall correctly, you can pay for your own plane ticket.
Oh, you know what?
My God. What the fuck?
My paycheck got lost in the mail.
The fuck do you mean?
You cannot lose the Twitch German payout, citizenship.
Are you actually joking? Because doesn't that go to fucking PayPal?
Yeah, it got lost. PayPal lost it.
Don't that go to PayPal? They don't get lost.
Yeah, it was an error in the system.
Interesting. Interesting.
I'm not gonna do it. Okay, guess what? I actually have my own place now. As of January, I'm moving in. I got a new place.
January. That's literally in like 2 years.
No, that's like
I'm going to LA like in a month.
Why? To live there?
No, just I'm going with Jackson, Zerka's going, and a bunch of other people are going.
Wait, does anybody know?
Why
like,
am I not being invited?
correct me if I'm
Because
wrong.
we're gonna see each other before then.
Did he move into a streamer house with
Yeah.
with
Are
Jackson
you
and the?
vaccinated? What is your
Yeah.
stance on vaccination? You're not
Yeah.
against it?
I'm vaccinated.
You don't have like anything against it?
No, are you vaccinated?
I still have to get my second dose.
Interesting. Why? Yeah, I mean, you have to travel to the country. You have to be vaccinated.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So you literally have a month to come before I go to
No,
LA.
because when I get vaccinated, I have to wait 2 weeks.
Get it now.
Nothing's open right now where I can get vaccinated.
Really?
Unfortunately. Like at this time, it's 11 p.m.
Who did you vote for in the Canada elections?
I don't like voting.
You
I
like
hate
politics?
Okay,
I
this
don't
is,
like any
I don't
of
know.
the
I don't know, chat. This
candidates
might not be
usually.
like as cool as I thought.
What is your politics?
I don't know. I'm really like stupid with
What do you
politics.
think, chat? Do you want to go?
but-
So
Oh,
you're
if
they're all
basically
handed
hold
to
on.
me,
So
like-
you're basically far right.
Okay.
Why are you talking to a fascist Twitch streamer?
You called me.
Excuse me? You realize you're talking to a misogynist? Fascist?
Okay.
You're literally gonna get canceled on Twitter.
So sorry. Well, I feel like I'm already canceled because I don't know what the fuck that means.
What do you mean? What does what mean?
What is fascist? What the fuck does that mean?
It means like when a guy has a hairy chest instead of not having a hairy chest.
Just so stupid.
Yeah.
Got it.
Have you ever gotten a lot of hate directed at
Okay,
you?
I'm gonna give you a poll.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Over what?
My whole
Existing?
career is a hate. They're
Why?
like, oh, women have it so easy. Oh, you're such a whore. People call me names all the time. They call me
Really?
a gold digger. Yeah, they call me everything every single day.
Women
It
exist
literally
on
is
Twitch.
just but no, and then people are like, oh, women have it so easy. But they're the ones that make it hard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here's the thing is that I need you
I've
to be
gotten death
I need you to
threats.
be You got what?
I've gotten death threats when I was
Okay.
on Rice Gum stream like 5 months ago, and all his 12-year-old followers like spammed like death threats to me. And
Are you
stuff
scared?
like
What
that.
about the political people? Are you scared of them?
Oh, I don't give a fuck. No,
Really?
I don't say anything very much about politics because I
It's
don't
like
know
they
anything about them.
if you're seen with me and you're
So let me know in the poll if you want to skip to the brother Q part. If this is dragging on, we'll just do a vote. That's the best way to decide it, I think. And
chilling with me, they might jump on you.
Okay, let them jump.
Like if we do IRL collabs,
yeah.
they're gonna like jump on you. They're gonna like tweet on you. They're gonna say
So like if you pay for a plane ticket,
no.
gotcha.
Wait. So
just skip ahead.
you're basically paying for the plane ticket and you're gonna
Does streamer house rumors be true? Yeah, is that true? Are they living in a streamer house?
pay me the hotel.
I thought I heard
Charge?
something about that.
No.
'Cause,
And
like-
I know that Jackson. I mean, he was hanging out with Jackson a while ago, but like, I know that Jackson came in when he was debating Destiny and kind of like tried to do the Sam Cedar thing without really doing it very well.
It's like hold on, because
I
here's the
think
thing
you
is
got
that
wrong. So
this
You-
place that I'm
I-
at is I also like rent it out as a hotel, and usually hotels are 100 for luxury hotels, and I only charge you $80 to stay here
What?
okay.
for the week.
$80
What?
a night?
Yeah.
Wait, he's got a B&B?
I was gonna say something really bad.
No. What are you gonna
How's-
say?
How's this an Airbnb
No,
host?
never mind.
Can you
Oh
imagine?
no. You pay me an extra 20 if you want to do that.
No, I was okay.
It was just a meme. Okay.
You have to that doesn't come with the hotel charge. You have to pay me an extra.
The fuck? I have to pay an extra 20.
Yeah. That's
You
what
probably have to pay me.
Really? I have
Damn,
to pay you?
I'm in a woman's
Do you-
presence.
do you
Clearly
know
an
how many-
honor.
do
I
you
need
know-
to pay for this stuff.
Do you know how many women I curb?
2 a year.
What? No, it's like 3. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Listen, it's not 2. Okay.
Haas is Jackson's.
Listen,
Oh, so
I-
they're roommates, but it's not a streamer house.
I am a very rare
He's
male
the rare
specimen.
breed. He's the rarest type of male. A Sugma male.
Did you know that?
The thing is, like, you always brag about how rare you are, how this, how that, you know, but it's like, how come you're single?
Because I choose to be.
So then why are you advertising yourself to me?
Huh? What do you mean?
That's what I mean.
Because I want to test you. I want to
Why?
like see
You
your
choose
level
to
of
be
strength. Yeah, I want to see if you can
You
stand by me.
choose. Why?
Because
You choose.
if you're worthy, you may climb up the ranks.
Why?
You
If
can-
you choose to be single, then why even bother?
Why bother?
You choose.
What are you saying? You want me to marry you right now?
No, I'm
He's
just
an
saying, don't say
an
that you're
Omega.
single because you choose to be.
Yeah, I do choose to be.
So that means you're just rejecting every single person that comes by you.
So,
So then why are you advertising yourself to me?
well, that's why I'm gonna charge you, because I'm giving you such a good deal.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. There you go. You just proved it.
No.
Yeah, you
that
just
makes
proved
no
it.
sense. Like, why the fuck?
There goes his whole identity.
You just proved it.
That makes no sense. Why
If
the
I'm
fuck would
rejecting
I
all these
for
women,
you an extra for like why the fuck
no,
would I
listen.
pay
If I'm
extra
rejecting, if
to
I'm curving
stay
all
at a
these
hotel?
women, and I'm making an exception for you, then don't you think that makes you a little bit special?
No, it's not half and half. It's not even.
What does
You
that
have your
mean?
standards, and that's why you're raising the prices for your so-called hotel. You're like, oh, look, I'm this, I'm all that. What about if I think that about myself? Why should I?
What do you
have
mean if you
to-
think about that about yourself?
What if I think that you should be paying? Like,
Why
that
should
doesn't
I
make
should be
sense. Why
paying?
should
Listen,
I should be
volunteer-
paying.
I should be paying $200, and he should dye his hair blue.
Why should you be the right one? Why should you have the right of way in this? I don't know how to talk right
Because there's no man like me. That's why.
now. There's no woman like me.
Oh, well, prove it.
Why? I'm not advertising myself to you.
Really? Is that why you're in my chat?
Because I actually watch your streams, and then I was like, oh my god, he unbanned me, and it was the happiest day of my life. I had the worst day today.
So okay. Then now I'm gonna tell you how it works. I unbanned you.
This
Now
is kind of sad to watch.
you return the favor and recognize I have the high ground.
Yeah, let me know in the poll if you want to skip this and move on to the Q part. Yeah, just like when I get 30 votes, I'll.
Because you're taller.
That and because I unbanned you. How tall are you, by the way?
How tall do you think?
5 foot?
I'm 5'1".
Based.
Is that good?
Perhaps.
Makes.
Perhaps.
How tall are you?
Oh my god. Makes it easier to throw you like a football, I guess.
5'9".
Okay. Someone said you were 5'8".
It does. Okay, I guess I'm 5'8". I don't know. Who said
Someone
that?
said you were 5'6".
No, it's not 5. It's at least 5'8". No way, 5'6".
Do you not know?
When I measured myself, it was 5'8.5", so I rounded
Listen,
up.
I don't know how, but this year I lost an inch. I was 5'2" last year, swear to God. And then I went to the doctors, and then they like took away an inch.
All right. So, would you consider yourself a tough person or a sensitive person?
In what scenario? Like,
Can't be
yeah, I
both.
think I'm a tough.
Like
could
in
be
all
tough.
scenarios.
You can be tough and sensitive.
Like physically, no. I don't think I'm. I don't think I'm very tough.
Not physically?
Actually,
She's apolitical. She's like a Twitch streamer, you know, and she, I guess, roasted Haas a little bit on Twitter, and Haas decided to unblock a bunch of people at some point. So she's one of the ones, and they started talking, and now they're on stream together.
yeah, yeah,
You are
yeah. I'm
tough?
tough. Yeah. Have you ever?
But this is the latest meta. It's like Debate Bros getting completely clapped by beautiful women
gotten in a
who
fight?
they underestimate.
Right?
Well, I'm not talking about that. But anyway, continuing on. moving on. So you do you live in the city of Toronto?
No.
So here's the thing: is since you're paying for the flight and everything, right, and the rent when you come here, the question is, I could give you a discount if, and this is really important. Do you
Oh,
know
God. Where is he
how to
going
use a
with this?
katana?
A katana. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Really?
Mhm.
So you can like sword dance, because that's
Yeah.
something I really like. That's something I decided I really, really like. I like when a girl can like
Do you
be
do that
deadly.
like with foreplay and shit?
Yes,
Like,
I
with
like.
the
I like when she. Yeah, here's the
in
thing.
like a gold bikini with the
No,
with the
not gold. I
katana?
don't like gold bikini, but I
Oh my
do.
God.
I like when she's like.
Dommy Mommies dominating Twitch streamers, Volume 1. Only 2 holes. Yeah,
It's
I
like
want to see more of
she's
this. I want to
fierce
see
and
more of this.
deadly.
I want to see all the debate bros get clapped by Dommy Mommies.
You know what I mean? Like she has
Maybe
like
that should be, like, yeah, this is a new meta. I'm not going to debate anybody. I'm going to fucking dom them.
a sword dance with like a katana, and it's like she puts me on the verge of
This
death.
is very creepy. I knew he was shitty, but this is like, yikes. Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was going to ask for. I was kind of worried there. I think he's trying to do the thing where he plays up our expectation for him to ask her for sex, and then he's like, "Do you dance with katanas by chance?"
Oh yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's that kind of joke.
Mm-hmm. So you like being threatened? You like being dominated?
No, I'm saying this is the no. This
Here we
is
go again. Here we go again.
just the ritual beforehand, right?
So you like being dominated?
No, I like the ritual beforehand.
You're like
Where
"Mama,
no, where you
Mama.
no this I'll explain it.
mama."
I'll explain it. The ritual beforehand is basically I'm gonna sit back and you're gonna basically like do a sword dance and like tease me with the sword. Understand?
I'll be like domination. Acha.
No one expects the Sigma female.
No, you don't actually swing it at me.
Why?
But if she has the control Haas, then maybe she will swing it at you.
But you know how some
And oh, okay, I'll shut up.
people like knife play? You
I'll show you.
know what that is?
No.
What the fuck? Okay,
What the fuck
first
is that?
listen, the first thing you do when you get
Ew.
here,
That's
first thing that
weird.
happens when you get here, I'm
He wants a strong, codependent woman. Yeah, like he's very much, enamored about the idea of her being very small, right?
literally gonna demand to see your ID.
How old is she? She said 16, and then she immediately like laughed and like said that she was trolling. I don't know. Did she? I don't think she said. Like a lot of times, streamers won't say because it's like that's doxing information, and just like knowing somebody's age can help like some. Anyway, let's not even get into that chat. That's scary shit, and I wish it was like completely like not something I was worried about, but it's the kind of
That's
life
some weird shit.
it's the kind of life I live.
What, knife play?
That's some weird shit.
Why?
Especially now that everybody hates me on Twitch politics, and they think I'm the devil herself.
That's some saucy baka shit.
Why is that sussy?
You called out that sussy baka. You called out that
Why?
sussy baka. She's 20.
People
Okay, so
call
she
me
did
vanilla.
say-
I'm just trying to
she did
spice up my
say-
life.
Oh my god, that's random.
Listen, the first thing I do when you get here is I'm gonna ID you.
Okay, what do we got? We're
Why?
two
I
more
can tell if
votes,
it's a
and we'll
fake, too.
decide to flip forward to
Why?
Brother Q or to
Because
stay with.
When
our
you say
current
you don't know what knife play
entertainment.
is, you're actually kind of worrying me.
Okay,
Wait,
explain. What the fuck
why
is
is that
that?
worrying?
That's weird.
It's basically like using it's you don't cut, but you just like use knives to like threaten.
Do you like so you like being
Haas wants to be
dominated?
dominated
No.
with the whole masculinity
So do you
vibe.
have like sword fights before?
Makes him say no to it.
No, I don't use the sword.
So you do like being dominated.
Oh my god. Unbelievable.
So you like being
She's in her
submissive.
20s.
So you like being strapped to the bed and then having the woman just be like, Haz, I will slice you.
Okay, here's the thing, Latina, is that you have to understand something about me is like you literally need to just do every single thing I say.
Ew.
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
So, I mean,
Because that's how I am.
No.
is this just him trying to get a W? So it's like if he gets a W against Brina, then does that like take away his L from Cutebot?
Yeah, that's what I like.
What if I don't agree to that?
That's just not what I like.
Well, I guess it's not a match.
Really?
I don't know, man. It's got to go both ways.
I feel like not only
Hypothetically.
is it a match, I feel like you super
I
like
feel
me.
like in order to be a dominant man, you
Yeah.
have to accept the fact and go through with being submissive. Because it
Amazing.
won't affect
Amazing.
your because people who have a
Amazing.
weak masculinity and a
That is
fragile
the dumbest
masculinity
shit I've ever
are
heard in my life.
afraid to
That's
be
literally the
dominated.
dumbest shit
Why would anyone call you a misogynist, Haz? I guess we will never know why people call him.
I've ever
Because
heard.
they're so.
Listen.
you
I
have
would.
to
That's
be
such
so.
a
So you're
turn off.
saying that you're
That's
not
such a.
secure with your masculinity.
I
your
am
dominance.
incapable of being submissive.
You
I'm incapable. Physically
you are literally
incapable.
explaining a scenario where you are to be submissive.
No. How?
You're
Knife play, right? Yeah.
telling me that if you're laying on the bed,
No, I'm sitting.
want
I'm
me
sitting
to
on my
hold-
throne. I'm not laying on
hold
bed. I'm sitting on
a
my throne.
throne, where's
Yes.
your throne?
Don't worry. I'm sitting on it now.
So you
His gamer chair.
a chair?
It's a throne. Trust
How
me.
much was your chair?
Trust me, it's a throne.
How much was it?
Press X to doubt.
Latina, on this
IKEA.
throne,
Okay, we
I
got
built
30
my
votes.
kingdom.
Let's
I
see
built
what-
my empire. It's a
Let's see what
throne.
we got.
You
While sitting
You're
here, it's been a
saying
throne.
that you are going to be
Yes,
dominating when you're
yes. So
literally
67% of you want
No,
to.
I'm
being
no. Listen.
washed with a knife.
No, what's gonna happen is that before anything, you are going to do the sword dance ritual for me because it has to be a
No.
ritual. Yes.
No.
It's a sword dance ritual.
Well, that's what has to initiate it. If that
Does
doesn't
not
happen,
make sense.
if that doesn't happen, nothing's happening. That's how you
Okay,
initiate
sounds
it.
good.
You're
Sounds
right,
good.
chat. Though he does.
Cap.
Like, listen, I was.
I don't,
Cap.
you are so full of shit. I
Listen,
swear.
I have-
You are
hold
so
on.
full of shit.
Okay, so I was kind of like I wasn't sure about like what chat was saying about him being like sub, but yeah, you're right. The scenario is him being submissive, and he doesn't even realize it. He somehow thinks he can be dominant while being knife played with it, but that is like a fundamentally vulnerable position, right? And like I think he's into it. I think he knows he's into it, but he just doesn't want to kind of like I don't know. Admit that's he enjoys submission, right? At least in some context.
We don't want to hear about your pedicure, okay? We don't even know what that means. You're just supposed to look nice for us. Is this so much to ask?
Wait, what does she do? She takes
No.
off her like
Yeah,
coat
you're
at
just
some
supposed to-
point?
I am not going to agree with you on anything with politics related because I don't know anything about
Yeah,
politics.
yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Oh wait,
but
he's
So I'm
trying
not-
to talk politics to her.
I'm okay.
You know what I mean? You have to put like a nightbot every 10 minutes, an auto thing that's like, guys, she's 20. Guys, she's 20.
Why? What are they saying?
No, someone just said she's 17. Yeah, Darius said she's 17.
So you gotta understand, I have a lot of Twitter enemies. The people are attacking me, and they're just digging for anything.
Okay.
Digging for anything. You sure you can handle the bad publicity of being with me?
Why? Do you really think?
Because someone,
I
listen,
think
someone,
that I've gotten bad publicity. You think
Listen,
you're so.
Latina,
oh my god! You
Latina,
think you're
Latina,
so
listen.
badass. You think I'm
Someone-
I mean, I would say that maybe publishing this was an act of submission as well, right? And I don't know. You're right. Unless he enjoys being publicly treated like this, there's not really a justification. Dominance paradigm, I guess is what I'm trying to say, does not hold the justification for this act by Haas. So
Latina,
like
I've been trying
maybe there's something to this.
to protect you. Someone who's with me in public is literally gonna have to be a warrior.
Okay.
Oh, to perform for him, but he wants to be threatened with a knife. He is a sub.
This is
And there's nothing wrong with that either. Like I'm not like saying this to make fun of him. I'm not saying this to judge him. it is you know, unfortunate that he doesn't really have that connection between his like unconscious and his conscious mind to see like what the rest of us can observe so readily. But like there shouldn't be like shame in that. Like I don't know, he should just, oh god, as I'm saying this I realize that to some people it sounds like a dunk, right? I was about to say he should just embrace it, and but I don't, I mean unironically yes, he should
Questions.
You can be strong and you can be a sub and you can be right, and doms can cry and you know sometimes need others, you know, help, and you know what I mean, like people like I don't know I feel like we shouldn't get like so like, you know, bound to these roles, right? Because you know, most of us aren't the same way all the time.
Ultimate question: would you stand by me when everyone's against me?
If everyone's against you, then it's probably,
yeah, it makes it hard for him to bridge this gap between him and the women that he's talking to on these shows.
for a
No
reason.
shame at all. It's just funny that he doesn't understand the power dynamics. I think so too.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Are you kidding?
Like if you're saying literally everyone in the world, I'm not gonna be the clown.
All the political
blend
people,
in.
all the political people on Twitter.
All the political people.
Yeah, and a
I
lot
don't know anything
of
about
and now
politics.
now
I
a lot
can't-
of OnlyFans girls got involved too for some reason.
Yeah.
Sophia is so sweet in the chat. Some
What did they say?
OnlyFans girl. She's just being nice to me.
What do they say?
She said nice things.
Listen, Sophia is literally cringe. Okay,
Shut the fuck up.
they're literally like the most
You literally-
cringe person in
shut
the
the
chat.
fuck up. Oh, you know
You
what's
telling me to
cringe?
shut the fuck up?
No, that's why I didn't want to say anything. Okay.
Okay,
You.
listen.
What?
Here's the thing, right?
I am not going to agree with you on anything with politics related because I don't know anything about
Yeah,
politics.
yeah, that's okay, but
So I'm not gonna be like, I'm
but
going
let's say
He's broadcasting himself flirting.
twenty thousand people on Twitter are against me.
Well then, yikes, sucks.
Damn, so you would turn against me too?
Like if it's politic related, I wouldn't give a fuck, to be honest. I would just be like, I don't like if people are accusing you of something that you didn't do, or something. I look at
A lot of people are mad about the two-hole thing.
This is not flirting.
Yeah, that's nothing to be mad about.
Like
Obviously.
5,000 people are mad about it.
No, that's not something to be mad about.
There's like 5,000 people mad about it.
It started with him coping about the two holes thing, and then she was somebody that had blown him up on Twitter before. He decided to unblock a bunch of people. She was one of them, and for some reason they started talking, and he brought her on stream to talk.
Yeah, no, that's not something to be mad about. People are just like, I don't know.
Let's
What
hope
about
he
when
doesn't
these
think this is
OnlyFans
flirting.
girls
Yeah.
come at you and they start like attacking you and stuff?
Oh, you really gonna take that?
I mean,
You really-
I
you're
can
really
handle
taking
it.
that?
I can handle it, but
But
can
why are
you?
you so upset about it?
Can you handle it?
Yeah.
Can you handle it?
Yes. Because
you
if
sure?
I said that,
Let me
if
see
I
your
said
Twitter.
that-
I'm gonna go look at your Twitter right now.
He does think he's flirting.
Let me look at your Twitter right now. The wild.
I can't tell because it feels like she's just like playing. It feels like she's just like, you know, having fun, right? But yeah, you're right. There's something a little bit more serious. Even though it's trying to play itself off as non-serious about him, he's trying to be aloof, but he's, you know, very much attached.
Latina. You follow me? Ooh, don't follow me. You only have
He seems to have a thing for making a fool of himself in front of women, broadcasting it live. Yeah,
2,000 followers.
Yo, shut up. I literally
You
started.
haven't
being
even seen the wrath
You are
of-
so rude.
political Twitter.
What is your
what when the OnlyFans girls come at you and attack you? It sounds more like what he's dreaming about. This isn't how you do dom play, Haz.
Twitch?
Let me look at your TikTok.
Infrared?
No, don't
Huh?
follow me on Twitter. Trust me.
There's an infrared haze.
Y'all are sharing the Durham operation. Yo, the Durham
What is it?
operations video. Adriana retweeted it.
Is that you?
She retweeted it. I guess I'm in it. Yeah, I'm in it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You were
Ooh,
tagged.
wait. Costa Rica?
Yeah,
What's in Costa Rica?
yeah. Coffee beans.
Can I go to Costa Rica?
Yeah.
I want to go to Costa Rica, but I think
Go.
we can recreate it in Michigan.
Go for it.
We can recreate Costa Rica in Michigan
Oh my god.
Yeah.
together.
Do it. Oh, wait, what? You
Uh,
can't recreate coffee farms.
No, I'm not talking about coffee farms. Anyway, scrolling through this, let me see.
What is your Twitter?
Shh, don't worry.
Um,
I'm a
Chat,
warrior on
what is
Twitter. I'm
Twitter?
fighting on Twitter every single day. I'm
Chat,
always
what is his
tweeting.
Twitter? What is it in?
I
Oh.
kind of want to see how this
Oh,
ends.
you stupid.
We're
It's
sorta,
literally your name.
What, like,
Infrahaz.
looks
Yeah.
like we're 15 minutes away from
Oh my
the
god,
end
you
of
only have
this.
5,000 followers?
I have 6,000.
It says five is the first number.
Yeah.
So it's 5,000 something, not 6,000 something.
No, it's 6,000. It's literally like 5,938. You really want to get up on the
It's
technicality?
5.9.
You're literally just like the whole people who get mad about the
You know what's
holes.
funny is that you're literally calling me out saying I have like no followers and shit. You're like, oh, you only have 2,000? Okay, look at my Instagram. What do you have?
What do you have on Insta?
I think 7,000 something.
Ooh,
What do you
7,000?
have? Yeah, my personal account has more followers than
Can you go on my Insta?
No,
Yeah.
my personal.
So this is like, I mean, this is kind of what's going on. Is that like, it's not really a debate, but the way he's acting, it's gonna become like a flex off between two influencers, right? And that's not always gonna go the way that he wants it to.
Account has
Hold
more
on. Can we
followers
take
than your main
Insta
account.
pictures together?
No.
Why not?
I don't want people to unfollow me.
Oh my god.
Why not?
Because you're canceled, Haas.
Because
Yeah, you can't be around.
is that why
Haas.
you tried to? Is that why you took a picture with Jackson
Why?
to be
Yeah.
Insta followers?
So you don't want to be seen with me because you don't want to upset your followers on Instagram?
No, I just I.
What
I
if
don't
what
know.
if I do this? When we're together, I'm gonna take your phone, I'm gonna go live, I'm gonna say, listen up everybody, I'm her man. What are you gonna do about it?
Then I'll tweet and say, "Hey guys, I'm getting a new phone tomorrow. I got
Does he
hacked."
think he's Hassan?
Really? Really?
I can't stream tonight.
I don't know if it would hurt you, honestly. I think like a lot of people have a complex where they like it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I've been noticing?
dick
How
measuring,
fast the
just to
Twitch meetups
measure up.
have been changing. And it's like a thing where girls will stream with their boyfriends. And I'm
Yeah,
like, they're still,
that's
like,
what I
having
mean.
reviews, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah. Now you know. So it's okay.
I'm like, what?
Yeah. So you know it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
Did you
mean-
fail this month yet?
Did I what?
Did you fail this month yet?
Fail doing what?
Okay, never mind.
Oh, no, not November. Yeah. Listen, this is actually interesting. I failed a few days ago,
I was just about to
and
move it up. I was just about to move it up, and then
I failed a few days ago, and
he reached failure stage.
here's the thing I decided that I know for a fact I have to do. So before you come, hold on, I'm looking on Twitter right now. Before you come, there's just people bitching about me. Hold on.
Let me see. Let me see
Listen.
your
There's
Twitter.
huh?
Let me see your Twitter.
Give me a sec.
Tweets and
Listen.
replies.
There's something I learned is that I have to abstain for like a week before you come.
I'd make a joke about him being publicly owned, but as a Nazbol, he thinks he's on the left.
Mm-hmm. What?
Yeah, like, or at least like 3 days.
Okay.
He's the Hassan that doesn't wash his ass because that's too gay. Oh my god.
But other
Yeah?
than that, I'm good, you know?
Okay.
But anyway,
I don't really
what do
see
you
why
think
that's
about
necessary.
Travis Scott? Do you like him?
Are you? I thought you said you weren't allowed to talk about that.
Talk about what?
About the Travis Scott incident.
No, I'm not allowed to show it. Probably.
Oh, what?
Yeah, like the guy passing out or whatever. I probably can't
Oh, I
show that.
didn't see that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not like a personal fan of him.
I've never heard of this guy before he came at Luna a little while ago, but now I'm so morbidly fascinating. Yeah, I mean Haas is a fascinating, complicated historical figure, I guess. I've been following him since the Vosh thing, and you know, at first we were kind of like amused, right? It was just this like loud, tanky yelling at Vosh, and eventually I started to get a little bit worried, right? Just because it seemed like a lot of people weren't getting that he's fundamentally a right winger, and like the sort of trappings of leftism that he wears were just like getting, you know, taken for, you know, for true. But I think a lot of more, I don't know, it seems like he's really transformed since he got into the Twitch, you know, non-political, since he started doing Zerka basically, right? It seems like he's kind of changed a little bit. I don't actually hear him talk about, like, he talks about like patriotic socialism, but you don't really hear the theory as much from Haas.
You think he's satanic?
Yes.
I agree. He actually is super satanic.
And I
Not even
think-
lying.
Oh god, you hear the right wing shit though. You hear the right wing. You hear a lot of fucking right wing shit. You hear a lot of MAGA. You hear a lot of, you know, tradcon viewpoints, and then
Lil Nas is satanic.
Damn. Uh-oh.
And
About to
a
get
lot,
canceled.
Chad, Caleb Maupin.
I feel like a lot of people in the industry are.
Yeah, you about to get canceled.
I mean, Chad, I don't know if you
Oh,
heard,
no.
but like,
It's honestly my opinion, but it's probably not true.
Listen. Truth is what you make.
supposedly I'm the devil.
It is true.
I think
it is
that
true. It is true.
I
Listen.
think by satanic I'm implying that there's people in the industry that are placed there. There's
Yeah, a
planted
settler
there
colonial
to
state under a
promote
red flag. Good point.
kinda media that they want to
this
be
is-
distributed.
What's her name? Brina
Based.
Latina or Brina
That's what I
Lee?
think, to be honest, and I think
And
that
she's
like
just another
So,
Twitch
did you see
streamer.
the video of Travis Scott where
So-
he was like,
Basically, she blew him up on Twitter, and I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to turn the L against CuteBot into a W by beating her, and it's just not working. It's just not working. No, not oh yeah, he also lost No Nut November. He also takes the L. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the hoodie and the hand socks. Well, I mean, I gotta have the, you know, the hoodie because I'm evil, right? And
like, while the guy was passing out, and he was like, "Ooh."
I did not see that.
You didn't see
And that's
that?
awful. No, was that with his like open concert?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I just
I knew he was phony since the start. Even before my first encounter with him, he made a name for himself, astroturfing lefty pole. Yeah. And then shouting at breadtubers. Listening to his advocacy, he spews rightist.
like heard about it like an hour ago.
Constant bullshit.
I was
No
like,
way.
yikes. Yeah.
That's
I
fucking
just want to see how they leave it,
crazy.
right?
That's
I want to
kinda
see how it
fucked.
ends.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, like that's kind of fucked. Like I would have canceled the show. Cancel the fucking show. Like how can you go on? I'm sure that people in the backstage have gotten they were communicating with some kind of ambulance and the police. And then, you know, obviously he got the message, but he kept going with the show. Like he rather I don't know. I would have been like canceled the show. Like that's fucked. I couldn't live with myself if that happened under my, you know.
If you couldn't continue singing if someone was passing out.
Or
So
they
let's
were-
say you come here.
Haas thinks he's an excellent debater, but he doesn't realize is that young women already have a lifetime experience in talking with creepy men.
And you start, let's say you come here and you start singing for me and I pass out because your voice is so bad, would you still sing?
He's nagging. He always does this.
Yeah.
Can you sing?
Yeah.
Sing.
No, I don't want to.
No,
I don't like
why? Why are you
crying
so
on stage
scared?
'cause if people actually say that I'm bad at it, then I'll like cry. So I don't like.
How many times do
singing
you
on
cry a day?
stage. 8.
8?
I'm kidding. Once, twice,
How many times?
3 times.
You cry 3 times a day. What do
I
girls
was
mean by
so
crying? Do you actually mean like tears, or you just mean
no,
like?
I actually when I talk about it, I'm
What do
actually
girls
meaning
mean by
crying, but I
crying?
actually
Why
don't
do girls
cry.
always say I'm crying, but then they never actually have tears?
Like on text,
Yeah,
like as in a sad way, because sometimes I'll be like, oh my god, I'm crying, like laughing.
yeah,
I don't know, I've never said that before, but like I don't know. I feel like it's so weird to just like announce that you're crying. Like if you're crying, you're crying. Like surely if you have to announce it, that means that that's probably your like uh your subconscious intention for it.
yeah. I
For
mean,
you to announce it to the world attention. Kind of. If you have to announce it every time.
do you think I would make you cry?
Yeah.
God.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that what girls want though? They just want to cry. Just want a guy that makes them cry.
What?
No.
Oh my god.
How often do you cry?
Never,
Yeah.
never.
So then you release that emotion through anger and other stuff like
Yes,
that, right?
exactly.
Okay.
Like a real man.
Very aggressive, rough.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Angry.
yeah, he looks like a bearded. Wait, didn't Rush V have a beard at one point?
Okay.
I have a lot of tension in me.
Mhm.
A lot of built up tension.
Right.
Yeah.
He wants to be a pickup artist, yeah.
But I don't know.
Not since last week though.
Shut the fuck up. Listen, I don't know if I don't know if you can handle it. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, that's fine.
You know?
Mhm.
Like, I don't know, you kind of seem like a little weak.
Okay. You know what? You should get a massage.
By who?
I don't know, some massage clinic.
You're gonna
There's
give me
literally
one?
a bee on my floor.
Are you giving me a
bee?
massage?
No.
No?
A masseuse.
Wow, you're just not talented.
I guess not.
Guess not.
I just need to charge for that, you know?
You charge me. I should charge you.
No.
Yeah.
I should charge you for even looking at me right now.
I
And for
should
giving you the
I
time of
should
my day.
I should
I have to
charge
work in the
you
morning.
for unbanning you, giving you the chance to not only speak to me, the king, and your king,
Right.
but even the chance to see me.
Okay. So you should be charging all your viewers.
No, I should be charging
Look at you.
you.
Why me?
Because
If
you're
you've
very lucky. You're in a very lucky
You've
position.
expressed much interest in me.
Huh?
You've expressed much interest in me, so why would you want to charge me?
I expressed much interest in you.
Haas, it's like any negotiation, okay? The idea, oh my god, it's like, you know, when you're, oh my god, I don't want to say this because this makes her the object in this situation, right? But when you're negotiating, if you give the sense to the person you're negotiating with that you really need whatever it is, you're gonna get charged more, right? And that's the game that you're playing, right? You know that, right? Where you pretend to be not very interested, but you want to. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's the deal.
Yes, technically speaking.
How are you gonna captivate my interest?
Lo que voy a hacer es hablar en español para que nadie entiende.
You're gonna speak another language?
I told you.
I don't speak Spanish.
That's the point.
No habla español.
That's the point.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Yo quiero mucho.
You seem weak, and hopefully you're insecure enough to feel the need to prove your worth is annoying.
Yo quiero mucho, mucho.
Culo.
Oh shit, we just got demonetized. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We just got demonetized.
Doesn't that mean something else?
Tetas.
No, no.
So
You
much
said
for getting
the
paid.
first one. Doesn't it mean something else?
It means butt.
No, doesn't it mean like the private part? Spanish?
Your butt.
Culo? Okay. Yo quiero mucho, mucho grande culo.
Okay.
if you speak Spanish, you know why that's funny, right? The culo doesn't refer to the butt, but rather to the hole of the butt. So he wants that to be big, not the butt itself.
That's good. Good for you. That you know, if you can write that down and ship it to Santa Claus this Christmas, you're golden.
So listen, Latina, how?
Wait, am I right? Like, culo's not euphemistic for like the butt area, right? It's you're talking about like you're being very specific when you're saying culo.
Are you going to hold my interest?
Listen, we have talked about this like 7 times on this call. I've got to go. I'm gonna go board.
Yeah, really. Oh my god, I don't like I.
So I'm gonna
how,
go boarding.
How did she put up with that much?
Snowboarding?
So I'm gonna board.
He was the
on
butt
a
of the joke.
skateboard.
Yeah.
No, we should go snowboarding.
I've never been before.
Really? We should go snowboarding, but here's the thing. It's not going to be snowing outside, so I'm going to make it snow inside.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
What's wrong?
I have to go boarding.
That's called coom boarding, Haas. That's called coom boarding.
No, skateboarding?
Yeah.
It's different.
Why?
Culo can be butt. Yeah, okay. So he's technically not wrong. Oh my god, he's dead. On the technicality. You got me on the technicality!
Because I have to get back in my routine.
It's 1 a.m.
That's fine. Oh my god.
She should be charging. Yeah,
It's
you're not wrong.
daylight saving hours,
You're not wrong.
so I have an extra hour tonight.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna do
right.
that.
Is it daylight savings today?
Last
Yes.
Fuck,
night.
is
Set
it?
Set your clocks forward. Also, like and subscribe.
Is it
morning,
daylight
it's
savings in
gonna
America
charge-
too?
I don't know. If it's the same time for you, maybe like.
Hold on,
at
what does
2 in
that
the
mean? Do I
morning-
lose an hour?
No, I gain an hour at 2
Daylight
a.m.
savings. You gain
It's
an
turning
hour.
1.
It is today.
I know,
That
I'm
means
so
at
happy.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
So at 2 a.m. it's gonna become 1 a.m.
Yeah, it gets old. It
Yeah.
definitely does.
What the fuck?
I know, I'm getting an extra hour. I'm so happy. Oh my god, I almost streamed today. Bro, listen, imagine if I streamed my 3 hours that I would have had to make it 4 to end at 2. I would have been like, alright, thanks for coming. And then I'd be like, oh fuck, I have to do another hour.
What do you like to eat?
Burritos, pizza, chips.
So we're gonna eat.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, right? It sounds like that he's talking about. He wants the hole to be big, not the
Junk food?
Orange.
complex, not the gluteal complex.
Juice.
Orange juice?
Pineapple.
You know,
I
I don't
love
eat junk
pineapple.
food, right?
I love pineapple.
Why do you like pineapple?
It's so good for you.
There's nothing between his ears.
I heard about pineapple.
It's good for your vagina.
That's. You know, Latina, listen, you can actually
It's very exfoliating. Yeah.
say
No.
things.
That's
Like,
not
I
gonna
literally
get
knew,
you
I was literally thinking
Oh, culero.
about the same thing when you
God,
said
I keep
pineapple.
on saying I'm gonna get demonetized again, chat. I
But
gotta
you
be.
can-
I gotta be better about bleeping out all the bad words. Like YouTube doesn't like that.
Actually keep it on the low key, you know what I mean? You don't have to actually say it. You can be more subtle, you understand? Like, I'm scared to take you in public, honestly.
Why?
Because you're very forthright, and it's embarrassing. Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah.
That's so mean.
You need to be more subtle, okay?
Okay, I have to go. I'm
Okay.
hungry. I'm thirsty.
And
I'm
this
bored,
is
and I'm
too
bored.
long. I might as well have
Listen,
streamed today. Come on.
To be fair, I could tell you're thirsty.
So dehydrated.
Yeah,
very
probably. I don't
thirsty.
know. They probably
Yes,
know other
so
bad
dehydrated.
words too, right? Not just English ones.
Okay,
Well,
Latina.
you know what? I'm so thirsty that I'm gonna go upstairs and pour myself a nice big glass.
I fucking forgot about that shit. I literally
What?
forgot about that shit. You know what? That's okay. That's okay.
You're a bad
That's
boy.
okay. I literally forgot about that shit.
Wait,
I
for
literally
what?
forgot about that shit. But you know what? I'm like 4 and 2 right now. So it's 4 and 3, right? So we're good.
She's
We're good.
thirsty. She's bored.
All right. Anyway,
This is what
Oh,
zero.
what is
goals
it? Can I
does for
cover about the
Mother Gunner.
Travis Scott thing behind? A lot of people died and it was really fucked up and something like happened with that.
So
Something
at
like
some
that.
point here,
Oh, we're gonna check the Reddit. That's
So
what we're gonna
chat.
do. Or I don't know. I'm kind of being distracted on Twitter.
at this moment right now, me and
Fuck,
the
bro.
me and the
Still mad.
me and the cast of log off already. We have just watched the fight, right? The fight's getting over with, right? And Haas is gonna launch into a cope stream. He's gonna start bitching again. Left hand Stu notices this, comments on it, which gets Andre to turn the stream on for us. So we start watching Infrared, right? And Infrared's like, get in the VC right now. Like, one of you, like, basically demanding somebody to get in the VC. And Q is like, can I do it? And he does it. And it's amazing.
About what happened on Twitter.
Oh, here we go. Here's
I'm
where he's
still
gonna
mad
cope.
about what happened.
I
on
knew
Twitter.
it. I knew. He sounded like he was gonna shift gears, but he's too much cope.
I'm still actually fucking mad about what happened on Twitter. I'm still mad about being gaslighted on Twitter. I'm actually so fucking pissed about that. It's unfucking believable. Dude, every single day on Twitter, he's going off tonight.
He looks so done. Yeah.
Let me look
he's
at the
about to
quote
have a
tweet.
not really a
Fucking
debate.
ugly people.
He thinks it's gonna be a debate,
Yeah, this is not.
but
inclusive.
Q has different ideas.
I can literally tweet anything, dude. I can just tweet anything. I'll just fucking drive everyone insane. Damn.
Spending an hour negging
So many
someone. Yeah, that
people
was,
are like
lower.
quote tweeting that tweet just to like
That wasn't as
because they're insecure and they're like, I want to see if people think I'm attractive or not. It's super insecure and pathetic. Don't get me canceled. Latina, you already got canceled. Coming on my stream and admitting you only think there's 2 holes. You literally just
dead ass.
You're literally worse than fucking. You're worse than fucking the devil. You're literally the worst person in the world right now.
Are you worse than NCC though? Because that's a whole nother level, right?
Yo, the highlight of the day is all these girls sending me fucking pictures of their fucking ass. For what?
Show the log off view. It's
I
more
didn't ask for that.
entertaining.
I didn't ask for that. Guys,
Huh.
should I follow Latina on Twitter? Is she worth it to follow? Should I follow her?
Chat. Do you wanna watch me and Stu and the rest of the cast
No.
on there with
We'll give her more time to prove herself, and then I'll follow.
or left hand Stu's. I heard left hand Stu's view of the situation was pretty cool. I don't know. I'm just worried the
my
sound
God,
isn't
now
gonna be
she's
great,
jealous.
right? Do you remember?
It's not what I meant. I meant it's like it's funny.
Do you remember how the sound was like a little bit?
Latina, I already told you what my preference is in the call when we were muted. I told you my preference. I can't say it on Twitch, but I told you
So we were like trying to talk around Q and Infrared.
my preferences, and trust me, none of those
You'd be fine
girls
with both.
who were sending me
We'll try out the log off already.
pictures or whatever, or quote tweeting
Just so you can see more Irene, because I know that's what you want. Is more Irene.
pictures. None of them are my type, so don't worry. You got no competition.
None of them are his
You don't got competition. Trust me.
type. Oh, she's still in chat.
I already told you.
It wasn't that bad. Okay. Maybe it's just hard to hear on StreamYards. Yeah.
Yo.
What's this about?
Okay.
Okay, so if you have no idea who this is Haza Infrared. He's a streamer. He's, oh my god, how do you even explain him? he calls himself a Marxist-Leninist, but he's really conservative on a lot of things. He's really like basically MAGA, right? But with Marxist-Leninist trappings, right? And he went on this stream of a girl named CuteBot, and she just destroyed him. She just like completely, like, she asked him how many holes a woman has, and he gave a really funny answer that implies that he doesn't understand the urethra exists as a separate exiting point from the vagina, right? So, you know, that blew up on Twitter, and he got really incensed. He's getting mad. He's reacting to it. He's arguing with people about it, like, you know, and this is him kind of like still refusing to take the L. And he just got done talking to another streamer who made fun of him some more, and he's worse than an ML. Yeah, that's what he claims to be. He's a Nazgul. I mean, it's yeah, definitely on the Duganite tip.
Hold up.
So I know that at some point here he's gonna just start going off. Yeah, he kind of does look like he looks a little bit like Leonidas, right? But it's just weird to see Leonidas in the middle of this room, right?
All right. Okay, I'm getting off Twitter right now. I'm getting off Twitter. Completely getting off Twitter. Completely getting off Twitter. Completely getting off Twitter. Hold on, give me one more sec.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's sus about his like ML credentials. He's really like, in a lot of ways, not even a materialist. So he got something wrong on stream, right? In a way that's embarrassing, and it got clipped, right? So somebody took the clip of him saying that a woman's got only 2 holes, right? And that became a big thing. He didn't like the fact that it, you know, was so viral, and he started complaining about it, right? He started to fight it. He's a debate bro, so he's got to debate everything. And he was debating like whether or not that was cringe, and that is just going to make people like, it just puts them into this cycle of like dogpiling to the point where like Q actually started to feel bad for the guy. So basically you're going to see a Cope stream, you're going to see him get angry, right? And that's when Stu starts watching, and Stu's just like, you gotta see this shit. You gotta see this shit. So finally Q turns it on. We watch a little bit, and Q is like, I want to talk to him. And we're like, okay, let's make that happen. So yeah, he gets in chat with Infrared, and Q has a nice chat. Actually, legit a nice chat with Infrared. He does get yelled at a lot, but Q is very you know, polite basically to him. It's a Streisand effect. Yeah, he already making embarrassing red. Oh yeah, because his patriotic socialism thing. So many people knew his face on Twitter, and this is what helped the clip blow up. He's not an ML. He's a right opportunist. A right opportunist along with Moppin. Yeah, I agree with you, fellow traveler. He doesn't really meet the credentials. Yeah. He's a pretty unique debate bro amongst debate bros, but
okay.
He's like a Vosh light. I don't know. He hates Vosh. He hates like most leftists. He's kind of like he's kind of more tradcon. He's more of like he you know, like he talks up Trump and stuff like that. He's kind of right wing, right?
I think tonight we took the.
They're definitely making fun of him. Yeah, like I said, like that's just what he calls himself, right? That's just how he terms himself, right? When you scratch the surface, it doesn't really check out, right? Oh my god, come on. Okay, what is Twitch doing? What is Twitch doing? What is Twitch doing? I'm... I can't get it to move. Oh my god, I don't know, I have to reload the page maybe. Is the page even gonna reload? Chat, I got no idea. What is going on with Twitch? Slash my browser. Oh my god, slash my cursor. Where the fuck did my cursor... Oh my god. Okay, there's the cursor. What is going on here? This... Okay, my mouse is acting really weird. It is just not responding here. I don't know if I have to, like, restart the browser. Sorry, I am really not sure what's happening. Seems like my browser is gonna have to get... Yeah, it's not even responding to... Okay, finally, okay, so... Oh my god, okay, I don't know what's going on, chat. I'm just gonna reload, Firefox. Legit, I've never had this happen before. It's just like it seems to be a browser problem. Computer no work, no browser no work. And, like, it should be okay. It should be... I don't see why it's doing this. Breaking the matrix. I don't know. I can't even make the matrix appear behind me right now. Installing updates. Okay. So something, for some reason, it's updating, and that's great. I'm glad that you found time to... Already running the old... Oh my god. It thinks that Firefox is already running. Maybe like one of the windows just took too long to... Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna navigate back to it. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, he's live right now, but that's not what we want. 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 We don't want that. We don't want infrared live. We want infrared, this one from last night. Okay.
The W in general, right? And the only fucking L I took is not having enough food. So I have this junk food in the fridge that I feel. I'm gonna go grab it right now. I'm gonna go grab it now. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm so fucking up. So fucking up.
Okay, well, it's a little weird, but it's back.
I'm gonna go grab it.
Can't have the music. Okay, so he did a break. I've never actually seen Infrared do a break. It's probably a good thing that he does. Okay, come on, Haas.
It causes direct and imminent harm to an important social interest. So I wanted to ask some of the panelists, do you agree with the sentiments of the ACLU?
He's watching the Destiny thing.
Like
Nope, another break. Wow, okay.
Part of the vulva, you fucking clown.
Oh, here we go. Here's the coat part. Here's the good. Okay, so we're sorry about that, chat. That took forever to, like, find my way through, but we're there now.
Then why the fuck was I canceled in the first place? Why did you make a big deal when you are literally making the same small, meaningless technical mistake that I made? What is the fucking point? You look so fucking stupid. Holy fuck. You know what I mean? I'm actually pissed about it, man. I'm actually fucking pissed. Can't fucking believe this shit.
Okay, let me fix this. Sorry, I was gonna try to do something smart with it, but turns out I'm not actually that smart. Alright, let's just do this. I know how to do this. Like that.
Look, now I'm losing my fucking mind, guys. Can someone explain this to me? Can someone fucking explain this to me? This guy goes, like, you should be embarrassed, not because you don't understand anatomy, because you're a fucking moron. But why? Why? I literally, let me show you how fucking stupid this is, and it's driving me fucking insane. Let me show you what I was dealing with. Let me show you what I was fucking dealing with. Literally look at this. Literally look at this. You're not even gonna fucking believe it. You're not even gonna fucking believe it. What I just went on to show you right now. Look at this. This dude was responding to me, okay? And he goes, the urethra isn't part of the vulva, you fucking clown.
Just a second, chat. I'm sorry.
This is an article from the NCBI. It's a very credible source. There's no pictures or whatever, so we're good. Let me just read this out to you. The vulva is a global term that describes all the structures that make female external genitalia. The components of the vulva are this, whatever. The urethra and the vaginal opening. Okay? And I just want to show you why I'm being driven insane right now. Because this person went, the urethra isn't part of the vulva, you fucking clown. Then, let me show you how many fucking... He literally ratioed me by saying that. He literally ratioed me. I got 5 likes and he got 32. I said, no, I just didn't specify different parts of the vulva and treat it as one whole. Sue me, who fucking cares? The urethra isn't part. And they fucking ratioed me! And they fucking liked it! And what am I fucking dealing with now, huh? Smart people canceling me? These are the fucking people canceling me! What? Huh? This is what I raised you for!
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah. Oh my god, thank you, Johnny.
Goddamn motherfuckers!
$5. Cuts and coffees in chat.
Goddamn motherfuckers! This is what I went through all this shit for? For people who literally know less than me? Oh, apparently being ignorant about female anatomy is the worst and most embarrassing thing in the world you could possibly fucking do. Except these people literally fucking don't know anything about female anatomy, and no one is calling them out for it. Nobody is trying to say, oh, this is embarrassing, dude. Oh, dude, this is so embarrassing. Oh, you must be a virgin. Oh my god, you've never seen a pussy in your life. This is so embarrassing. No one's telling that to this guy, even though he's dead fucking wrong about this.
Oh, shit.
But when I make the mistake, I didn't even say this on Kiana's show. What I said, all I did was refer to the vulva in general. That's all I fucking did. I didn't say something so fucking moronically wrong that the urethra isn't part of the vulva.
Sir, this is
technically, I wasn't even wrong.
Sir?
All you could say is, oh, well, the vulva's not actually a hole. Okay, if you don't want to treat it like a hole, then don't. I'm not gonna fucking care. But technically, I really wasn't that wrong, right?
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, it sounded wrong. I looked bad, clearly, because technically, obviously, the urethra and the vaginal orifice are separate. Okay, I get it, right? So I was like, okay, that must be really embarrassing.
The basic mistake Haas has made here, in my estimation, is that he's trying to litigate humor as if it were, you know, a case for a court of law. You know, like, I will prove that my client's joke was in fact funny, beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. You know what I mean? He's doing this kind of thing, this like legalistic, like, you know, procedure where he wants to go through and say, okay, so like this is right, this is, you know what I mean? He wants to logic it out, and what he doesn't seem to get is that it's not about logic. Like, humor is either I laugh or I don't laugh, and you can't really analyze it like much more than that. You cannot argue that your joke, or wait, that the joke wasn't funny when people laugh at it. You just kind of have to, I guess, take the L. I guess that would be the thing. His upstairs neighbors, his parents are used to it. He's worse than a frat boy. Sir, please pay for this guy. Oh my god. Wow. Could make money off train wrecks. Okay. Just tuning in. Hey, Lavender. Vulva, the next word white men are going to be barred from saying ever again. Such a great time. Yeah, Haas is basically killing us right now with his sound.
Embarrassing that I got that mistake wrong, but these people on Twitter, the same ones who literally every minute of the fucking day are attacking me over this shit, are literally.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, is why I cannot be a big doodlehead.
Saying more embarrassingly stupid shit about female anatomy, and
probably the whole internet seems to be talking about him, and he's still coping. He's still coping on this. Did Brother Q? Yeah. Okay, so we're about to get to this. Okay, so let me put you in the timeline, right? So Haas has just launched into his coping portion of the stream, where he's just going to yell about Twitter. Left Hand Stew sees this. Left Hand Stew says something to us. Brother Q hears this, and Brother Q says, "Let's tune in." So we on Log Off already. We tuned into Haas's broadcast, and the rest of us were, you know, dunking on Haas, you know, general, just immature, getting our jollies, right? And Q starts thinking, like, this seems like this guy is getting, like, you know, he's in a bad way. Like, Q starts worrying about him. Q's compassion, his empathy gets activated, and he's like, I'm gonna talk to the guy, right? And so that was what preceded this. But yeah, you'll see he yells at the chat, he yells at Twitter, and then at some point he says, just one of you get in the Discord, and nobody's going to get in the Discord with him, right? But then Q calls, and that's who...
Nobody calls them
that's
out
who comes
for it.
on.
And
We'll
I'm getting ratioed and piled on just for telling the fucking truth. Why are you insecure about a ratio? Because these people are trying to tell me that ratio means they're telling the truth and I'm lying, and that they're right and that I'm wrong. Right?
Who was the woman? Okay, so that woman was, I think her Twitter name is Brina Lee, Brina_Lee, L-E-A, right? And I think she goes by Wild Latina.
Bro, I'm a
Brina
gynecologist.
Latina.
So is this person right? Is the urethra not part of the vulva? You stupid.
So there are a ton of a-holes in the world. The goal is not to add to that number. Yeah, good point.
Fuck.
Also, I'm pretty sure that, like, it's like...
No, I'm not gonna fucking feel better. I'm still fucking mad. I'm still fucking mad about it.
Ratioed and canceled for telling the truth. No, that was me, Haas. That was me.
I'm still fucking mad. All these fucking people on Twitter, they're such fucking liars. It's all political.
Well, we're just about to watch that video here, but if you wanna get the video just by itself, it's the video of Haas and Bria. You mean?
Tribalism. Nothing I
How old is this guy? I don't know. Late 20s to mid 30s.
even did was embarrassing. It's so fucking common for people to make that fucking mistake. But this guy's doubling down on it
The government doesn't want you to know that there's two holes.
after being fucking called out. At least on Kiana's show, I was like, yeah, I agree that urethra's separate. I literally said that on her show when I was called out, and I was like, yeah, I just meant the whole thing. I thought they're all part of the same...
Yeah, this that we're watching here is from Twitch. So is like the log off already. VOD is on there. That's like our view of things. This one I'm gonna watch this one at least for a little while because it takes us a while to get Q and Haas both on stream. So
vulva. I didn't use the word vulva, but I was like the vaginal complex. Yeah, it's an embarrassing
the vaginal complex.
word. I didn't have the word for the vulva at the time. I was trying to talk about the vulva. I was basically trying to say that the urethra and the vagina are part of like the same structure, which is, they call it
After you looked it up on the internet or chat told him.
the vulva. I just thought it was, I didn't even know what it was called. The vaginal complex, the clitoral vaginal complex. I didn't know what it was fucking called, but I knew they're part of the same structure. They're part of like the same, within the fucking labias or whatever, within the fucking lips. They're part of the same fucking thing. And I just made that mistake, and I get canceled by 5,000 people about it.
The funny thing is that this kind of like screaming is not abnormal for Haas, like in his audience. They put up with it a lot. And I think that the way that it works a lot of times is that like when he feels aggrieved, they feel aggrieved with him. I'm not sure how much they're going along with it this time though, and that could be a problem.
But guess what? When this person says this, I get ratioed. Ya Allah, kusimmek yachot sharmuta, ya kusimmek yachot sharmuta, ya kusimmek yachot sharmuta, you piece of fucking shit!
You don't want to know about the military vaginal complex.
Goddamn stupid fucks!
Oh, they don't want. Yeah, the government doesn't want us to know.
Look at this stupid.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I put these ideas out here to get people thinking, right? And you can not only use that idea, you can improve on it if you want, right? If you find a way to make it even better. Yeah, absolutely.
Stupid fuck! Right here! This dumb fuck! Stupid fuck!
So
Guess what I said?
I gotta ask at this point, how many of you think that he's for real, and how many of you think that he's acting? Let me make a poll.
I said there are no holes in a vagina. There are at least 5 holes in there, brother. 95 likes! That's political Twitter! That's the people fucking canceling me! And I'm stupid and they're smart! And I look so stupid, and I'm so embarrassing, and I should be so ashamed, and I should be so embarrassed, and I should quit my job and go live in the fucking woods and never show my face again for making such an irredeemable error, but this guy is literally being rewarded for being wrong! About the same thing! This is what I've been harassed for a week! This is what I've been getting harassed for a week! People who know less than me!
Oh my god, okay, that's not good. What? Why did he go quiet?
All these fucking people acting like I'm wrong! What am I looking at? 34 likes, 96 likes! But he's wrong! He's actually wrong! It's actually not true! There are no holes inside of a fucking vagina because it's a hole inside of the vulva! What is he talking about? He's actually wrong! I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe. I'm losing my fucking mind. I was actually gaslighted into thinking I made a big fuck up on Kiana's stream. Oh, I should have never went on that stream. I made a fuck up. Now I realize these people will take anything I fucking do and make a mountain out of a fucking molehill about it. They'll take anything I fucking do and make a mountain out of a fucking molehill. Shit that they're literally guilty of themselves. Literally themselves fucking guilty of.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna ask you. Wait, how did he get muted? Wait, he was just muted. Wait. Okay, so I'm asking you, is this guy for real? That's my question. Is this guy for real? Also, did he mute? I think he muted. I'm not muting him. Maybe he didn't realize he was mute. No, his chat's not saying anything about being muted. Alright, well, let's take a look. His microphone actually broke. It's possible. Could we be a little bit logical here? Does it matter if he's pretending? He's ranting about...
And meanwhile,
an
I'm not
argument.
even allowed to call these people ugly. I can't... There's a lot of women
It's called
talking
a
shit
red
about
flag.
me. I can't comment on their appearance. I can't say shit. I can't do shit. Or else I get banned. Right?
So wait,
But they're allowed
oh my
to
god.
harass me.
Okay, so he's like thinking, okay, this woman got the best of me, but I could call her, you know, and he's got these words going through his head, and then he's like, nope, can't say that, can't say that, can't say that, not allowed to say that. Damn it. All the things that he wants to yell, you know what I mean? All the like, you know, things that he wants to weaponize against this femoid are off the table.
24/7 over nothing. Right? These Twitch streamers I'm talking about. These fucking DSA people, whoever the fuck they are, right?
Yeah, the leftoids want it to be illegal to call people ugly. He wikied on the stream after the said there were 2 holes, and acted like he was right because he just can't take the L. Stop criticizing my parasocial daddy.
Fucking weeks I'm getting fucking piled on by this fucking mob. For what? What did I do that was so wrong? What did I do that was so evil and wrong? And by the way, motherfuckers,
He's my
what
daddy?
did I do to deserve so much fucking vitriol and hate? What did I even fucking do in the first place, huh? Oh, that shit I said to Luna Oi after she was talking shit nonstop to me?
Oh my god. So he goes where your average gamer yeah, to a woman's body. He can compliment a woman, and that's why he lost a Twitter argument about high school biology. Right.
Fuck up. Oh, because I talked about the Netflix people being fucking parasites?
He's constantly changing his story too. Half of the time he admits he made a mistake, then demands people apologize because he got nothing wrong. My daddy was a senior boomer and repressed as fuck. Thanks, Raw.
Can't fucking believe this shit, man.
Oh my god, Haz. Oh my god. So you can see like where like maybe Q would have seen this and like started to feel sorry for the guy. Yeah, I still don't know if he's for real though. Like this sometimes his reactions are just so hard for me to believe, right? That I'm wondering if it's part of the show? Mark's failed to consider yelling. That's true. Mark's failed to consider debate bros. I guess he's just sitting there reading chat. Okay. Vaginas are fictional anyway, says Shart King.
Voidborn donated $10. Only big W's from here on out. These people really are borderline sociopathic children. They view political discourse as a series of clever gotchas, and don't understand the gravity of what's at stake. It's maddening.
Is he popular in leftist circles? I mean, here's the deal. There's probably some people that got pulled in thinking that he was an ML that stood up to debate bros like Vosh, right? That's how he sold it himself at first, right? As like, he's gonna Vosh, you know, he's gonna, like, if you're tired of seeing, like, you know, MLs go to Vosh, try to talk theory and get shouted down, like, Haas is gonna shout right back. That's how he sold it at first. So, you know, and he definitely made his the beginning of his audience, a lot of it was like lefty pull, like that was supporting him. Obviously, he changed, and they changed their orientation towards him. So, and then after that, he kind of started pulling in people from like Destiny's and Zerka's communities. So yeah, and he's really trying hard to pull in like the MAGAs, right? Because he pays a lot of lip service, at least, to, you know, I mean, he is kind of a tradcon, right? And he pays a lot of lip service to Donald Trump and MAGA. So that's kind of where right now. He seems to be going for right wingers.
I can't fucking believe they haven't shut the fuck up about it for a week. So I'm thinking I did something really bad, really unspeakable, really just cancelable, unrecoverable. And I was literally thinking, like, what did I do that was so fucking wrong? And now these people are making it even worse.
When will he become a Sternerite and declare the vagina a
First mistake. And
I've known far too many aggro guys like this in real life. That level of hatred for women is something that cannot be hidden. So it's real. He's real.
nothing happens
He's
to them.
infuriating. Oh, it's infuriating. Oh, does he have a stick now? He carries around this, like, stick He's the one who won't shut up about it. Yeah.
Fucks, man. Stupid fucks.
Yeah, the crap left poster boys for red flags. Yeah, he definitely kind of fashions himself in that mold, right? He's trying to be that, but like, you know, with a different leaning, right? And I don't know. I don't even know how to explain his philosophy. It's like, you know, I mean, it has a lot to do with Dugan. It's you know, he's basically, you know, a Nazgul in the sense that he has a very well, it's more than just class reductionist. It's like you know, he's basically got tradcon views of things. He doesn't jump into the, like, he's not into the racism. Like, I haven't heard him, like, he's not what I'm trying to specify here, chat, is when some people hear Nazgul, they think anti-Semitic, and I haven't heard that from him. I haven't heard him be racist, but he definitely doesn't respect, you know, queer people. He you know, doesn't respect, you know, he seems to be, you know, misogynistic, right? You know, so he's kind of like, you know, that kind of combination of like a Marxian economic model with a tradcon social model, trying to fuse those things together. So yeah, you know, he does this for a job. Yeah. Yeah, he's just kind of sitting here with... Oh, wait. Oh, here's what I wanted to know. There's Hojak Borsman. What is Hojak Borsman? That's a DGGer, by the way, that's in there. A big fan of mine, right, Hojak? Hojak Borsman loves me. And he's made several threads about it to just profess his undying love for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm as, like, universally hated. Well, maybe I am now, chat. Maybe I am universally hated. Maybe you could tell me better than anyone. Am I universally hated in DGG and VGG? Because, like, it wouldn't be completely surprising, but I feel like I'm not as... Like, you can't top Demon Mama. They're always going to hate Demon Mama more. But I do have a little fan club within DGG that pays special attention towards me and thinks that I need to stop existing. He has said that he's more okay with trying new things and working with the right more than the left when debating a fascist. Oh God, yeah. I don't bother with explaining anyone's philosophy.
Just look at this.
Either on
look
the
at,
side
look at
of
this
progress
tweet,
or
for
not.
example.
Vosh
This is actually a
Destiny,
woman, I
Xanderhal,
presume, right?
and now this guy not on that
God.
side. He's like a far-right ML. That's a good explanation. Rather than a left-wing fascist, if that distinction makes sense. Not a Nazgul per se, but as close as you could be while still being a Leninist and anti-fascist. Oh God, so yeah, DGG is Destiny's website, VGG is Vosh's website, right? And so when we talk about these as terms, we're generally just talking about like the community behind Vosh, the community behind Destiny. I have been framed essentially by some ex-mods who ostensibly hated these debate bros even more than I did, right? You know, for keeping secret files on them, right? Despite the fact that the mods made the files, made the file folders, dressed it up in order to get the attention of these narcissistic debate bro streamers. They literally they literally made this, like, you know, these folders that would say people's names on them, because it's like what they have is just Discord stuff, right? How do we organize it? Oh, I know, by name, and let's put the most, you know, the biggest name streamers on there, even though there might be like just one like tweet of theirs or something in there, and they're like, yeah, that's the Destiny section, right? And so they're making it look like I'm coming after all the debate bros. Of course, now all the debate bros get super defensive. They're super narcissistic. They want to feel persecuted. So, you know, if they can rage at the Sphemoid, then they will very easily, chat, they will very easily go into their NCC bad aesthetic, right? And that's what's going on right now. So I'm glad that you all love me, because I am I'm considered a bad person on Twitch because they think that they think that I'm holding the debate bros accountable, right? More than I mean, I do hold some of them accountable. You know, when there's like a really bad take, I cover it and I push back on it, right? But I don't really have like cancel material on anyone. But yeah, you just have to scare them and they'll pick it up. Scare them, compliment their ego. That is what these mods are trying to do. And these dumbass debate bros are biting right into that. Okay, what is he reading now? He's politically anti-fascist, but not socially or culturally, if that makes sense. Oh, that's a good way to think of it. He he doesn't want fascists taking over, but he's more oppositional to Antifa than actual fascist. But yeah, that's the difference. If you let them have a fertile ground, they're gonna take over.
So let me get this straight. I went on Kiana's show and revealed to everyone that I am not very keen on being terminologically exact when I'm talking about female anatomy. I called the vulva a hole, right? I called the vulva, the whole thing, as one hole. I didn't specify the different parts or the holes within it. I just said it's one big hole, right, with a bunch of shit in it.
Even trots aren't like this?
Bitter El Panada released a video. Every single one of
That was weird the way he said that.
my enemies on Twitter boosted it to the fucking moon, like 10,000 likes or something.
Oh, okay, that's why he keeps on talking about bad empanada.
Yeah, I was asked how many holes do we have below their waist. I said 2, because I was calling the vulva, the whole thing, one hole, right? Whatever. It was a technical mistake. It was a mistake. I know it was a fucking mistake.
He can't take the he thinks that if he keeps talking about somehow he'll get to a win state.
It was a technical mistake. I'm repenting for what I did. So evil, right? Whatever. And this was like 3 months ago. I got like 10,000 people on my back because of it, harassing me non-stop on Twitter as if what I did was so embarrassing, so unspeakable, and so fucking just unthinkable. Fast forward. Bro, why are you sweating? Here's more lies. Here we have more fucking lies. There is not even a single drop of sweat on my fucking body right now, you stupid lying bitch. But that's all you fucking have is fucking lies. Let's continue. So,
continue with
this person
what?
goes,
the mauled? Okay, the mauled.
you don't know
We're gonna
how many
continue the
holes a
mauled.
vagina has. Sit down and shut the fuck up. But wait a second. We all agree the vagina
He's so lucky that's all bad empanada clip.
is a hole, right? The vagina is a hole. We agree it is, right? That's what people call vaginas. They're holes. If you're saying there's holes within the vagina, you're confusing the vulva with the vagina. You're confusing the hole with the urethra and the vaginal orifice. You're not distinguishing them. You're not distinguishing the fact that within the vulva there's actually 2 holes. You're just referring to the whole thing as the vagina, even though the vagina is only one part of it.
Chat, I don't know. There's like a certain Nikocado avocado quality to this. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a quality of reveling in one's own self-harm that I'm picking up on.
Guess what? That's the same exact mistake that I made. So seeing this, and by the way, 219 likes, by the way.
I have a very close friend, ML Revolutionary Communist. They aren't all misogynist or transphobic, but the ones I know are in academia at the PhD level, so are much less reactionary. MLs like Haas are toxic.
Wait. So I respond to it and I go, that's the thing I'm getting attacked for, is calling the vulva the vagina. There's no holes in the vagina. That's the point. The point is, the vagina's one of the
Haas is not an ML.
holes within the vulva. There's no holes within it. It's the vagina.
Does he still call himself one, though?
Yeah, it's the vaginal orifice. It's a hole. There's no holes within it. I said, if you think that's a stupid technicality, and I agree it's a stupid technicality, then you're admitting the drama
Thanks for coming by, Umar.
about me is fucking overblown. Take the fucking out.
Main character syndrome. Yeah, I think people have been talking. Yeah, that's.
I get ratioed. I get piled on and ratioed for saying this. When I wake up tomorrow, I'm probably going to wake up to 10,000 quote tweets. Each one having 5,000 likes when I wake up in the morning tomorrow.
I'm kind of surprised that didn't happen to me. Oh, then again, I didn't talk about this.
So you're telling me that I went through endless fucking harassment for a week.
If he's an ML, he's a severely right deviated and horrible at staying true to it. Yeah, no, he definitely has lost some of the main principles behind Marxist-Leninism.
For making the most stupid, technical, meaningless error. But the same people who are making a big deal out of that are being worse in the error that they're fucking making. To the point where it's self-evident.
I think we watched this part. I think we watched this part.
Oh my god.
Yep.
What do you mean, oh my god? I'm right. I'm right. It's the same reason you attacked me for. You stupid fuck.
It's interesting that he thinks so much of his logic that he's still talking about it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that, like, what he's dealing with isn't exactly cancellation, it's ridicule, okay? And ridicule comes from humor, right? And the humor is something you really can't argue with. And if you do try to argue with humor, you're going to get ridiculed more, right? And that, I'm not trying to, blame anybody who's been, I mean, I get that, like, people get dogpiled unfairly, right? So I'm not trying to victim blame or anything, but Haas is what happens when you call yourself an ML but have no theory of basis and understanding. Well, he's got like a bunch of like Dugan in there too, right? And okay, so somebody's saying VC now. Oh, to another chatter.
All these people, since I have to address this now too, all these people who go, oh, you asked a woman if she pees from her butt.
Now I have to address the peeing from the butt question, yeah.
Ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah, kus emmek ya khud sharmuta, ya kus emmek ya khud sharmuta.
This is the behavior of someone who's bullied others their entire life, finally getting clapped back on. That's one hilarious thing, though. He adopts popular right-wing talking points, even the pathetic cope ones. Criticism is oppression. Yeah, criticism is cancel culture. And meanwhile, marginalized people everywhere, like, we know what cancel culture is, right? It's like, God. I'm not sure.
I literally was confused about why I was being laughed at. So I was like, what? What am I saying that's wrong? Are you trying to say you pee out of your butt? Obviously a ridiculous, self-evidently wrong thing, which is why I said it. I was expressing how confused I was, because clearly you don't pee out of your fucking butt. But apparently I was actually implying that they do pee out of their butt, apparently, because that's how Twitter works, right?
Don't let the mainstream media fool you.
I want
Neutralize
one person to step up and tell me I was wrong. I just want one fucking person to step up and tell me I was wrong. One fucking person.
You have one hole and it's a dick butt.
Step up and tell me I was wrong. One fucking person tell me I'm wrong right now. One fucking person and defend it. Give me my fucking VC and defend how I could possibly be fucking wrong right now. I am losing my fucking mind right now. This is like looking at the sky, it's blue, and people are saying, no, it's not blue, it's not blue, it's not blue. What do you mean it's not blue? What the fuck do you mean the sky's not blue?
So at this point, we've got our eye on Haas, and
what world do you fucking live in?
This dude is crying about pee-butt while people are starving and dying.
Listen, you are saying the vulva and the vagina are the same thing, right? That's your argument.
Haas does not miss. What the fuck? There's so much cope in this chat. There's so much cope.
I'm never gonna forgive these fucking people. You know that, right? I'm never gonna fucking forgive these people. I'm never gonna forgive these fucking people. I'm never gonna fucking forgive these people. DGG Brigading? What's your link, Todic?
K-Bottom's destroyed.
I don't see a link. I don't care if DGG's fucking brigading. Like I said, what's that picture with all the fucking people? Vosh and every single one.
There we go. Do you see Queer Money in there?
One of them?
The dude who alphaed you on Twitter, quote tweets, is willing to talk.
The dude who alphaed you on the Twitter quote tweet is willing to talk. Bring him! Who alphaed me, huh? Who alphaed me? By being fucking wrong? Let's see if they can keep the so-called alpha up. Let's see if they can keep it up.
We are
VC.
Getting, yeah,
get in my fucking
close,
Discord.
Very close here. He's seeming like a broken record, and that's where we picked up on him last night. VC or ban?
Get in VC now. He's in the Discord. He can't speak. What's his name? Give us his name. Give us his name.
Q Anthony, yeah.
Mods, member them up. Give them member. I can't do it for some fucking reason. Just give them member.
Haz would be like, actual communists would think you leftoids are a joke. They would ridicule you if they ever saw you, and then spends hours using his platform screaming about being called out for bad pee anatomy.
Who's this fucking guy again? Who is he? Who's this fucking guy, huh?
Who's this guy? Look on Twitter, Haz. Look on Twitter, and then maybe you'll see.
You guys are so funny. You think that this is about whether it's 2 holes or 3 holes, right? No, it's fucking not. At this point, it's about whether the mistake I made on Kiana's show can justify the fucking reaction I got, and why it is that when people make the same fucking mistake, they're not held to the same fucking
Marx failed to consider the vaginal complex
standard. That's what it's fucking about. I don't care if you think there's 35 holes in a fucking pussy. What I care about is how you can justify how much you've fucking bothered me for a week about something that happened 3 months ago, which wasn't even a fucking big deal, as evinced by the fact that there's even a fucking, literally OnlyFans women on fucking Twitter are making the same mistake that I.
Somebody just busted out a Lumi Roo emote. Somebody just busted out a Lumi Roo emote in Haz's chat. That is the most ironic thing I've ever seen. That fucking emote looks so out of place.
Did in not distinguishing the fucking vulva from a fucking vagina. Let's bring this dumb fuck on. Hello. Who are you? Yeah.
Oh, Lumi's in the fucking... Wait, it just says Lumi. No, it would say Lumi Roo.
You're the dude that you asked to hop into your Discord.
Yeah, who are you on Twitter?
Oh, who am I on Twitter?
Yeah.
Andre Demise on Twitter.
Okay, what did you quote tweet me saying?
What's that?
What did you quote tweet me saying?
You said something. You said something about my friend Sam.
Okay,
and
a few
I
more.
kinda
I'll give you a minute
fuck about
more
Sam.
to
I don't
vote.
give a
Is
shit
this
about
guy for
Sam.
real?
Hey, calm down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking calm down. I'm not gonna fucking calm down, Anthony.
people in the chat
So let's get to the let's get to the bottom of it. Is it a common technical error?
Brother Q,
Is
they
it
know
a
who he
common
is.
technical
They know who he
error
is.
that people call? Hey, shut the fuck up!
hey.
Shut the fuck up!
Hey,
Shut the
friend.
fuck up! You're on my show now, little bitch. This is a fucking Twitter where you're gonna ratio me now, bitch. Now you're in the cage with a fucking gorilla, you little bitch. You're not getting your fucking likes here, you little stupid pussy. Now let's get to the fucking bottom of this. Is it a common technical error for people to refer to the fucking vulva as the vagina?
What?
Is it a common technical error for people to refer to the vulva as the vagina?
He's 100% for
I
real,
don't
and
know,
not
maybe.
thinking that he's
Yes.
real is
Is
dangerous.
it maybe? Okay.
I don't know if I would.
Okay.
I don't know if
Okay.
I call it- I don't know if I.
So you're aware of all the people on
Are you
Twitter.
asking me-
You're
are you
aware of all the
asking-
people on
are you
Twitter.
asking-
You are aware of all the people on
I'm gonna
Twitter
close
who
the
say.
poll.
Asking
Oh,
me the
everyone
question.
says
hold on.
for real.
If
Everyone
it's
says for
so-
real.
You're asking me
Okay.
the question because
So
you want to talk
76%
over me.
of you.
You're asking me
Yeah,
the
I
question,
asked
so
you a
I'm
question. You said I don't know.
Right.
So we're gonna move on. Since you
Think
don't
this guy
know,
is for
we're gonna
real.
see why I don't know because
saying I don't know because I don't know that many people that I've spoken to personally have made that mistake. However, I
Wait,
will
who's your
also
friend? What's your
say-
friend's name?
Huh?
What's your friend's name on Twitter?
My friend's name is Sam. But
Sam, give me their I'll see if they made this error right now.
they didn't make any error. She was
Really?
just making fun of you. Yeah.
Really? She didn't make any error quote tweeting me right now when I was fucking right by distinguishing the vulva and the vagina.
Okay, that's okay. All I was trying
Oh
to
my
say
God.
was I was actually trying to give you some credit here. What I was trying to say was
Yeah, he was calling in to be nice. He wasn't
is it
trying to...
often that somebody will call the woman's vagina the vagina when they mean the vulva? Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. I could see that being an easy
Yeah,
mistake. to
okay.
Yeah,
So-
good point.
So I went on
Lavender.
Kiana's stream, and that's what I did.
Sure.
Okay? But 10,000 people thought that was the most embarrassing and ridiculous thing in the world. So clearly it's not a common technical error, right?
I mean,
For people to make.
here's the thing. But the thing about Twitter is that it's a cruel and unforgiving world.
No,
right?
I don't care if
So-
it's cruel or unforgiving. I want to
Yeah.
know if it can be justified at this point. That's what I want to know.
Can it be justified?
I don't know about justified. I think
Are you an anarchist now, Haz? Like all internet hierarchies must be justified?
I think people were very eager
Are we
to
gonna redistribute the clout? Hey, we could redistribute the clout.
dunk on you just to make you the main character of the day.
Well, that's
I think-
been for a few weeks now,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
well,
not
it's
just the
been-
main
well, it's been
character
for-
of the
yeah,
day.
it's been a- it's
yeah,
been a few
so
years, I get it,
so
I
they've
get
been
it,
looking
I get
for
it.
anything, and this is what they found. But so I'm gonna, if you're watching my stream right now,
Yeah, I'm watching.
you watching my stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you-
So
would
I'm
you
gonna
like
show you
to-
something.
Would you like to hold? I'm gonna ask you a question. Would you like
Yeah.
to be on video so we can actually talk face to face?
Go, sure. Put your video up. I'm gonna show you something.
Okay. No, but like in this chat that we're in right now, right?
Yeah.
How
So
do
I
we
want to show
actually-
you something. Hold on. I want to show you
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
So here's what I said. I want to show you what I just said, right? And I just want to
Right.
see, confirm, deny who's wrong and who's right in this encounter, right? Are you a gynecologist? That's what people are saying?
Me? Am I a gynecologist?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see this. So, Lal, the thing I'm getting attacked for is calling the vulva vagina. There are no holes in a vagina. That's the point. So this smart guy who ratioed me, he got 112 likes. He went, there are at least 5 holes in there, brother.
Okay. I think he was joking though. I think he was really just joking.
Oh, he was
around.
just joking.
Yeah.
But I was wrong, right? And he was right. In this
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta grab a banana. I'm like fading.
No, like okay, when he says
I don't know
that
what's
these five
up. Like,
holes in their brother,
I guess I
think
haven't
he's
been
trying
eating
to-
So
enough
can you
lately.
explain to
I
me
don't know.
why doesn't he get canceled
Be right back.
and ratioed and attacked for making this clear anatomical error? Because there are not 5 holes in the fucking vagina. It's just not fucking true. Maybe he's never seen a pussy in his life to say something like that. And he's ratioing me, and everyone's saying he's right and I'm wrong. And by the way, he's not just joking, because on Twitter he was calling me an incel and calling me all these fucking names and saying all this shit. So it's clearly not a fucking joke.
Okay. No, I mean, like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that people were dogpiling on you to make you, a joke. And frankly, I also think that, and I'm guilty of this myself. I'm as guilty as anyone. Don't even, like, I literally dunked on you today. So don't let me come across like I'm trying to get myself off the hook here. I think that people use Twitter as a pressure valve. And, when they find somebody vulnerable that they can, create a dogpile for, they will absolutely do it.
So you're saying they're just doing it to
sometimes the
trolling.
person doesn't even deserve
So you're saying it's just trolling. There's no, like, there's not even any degree of seriousness behind it, right?
I mean, like, when I quote tweeted you, there wasn't really much seriousness behind it. It was just
so
a
can
laugh.
you
It was a
explain
laugh
to
for
me why I literally have people writing me paragraphs trying to explain to me the anatomy of a fucking pussy, being really serious and saying, so hold on, here's what I don't understand. Why is it that when I was on Kiana's stream, which was a completely casual, meaningless, unserious thing, everything I said ad verbatim is being treated as something serious, and yet I'm supposed to not treat the overwhelmingly negative and hostile.
So I guess like Andre like saw him raging and like realized that I don't know. Like, I don't know how much Andre knows about, like, Haz's history and everything that he's about and stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess he legitimately wanted to, like, reach out and see if he could talk to him, and I don't know. I guess he felt bad because it was, like, this was, like, a whole public humiliation show, and Q was... I don't know. Like, right, it's definitely not, like, where I would have gone with it, but... I think Q had something in mind.
Responses. I'm supposed to not treat that seriously. That's just a joke too, right? It's not a smear campaign. It's just that it's just a joke, and it's just everyone having a laugh over nothing. Even though I myself wasn't even serious on that fucking show. If it's not serious, how come after a week
I remember thinking that
people are still bothering me about it? Tell me what they're bothering me about. What mistake did I make that's so fucking egregious and unspeakable?
I do think that I think that because you take yourself very seriously.
Okay, then am I not understanding the joke? Because it happened 3 months ago. It got 5,000 likes.
Yeah.
And I'm still being bothered about it. Why?
No, I get it. I think
what do people want from me? What do they want from me? What do you want me to say?
Like, do you want me to answer you, or do you want to just
go ahead?
Hear yourself talk. All right. So I think that because you take yourself very seriously, and a lot of people on
do I take myself that seriously?
You come across like you do.
Why did I go on Kiana's show then? Was that a serious show?
I will say that we had a comprehensive breakdown of your interaction with Kiana, and I will say, man, like she put together a masterclass on improv in your interaction.
Okay. But was it serious? Was I going on to a debater and pontificate about serious political and intellectual
he was flexing
matters?
on her.
I think you were joking in such a way as you were trying to be deprecatory to her. But also
it was
be a
like
bit goofy
one
yourself.
influencer flexing on
thing
another,
is,
and
I
she
think
flexed
also
harder.
Because she's somebody who, I mean, she streams wearing scanty outfits and whatnot, and I think a lot of guys think that women who are in that niche of streaming are also not very smart. But she's a very smart person.
Saying to him.
Okay. But what does that have to do with the point? The point is, how is it that I take myself so seriously when on Twitch I'm dancing, I'm doing dumb shit, I'm telling jokes all the time.
I'll explain for you if you let me finish. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is
oh my God,
that
chat.
you
I
were
was
trying
like
to,
dying.
you know,
I don't know what's wrong with me.
be a bit of a goofy character.
I'm not eating enough.
While also poking fun at her. And putting her down, asking her like, can you submit to
and
a
she
man?
fought back. So what?
Yeah, but that's okay. But that's the other thing. So like, she's also, I think, women who are in that position who don't get taken seriously because they stream in scanty outfits. She's had to learn how to fight back and to be like.
Am I malding? I'm eating a
verbally,
banana.
Like sharp.
Oh wait, you can't
And
even
so
see it, can
what
you?
you were trying to do
oh my
to
God.
her, she was also doing.
Yeah,
to you.
yeah, I get it.
really
But
see
what?
She was better at doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I swear to God, it's a banana.
But I wasn't taking myself that seriously, and I don't take myself that seriously in general on Twitch.
I should cancel Q.
Except when it comes to things that piss me the fuck off, like
I don't
this,
know.
where for a week I was actually questioning whether what I did was actually really shameful and embarrassing, and whether I should be ashamed about it.
Aggression
But now that I see how little people know about the anatomy of the, even women don't even know their own shit.
I know, right?
Okay.
Why should I feel bad about it? Why should I feel ashamed? Why are they trying to shame me about this when they're even worse than me?
But here's the thing. Maybe you shouldn't.
Hopefully,
feel
it
bad.
won't give me
Maybe it was just an honest
right?
mistake, and everyone can let it go.
Well, I've been trying. I've been trying for a week, but I'm still being bothered by it every single day. And by the way, I'm not just being bothered by it by like random commenters on Twitter or whatever, but huge accounts with tens of thousands of followers every single day can't let it go. And I just don't get it. I'm not seeing what they're seeing. I'm trying to put myself in their head and be like, okay, if I was from their perspective and I saw this happen, would I think it's like the craziest thing in the world, or like, was it?
He molds it. Doesn't he have a thing with check marks? Isn't he one of the check mark people? Like, he'll always be like, the goddamn check marks, right? I don't think he realizes this, he's talking to a check mark right now.
Just this extremely shameful, unspeakable thing. And the more I think about it, the more I'm struggling to understand why it's such a big deal, to the point where like people are losing their fucking minds about it. It's like, this happened 3 months ago.
To reach out to him while he's doing that,
and it resurfaced.
And it also says something, chat. Like, I think, like, what I agree with, like, Andre with here is that, like, dominance paradigm is not where your strength comes from. That true strength comes from being vulnerable, from being compassionate, from reaching out. Now, I'm not sure if Haas is the right guy to reach out to, but at the very least, it's like a object lesson. You know what I mean? At the very least, it's like a expecting Haas to be consistent in principle and interest.
It resurfaced, but it's still, people can't get over it. So I'm trying to understand why they can't get over it.
The problem with the whole discourse is people are dunking on him for his ignorance rather than his actual bad ideas.
And this is the cherry on top, okay? Because that's been me for the past few days. Now tonight, I realize how poor basic knowledge of female...
Yeah, he was like, he started off saying I was joking, and whoever thinks I was serious is stupid, and now it's like, yeah.
Anatomy is...
He's flipped.
Among women, too, especially among women, even. Okay. Now I'm trying to think, what was it all for? What would it, if they have an even more poor knowledge of this shit than I...
This reminds me of Destiny's take about, like, Demon Mama, when he was, like, saying that, like, he feels like he knows more about, like, issues like sex and gender than she does, right? He was like, some trans people don't, like, I don't know, he went off on this whole thing about, like, how a lot of trans people, like, weren't competent advocates of trans rights, and that he was.
Did. What was all this shit that I was receiving for? What was that all for then?
I think
turns out there was nothing embarrassing about what I fucking said on Kiana's stream.
If he had come at Haas aggressively, yeah, it would have just been a shouting match.
Their own anatomy.
But then why are so many quote tweeting me? What? Listen, the women that are quote tweeting me here, I'm not saying women in general, I'm saying the specific ones who are disagreeing with me about this. How could you literally be a woman, fail your own anatomy, and then try to be mad at me because I made a technical terminological error 3 months ago on Kiana's stream? Like, tell me how that makes sense.
Well, so, Brother Q is now in the VC. He's talking to Haas. Haas is yelling at him. Q is trying to calm Haas down. you know, Haas is being dismissive. He doesn't realize that he's talking to a blue check mark right now, right? He doesn't realize that, you know, if he, like, because this whole thing started, like, it wasn't really about sex. It wasn't really about anatomy. It was about a flex. Like, Haas was flexing on CuteBot, and CuteBot flexed back, and guess what? Her flex is a lot harder, both in terms of, like, you know, her reach and in terms of her ability to conduct herself in a discussion, right? So that's where this all started from. And Q, who could totally like flex, you know, on Haas, is actually kind of being sort of humble here.
I don't know if I would call it a technical or terminological error. I think you just fucked up. Like, you know, you got it wrong. Big deal.
It was a technical terminological error. I referred to the vulva as a whole. Okay, it's not a whole. Apparently, no one thinks it's a whole.
It isn't.
But at the same time that they don't think it's a whole, people, as you just admitted, I'm literally showing it on screen, confuse the vulva for the vagina. And everyone knows the vagina is a hole. How could you confuse the vulva for a vagina and then go ahead and say, oh, it's ridiculous that you could refer to the vulva as a hole when everyone knows the vagina is a hole? So what am I missing here, right? And you know, if people had honesty, they would admit this. And I don't even know if you have the fucking honesty to admit this. 95% of men, when they watched the video, were themselves surprised and didn't know. Afterwards, they just pretended like they knew to join in on dunking. But the truth is, even a lot of women didn't even fucking get it. I literally brought on someone earlier on the stream today who didn't even specify that fucking difference.
Video now, so we can actually talk face to face.
Okay. So are you the guy with the suit?
Suits? Yeah, and on Twitter, yeah, I was wearing a suit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. So you're that guy with 80,000 followers.
That's me, yeah.
So what's your issue with me? In general, what's your issue with me?
I don't have an issue with you.
Why is your knee-jerk response to me one of hostility? I don't even know who you are. I looked at your Twitter, you said you're a Marxist, Desalinist, or whatever.
That's Dessalines.
Dessalines, yeah, from the Haitian Revolution. So what's your issue with me?
Yeah. I said I don't have an issue with you.
Like, why is there a problem between us?
I don't have a problem with you. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you're tweeting at me in an extremely hostile way and with an extreme level of hostility. So
no, look. Okay, so I'll go back and look at exactly what I said. You know, if you want to go over that together, I'm very happy to do that. Because to be honest, like
you were tweeting about me a lot, actually, multiple tweets.
Was I?
Yeah.
Well, because you were attacking my friend. You know.
Who's your friend again?
I didn't like that. My friend is Sam. Sam
Who's Sam?
Sam Majamas.
Sammy, let me look this person up.
She's the one that tweeted at you, and she was in lingerie.
Sammy, you tweeted at me before her. You talking about the girl who?
No. The first time that I ever tweeted at you.
No, you tweeted about me before then.
When did I tweet about you before that? I might have. I might have tweeted
some screenshots and shit about me.
Yeah, no. I tweeted a screenshot because I was like, I said, here's what I said. I said, I've been on here too long, man.
Okay.
That's all I said.
Sama Jamas that's the person from today, right? Who gave me showed me their. Okay.
Yeah.
So
okay, what I'm trying to say though.
Was I attacking them?
Hold up. Okay, my first interaction with you is what I'm trying to say. My first interaction with you.
Yeah.
Was when you said something about Sammy, right? Now I did tweet that the video that you had with Kiana, I said like, yo, that's a complete breakdown. I said like, listen, if you want to completely like own a chud, you know, if you just want to like, you know, you want to like totally deconstruct somebody, I've never owned
what's a chud?
What's a
chud, by the way?
Well, just just a person who's like loud and brash, you know what I mean? Like, you know, somebody who's just like yeah.
Did you know that people from my cultural background are like this?
What's your cultural background? I
Lebanese.
assume you're Armenian.
No, I'm Lebanese.
You're Lebanese?
Yeah, we're very loud and brash. We're bros.
I know. I'm very familiar with Lebanese people. You didn't strike me as Lebanese.
Well, that's how we are actually.
We're not.
We're very passionate and loud and brash, as you're saying. So,
I don't know.
Yeah.
As a whole, I wouldn't say that like all Lebanese are passionate.
Well, not all of them, but you know that's the mainstream.
Yeah.
That's most.
Sure.
Yeah. So okay, I'm a chud, So let me ask you a question.
What's up?
When I made a tweet and I basically said all of my haters are ugly, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So this person's tweeting
That's
at me.
some shit. You know what? To be honest, that's some shit that I would say. You know,
Yeah.
I would say like.
But then
my
this
haters are
person's
ugly, but-
tweeting at me,
yeah.
who I don't know, Sama Jamas, whatever,
Yeah.
trying to say that they actually
Okay,
are.
but
haters.
okay,
Yeah.
but hold up.
That they
You
do
set
hate
yourself
me,
up.
right?
You set yourself up though, because if you're gonna say, listen, all my haters are ugly, right?
Yeah.
And if she doesn't like you for whatever reason, now Sam, she's fine as hell. Like that's not even a question, you know. So you did kind of set yourself up.
Well, first of all, everyone has their own preferences. But second of all,
Well, no. I want you
Yeah.
to put her picture up
Toxic
on stream right
masculinity.
now.
No, I
It's
probably
really
can. It's probably
irritating.
to us
I
on
don't
Twitch.
want you to lob it to
Probably
your
to
chat.
us on
I want you
Twitch.
to lob it to your chat.
Look.
Reaches
And it's
out
not
to
a toss.
you.
It's not a toss
Look,
violation.
And then after that,
all I
attack
can tell
them.
you, dude, is that the girls that I interact with here on Twitch, that are normies, that are not in the political sphere,
No,
like,
bro. No.
Bruh,
bro.
listen.
Pull her
The
picture up.
the
Pull her
normie
picture up.
girls,
Pull it-
the normie girls that I interact with, it's like.
Lob it to the chat, fam. Pull the
Listen,
picture up.
okay, for political like DSA or whatever, I guess so. But anyway,
What's the
What do you mean
Kiana
for
clip,
political? No, I
Oliver?
want
yeah,
you to pull
anyway,
the-
continuing.
What is the
continuing.
Kiana clip?
No.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna rate
Cute-
someone's looks. Everyone in their own way
Cute bot.
has their own inner beauty, and everyone's beautiful in their own way.
No, because you said all
Listen.
your haters were ugly. So
Listen,
by virtue
but-
of that,
okay,
you were
but here's the-
So, Oliver, what Q is trying to explain, is that sometimes, especially when it's a situation of humor, I mean, like, this was a humorous situation, so, like, there's a lot of dunking going on, there's a lot of quote tweeting and stuff like that, but I think Q is trying to point out that, like, not everybody who quote tweets you, not everybody who dunks on you, like, hates your guts, right? It's just a funny situation, it's a funny thing, and, like, you know, if Haas would have a little bit more fun with it and not, you know, respond in this exact way, it would probably get over with a lot quicker. I think that's what Q is trying to get across here.
Here's the question.
All right,
I don't know
all right,
this
all right.
person, and they're attacking me. That's the truth. They're attacking me, right? Because if you're gonna quote
Why does he
tweet that
still
tweet,
insist he's a heart?
you're saying you hate me. You are a hater.
Right.
You do in fact hate me, right? So they're attacking me.
All right.
So I respond, and my response was extremely tame because I was basically in my response implying, no, you don't really hate me, right? I don't even know who this person is, by the way. Keep in mind, Sama Jamas. I don't know who the fuck they are, right?
Did I miss
Bruh,
that
you
part?
need to.
This is who they are.
Okay.
That's Sam. Okay. Now I
Okay,
want your chat.
I can't
want your
keep. You
chat.
gotta get rid of that because I can't keep that on stream. It's not allowed.
Like, he
Yes,
thinks
it
you
is.
can
he thinks he can show it, but
You
he can't.
can show it like once, but you can't keep it on
I
stream.
don't know if that's true.
Okay. All right.
You can't actually
never
keep
heard
that
of
on
that
stream.
before.
I'm pretty sure your chat got a glimpse. Your chat got a glimpse. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, they can go
Alright.
check for themselves. Sama Jamas on Twitter.
All right.
But
Okay.
I
Yeah,
understand
you
the
gotta not
paranoia
do that
of being
again.
banned, because sometimes the banning doesn't.
I
make
just
a lot of
wanted your
sense.
chat. I just wanted
Yeah,
your chat
yeah.
to see what we're talking
No,
about.
no.
all right?
Most dudes would obviously find her attractive, but so
Are
that's
you
not.
telling
in
me you
this-
don't? Are you telling me like? Are you honestly telling me that you don't?
I personally do
I
not.
want you to
no.
be honest with
I
me.
personally do not.
Really?
I have my own preferences, and I personally don't find them attractive. But
Okay.
but personality also takes a big something big into account for me too. You know, maybe if my first
No,
impression
but
of them.
I mean, what we're I mean,
Maybe,
what- 'cause
maybe if
what
my
we're
first
talking about-
impression of them was
what-
different,
Okay, what
then
we're talking about is whether you know, your haters are ugly. You know what I mean?
yeah. But here's the thing.
So
Here's
somebody
the
who's
thing
not-
though.
If somebody hold, let me finish. If somebody who's not ugly then responds to you, right? You can, by the way, you can put me back up on your stream. It's just it's me, my cam. It's just me. I won't
Okay.
do that again because you said not to do it. All right. So if somebody who's not ugly responds to you and says, okay, but you know, I'm not ugly, so are you gonna reevaluate yourself now?
Okay.
You know, and then you were, you know.
So then I respond
said-
in my
you
own
said-
way.
you said-
then I
yeah, you
go.
said
Then I
nothing-
go.
Okay, so
That's
what
a
you said
weird
was
way to
nothing
show
as
that you
hatred.
hate someone by giving them these pictures.
Well, you said that they're all ugly, and she's like, well, I'm obviously not
fair.
ugly, so what now? Okay.
Yeah, but then I
So-
responded.
Yeah, it is really weird, and I've noticed this behavior a lot, especially on Twitch. A lot of the most toxic people on Twitch, right? A lot of the most dismissive people of other people's marginalization, of other people's struggles, right, are the ones that are the first to kind of cry foul on the other side, right? And, you know, I mean, if you followed the controversy and you've noticed who's been saying the wildest shit about me, it's them. That's who I'm talking about. It's pretty. It's clear. I've got a specific person in mind for this. In fact, right, that just exemplifies this more than anything. She's the most toxic person I've ever met. She's incredibly mean to her own friends. I've had to listen to her insult her own friends on a transphobic, transmedicalist basis. And yet, like, if I misgender somebody, she acts like it's, you know, proof of ultimate transphobia, right? And, like, what do I do when I misgender somebody? I apologize to them, right? That's how it's done, and it doesn't have to be a big deal. And as a trans person, I would like to say, I wouldn't like it to be a big deal. If you misgendered me, you know, it's not really a big deal as long as you, like, correct it and like, move on. That's what trans people want to do, right? So this idea that trans people are looking to, you know, cancel you over getting pronouns wrong, right? I mean, I guess she's the reason that that idea exists, because there are people that just are mean, and there's trans people that are mean, and there's, you know, white people that are mean, and there's black people that are mean. There's all kinds of people that are just kind of mean, right? And then that gets seen and, like, applied that, like, you know, all trans people are somehow, like, the sort of implication that people use their marginalization as a weapon is largely untrue. But there are exceptions that prove the rule, and yeah, this is one of those examples of those exceptions. I've just noticed that, though, that they're the people that take the most, like, umbrage to anybody else, you know, kind of being toxic back at them.
My own way.
So how are they then supposed to prove to you that A, I hate you, and B, I'm not ugly?
The question is, why are they trying to prove to me that I hate them when I've done nothing to them? I don't even know who the fuck they are.
No, she's saying, but I hate you, and I'm not ugly. You
but
know
why?
I mean?
But why does she hate me? That's the point. Why would you hate me? Why would you hate?
Backtrack is a traditional Lebanese dance Westoid synthetic leftist.
Why would you hate me? For what?
Okay. Personally, I don't know.
No woman who disagrees with him is considered good looking to him, and that's really interesting.
Because I don't have hatred for a lot of people. I don't really have hatred for people that I've never met. It's not how I would have responded to you.
Yeah.
But she did for whatever
reason. Well, to me, the way I was from my perspective, it didn't seem like. Let me explain to you my perspective, because you just talked about her perspective and all that shit. So I'm gonna explain mine. From my perspective, it's hard for me to believe that this person hates me, rather than just trying to seek validation from me and test whether I would call them ugly or not. Because I don't know this person. As far as I'm concerned, they have no reason to fucking hate me. And B, it's really weird to go out of your way to try to, like, gain validation by quote tweeting that to me and proving something. So from my perspective, that legitimately was my perspective.
It's also people who don't take them seriously, like, trolling you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she was trying to engage in a serious conversation with you. I think she was just trolling you. You know?
Well, here's the thing: is that after I basically told her I'm not interested and humiliated her on Twitter. Well, here's the thing. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because I know. Listen, I know for a fact I humiliated her.
Like, you don't have to.
Listen. I humiliated her because, and this was actually true.
Women just, like, fighting for attention. Yeah, that is.
Well, listen. Okay, well, you can try to explain their feelings in a different way when I explain to you their actions. After I told them, hey, I'm not interested, like, you can buzz off and leave me alone, they spent the next several hours on Twitter. Like, if you go on their timeline, probably almost every single tweet is literally related to, and it's about me. If you go to their likes, probably it's the same thing,
it's time
right?
To break out.
I'm getting notifications left and right. They've liked this, because they're a big Twitter account. So I'm literally getting the notifications on my phone that they're doing,
I'm just trying
right?
to understand what you're saying. Are you saying, like, if I go to Sammy's likes and whatever...
Yeah, in their profile. It's going to be about me.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm looking at this right now. Oh, yeah, it's all the responses to your tweet. So I think, like...
So I'm trying to understand. If I tell this person that I'm not interested and, you know, take a shot, so I'm not interested. I want nothing to do with them. I think they got insulted and they took it to heart and they're lashing out now, and now they really do have a hatred of me.
I think they took it to heart. I think they're just clowning you, you know? Like
I think that's a cope though, because someone who's clowning wouldn't get that upset and get so like furious to the point
I don't
where
think she's furious. Like, I mean,
how many tweets? I literally just responded to them and moved on. I didn't even interact with them in any capacity after that.
I don't think she was upset or humiliated or
there
whatever.
we go, chat.
Yeah.
She was just clowning,
That's what this.
you know.
I think it seemed like she was really
through.
bitter and humiliated at the fact that I publicly basically
Copyright-free lo-fi.
I'm not interested in
that
her,
you've all
which is
heard
true.
before,
I'm actually not.
sure.
I doubt that.
And she,
What do you think, chat? Should
you
I
doubt
put
that I'm not
poll-
interested in her?
Who likes the lo-fi?
No. I doubt that she felt humiliated or, you know, whatever. Like, I mean,
Then-
neither
then-
of us can read her mind. Neither of us can read her mind. But I was
Then
talking
why
to
couldn't
her.
she just enjoy her so-called W?
Dipping
of-
just before the
Yes.
conversation becomes
I
substantive.
was talking to her during those interactions,
And there's no more
and I will say
clickbait
that I
mongering to be had.
didn't get the
It's so
impression she was
transparent.
upset or humiliated or whatever. I think she was just.
Well, she's obviously not
I'm
gonna
not
show
sure
you
what that
that,
means,
but
Oliver.
her actions say the contrary. But anyway, here's my question.
I do kind of feel like I know my friend better than you. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I know you're also gonna defend your friend in public and make them look the best they can. That's okay. But
No.
You also have to
I
account.
think hold up. I think anybody who knows me knows that if my friends are out of line, I'll say so. You know. And
You're
I
not
won't-
gonna say
I
that
won't-
in public in front of an enemy territory type of
course I
guy.
Of course
Yeah.
I will.
So here's the thing. Here's the question.
If my friends are
We
out
got
of pocket, even with
PMC,
somebody
chat.
that I
If you've
dislike,
got
I will
a
say, hey,
PMC
So
on
okay,
your
were they
bingo
not out of
card,
pocket?
Take a drink now.
Do I think she was out of pocket?
Yeah.
No.
She wasn't out of
I think-
pocket, attacking me
I
and
don't
coming after me or
Chat,
anything.
you have no idea. Okay, so
I
let
don't
me.
think she was attacking or coming after you. I
Okay,
think
what do you
she-
think I did
Turned off the wrong
justifies
thing, okay.
her behavior of coming after me?
Okay, so now if we're talking about
Last night when we were, you know, on log off already, we got kind of like a little guerrilla raid. We got a mini guerrilla raid. They came in. It was followers only, so they like kind of trickled in as they were like able to wait out their 10 minutes. And they were talking, and they were saying shit. They were calling us Chapo. And I don't know what we did to be called Chapo. Oliver, maybe you can help. Do I look like Amber Lee Frost to you? Do I look like Amber? Like, what the hell? We got called Chapo. I still don't understand. Does that mean we're hipsters? What does that mean?
like why it is that, you know, Twitter as a whole has
No,
been
why
under
she
attack.
specifically?
Is that what
since this is
somebody
your
means
friend.
when they calling
What
you
right
Chapo? You're a white hipster.
does she have? She doesn't even know who I am to hate
You know
me.
what? Okay, so, but if you let me finish, I'll
Yeah.
explain to you. Why is Twitter as a whole on your neck since, you know, you had that
Left is
conversation
Twitter.
with Kiana?
Left is
Don't
Twitter. Yeah.
pretend I'm not
Okay,
flattered.
sure. All right. I think
I mean,
because
listen, like, I don't know, what, 3 years ago I might have been flattered? Not so much today. Like, what Chapo do you want to be, Oliver?
again, it's like character of the day
If you
syndrome.
could listen, if we played Chapo, okay? I bring you on, we bring a bunch of people, yeah, we're doing a podcast as Chapo. Who would you be, Oliver? I want to know, what kind of Chapo are you?
And I also think that because you were like sort of like doubling down and trying to argue with people about it, it's just like, oh, all right, we're gonna do this even more.
These
We're gonna do this
people,
until we
these
break
people
it.
hated me. I don't
But-
think you understand how the
but-
Kiana video got spread. These people hated me before then. It's that very hatred that fueled the spread of the Kiana video itself. They're basically saying, look at this guy that we all hate together, and he looks bad here, and we're all gonna celebrate the fact that he looks bad. So the question stands: is what did I actually?
Maybe there's some sort of truth to her seeking validation by showing her pic, but just because it's kind of a fuck you shit talking dude, other people will be like, nope, hot, definitely not ugly. He was having fun. How's this just coming off agitated? You think me? You think I'm stupid? That's not a Chapo. I don't remember Stupid being on Chapo Trap House. When did they talk to Stupid? It's your coat for her. That's a way of humiliating hypermasculinity. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Not Virgil after the allegations. I know, right? Yeah, I don't
actually
know if
do
I want to
to
be one of
earn
the, I definitely don't want to
so
be
much
Amber.
of people's hatred, and it's specifically
Definitely
that
don't want to be
person's
Amber.
hatred.
I will say that you only sort of like showed up on my radar in your interactions with Luna.
Luna Oi.
Yeah. that's
Yeah, he got
where,
a lot
like,
of bad
I
will
use
on the
sort of, like,
left
virtual
from
power,
attacking
right?
Luna.
And it's also because, like, I consider, like, Luna's.
I think
I'm friends
Demon
with
Mama
her,
did
right?
too.
So
what was the
when people-
egregious
She attacked
crime I
EJ and
committed
Luna.
against Luna Wei to justify all the hate?
I don't
okay,
understand
I barely remember
attacking
what your interactions
non-compete.
were because I
Yeah.
don't really. Yeah, when other people have
You call
bad
dibs on
interactions with each
Felix.
other, I don't make it my business.
Ah, okay.
So I just saw that, like, you'd said something that at the moment, and I don't even remember what it was. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that was
Felix
disrespectful
is
and
good.
uncalled for. But I also kept it moving because Luna's a grown woman and she can handle herself,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I'll
That's
tell you
his
what actually
archetype to
happened
draw
was
from,
that
Stu.
what I
Okay.
said was the issue was about the so-called socialist patriotism. The issue has nothing to do with supporting American
We love
imperialism,
Luna.
American
Yes,
chauvinism.
Luna-
It has nothing to do
Oh.
with your stance in relation to
Okay, I feel a
the
little bit
national
better now, Chad. I was, like-
self-determination of groups
I was
within
about
the
to
United
pass out.
States. All
I'm
it
sorry I
is
got
a
so-
simple
listen.
position. You can agree with it or you can disagree with
I'm sorry I got so low energy. I don't know what's wrong. I ate a banana. I feel better. Like, I think I'm okay. I think I'm cool. I just, like, I don't know. I was like, I guess I'm just not eating enough.
with it. That regardless of
I don't know.
agreeing
I hope
that
not sick.
groups within the United States, the black population, indigenous people, should have their own sovereignty
better
and
now,
self-determination, something I agree with, I have no issue with. The United States is still a country,
Oh, this is
and
weird,
however
too, 'cause,
many
like,
territorial concessions it
Haas
has
is
to make
anti-land
in
back.
the name of the
He's an energy
self-determination
vampire.
of these
Yeah, it
groups.
could be.
Communists should
Legit.
seize hegemony over this country
I've covered
instead
him
of
2 days in a
seeking
row.
its
That
complete
might-
destruction and
Might have something
trying
to do
to
with
sell
it.
the American people on
Are
those
you
grounds.
familiar with the concept of revolutionary defeatism?
Yeah,
Virgil really
Okay.
disappeared off the face of the internet.
And I'm guessing that, like, if you're in the crowd that's, all about, patriotic socialism and so forth, they might have their interpretation of what that means. But
what do
the
you
fact
think
of
that
the matter is-
interpretation is? For example, my colleague, if I can call him that, I like to call him a friend because I don't really work with him much except collaborating.
So this is
Caleb
interest-
Maupin has been on the
This is
front
interesting, 'cause
lines
they do end up
opposing
talking about
American
land back,
imperialism and
and,
reaching out to the governments of Iran, Russia.
Like, I've talked to Professor Flowers about this before. She doesn't like to talk about land back, right? Because it's like she feels like if the people that should talk about land back are the people that are involved in land back, and that there's a lot of misperceptions out there, and so often any sort of discussion of land back is just pushing back against those misperceptions, right? So she was trying to avoid it when Dr. Heemed went there, right? And she got kind of betrayed by him, and Q actually goes there, though. Q actually goes there, and that I think he does a good. I think it goes fine. I don't think anything I don't think it does any harm or anything like that. But it's.
and China and America's geopolitical and strategic enemies and the peoples of the
It
world.
did start with the patriotic socialism / anti-land back issues.
And within America, people like the Nation of Islam and Farrakhan, people who are
Funny,
resisting
something that
and fighting American imperialism. Unlike a lot of the people attacking this, Caleb Maupin has stuck out his neck. He went to the protest to free Alex Saab, who's a journalist who was imprisoned
Wait, chat.
because of...
Am I like Chapo? Like, is that what level that people put me on? Like, no, not in terms of popularity, chat. That's not what I mean. I mean in terms of like, notoriousness. Am I like notorious now?
something in relation to Iran. He went to Venezuela. I think he's in Mexico City right now. So my colleague Caleb Maupin, he is a revolutionary defeatist, and yet he's in our camp, and he still believes in the fact that we should have a love of our country, and we should try
not like Chapo.
to strive for what's best for our country. It's just that, as Mao said, it's in the overwhelming interests of the people, and he was speaking during World War II at this time, of Germany and Japan, to be revolutionary defeatists. So I'm just floored at why I'm receiving so much
Imagine Xi Jinping coming onto his stream when he's like this.
hatred and hostility. Why we
Chapo is a joke to anyone who does not impart significance to it as a signifier.
as a whole are receiving so much hatred and hostility, when the only meaningful point of difference that we have is we don't believe that America as a country has to be that communists should have their optics be we want to destroy completely America.
I'm not like Chapo.
Okay, well, that's kind of a vague statement to say that communists want to destroy America completely. I think
Well, the issue is that I rejected the idea that all of the land within the United States, from seaboard to seaboard, has to be completely given to indigenous tribes.
Okay.
I disagreed with that point. I don't have a problem with indigenous tribes having more land and having more self-determination and having treaties honored.
What do you think it means for for indigenous people to be given land back? Like what do you think that means? And what do you think would be the outcome?
It means they will have land that is appropriate for their interests and demands, their own demands.
What I'm asking is, what do you think?
Right.
Okay, what do you think? Maybe a better way to put it is,
Yeah.
what do you think that they mean when they talk about supporting land back? Like, what do you think that
indigenous authors have varied in their demands and their interpretations. There's an indigenous author in Canada who said, we don't even want to have political separation from Canada. We just want our own autonomy, want our own land, want our own rights to the resources and economic foundations. As far as I am
He's just
familiar
inventing
with,
a
But do you understand?
but the mainstream representatives of the indigenous tribes, their demands are actually extremely modest. I haven't found one that actually wants to secede from the United States. Now, but here's the thing. I am willing, and I have no issue.
From the United States because their territory,
But they're not even close to demanding that. That's not even what they're asking for. They're just asking. They're just asking to have the right. They're just having to. They're just asking to have sovereignty over what they have now, and maybe have more, like for water access, and to stop pipelines from coming, and have economic self-determination and sovereignty over their land. But here's what you're not listening to, and you have to really let me finish here. I am not even against indigenous people seceding and having their own country, completely sovereign state.
The reason I'm interrupting is not because I think it, I don't want to hear what you're saying, because I do. I just want to be clear on something. When you say seceding, like, First Nations can't secede because they are on sovereign territory. So there's no secession because their territory isn't part of the United States.
But they haven't expressed that it's their aim to be a completely different sovereign state.
Yeah, it does kind of like how's this
sure, but there's a difference between
the
state and the nation. You know what I mean? So we have in North America, literally hundreds of nations, but we have dozens of states. Okay? So the nation.
No. I mean by sovereign state, I don't mean like part of the United States. I mean like a totally different country. Like,
bruh, you fucking.
Yeah,
the U.S. will have no jurisdiction or sovereignty over it.
Shut the fuck up.
When you say a country is a state. So what I'm trying to say,
we live in a state.
Just make clear so that we're on the same page. We have hundreds of nations, but only X amount of states. So when you say secede, you can't secede from something that you don't belong to already. So First Nations, because they're on sovereign territory, they are by definition not part of the United States.
But they don't have full political sovereignty right now.
No, they don't. No, no, absolutely not. No.
So that's what I'm trying to say. If they want to demand full political sovereignty and much more territory than they have now, I have no issue with that. I just disagree with the idea that 100% of the land within, and I've debated about this before, within the United States needs to be completely given to 2% of the population.
Okay. No, not given. So here's the way that works. Like, are you familiar with how land concessions were won from indigenous people in the United States or in Canada? So for example, like, are you familiar with the Treaty of Fort Laramie, or are you familiar with like the Stone Fort Treaty, that sort of thing? Like, are you familiar with how these treaties were drafted and fulfilled?
They were violated.
Well, I know they were violated. Yes, that's absolutely true. But are you familiar with what the process was for developing them?
Yeah, but that was at a time in which those places were not already settled and populated, and people weren't already indigenized there. So, and these we're talking about vast swaths of uninhabited land that were given in these treaties, right?
Okay.
And so you see the issue with doing that again lies in the fact
No, hold up. No, we gotta make something clear, because I don't want to step over anything. Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of usufruct?
Refresh my memory.
Concept. Usufruct is basically the right and the ability to live off of the avails of land, property, etc. Right? So to enjoy like use in common. So for example, use of fruits.
Yeah, I know what it means. I know what it means.
Okay, so let's say, well, I just want to make sure that, like, you know, even your chat and my chat are clear on this. Okay, so let's say I have an apple tree growing in my backyard, right? And you want to share the use of my apple tree. So you say, hey, yo, Q, I'm going, if you let me pay you X amount of dollars,
oh my God, I swear to God,
can
this
we
is like the
enjoy
same shit that, like,
use of this apple tree? Like, you can pick apples from it, and I can pick apples from
we
it.
had on last night.
Cool. So you don't own the apple tree. The apple tree is like property in common that I can enjoy the use of and you can enjoy the use of, right? Okay, so what a lot of people are under the impression that the way that these treaties were supposed to have been designed and carried out was that, you know, the Dominion of Canada signs a treaty with First Nations in what is now modern day Manitoba, and the use of the property transfers from those First Nations to the Dominion of Canada. So the property is moving hands from one group of people who own the property to another group of people who own the property. But that's actually not what the treaties were intended to do, or at least not from the First Nations perspective. From their perspective, they were signing a treaty, which is how they'd been signing treaties with each other for hundreds, possibly thousands of years prior to that, is that, hey, if you want to trade with us gifts in exchange for another, we will have mutual use
I
of
get it.
this
I get
tract
it.
of land.
This was also true for...
Got it. So what I'm trying to say is, what land back would refer to is reverting land, not to the private ownership of First Nations groups, but more so that there would be the ability to commonly enjoy that property, which is under their stewardship. So that's a
I get that. But the only issue I see as far as that's concerned, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that on face value, but the problem is what does that mean? Does that mean in what way is this land being used today? So back then, land was being used for very specific purposes, right? And indigenous people at that time, and they're very different now. Indigenous people are not living the same way that they used to. They were living off of the land naturally.
Doing the same way they used to.
They were living off of the land naturally, right?
What does it mean to live off the land naturally?
It means, for example, to not engage in the development of the forces of production and engage in the extraction of minerals and.
That's not true.
Why not?
That isn't true.
Explain.
Like it's not like you're like to say that you know, there was no like use or extraction of resources, or
there was no use of modern science to intervene with nature in such a way so as to
what will they
well, I'm talking about modern science. I am sympathetic to the decolonial perspectives which critique modern science and the European paradigms in relation to natural. I know about all of that, okay? But the issue is we have to recognize it is a thing. Industrialization is a thing. That specific relationship to nature in which the development of the forces of production occurs, which is a modern phenomenon. This phenomena of developing the forces of production is strictly modern. Now, forces of relations and forces of production have changed historically, including for indigenous people, but the specific political aim of developing them is a modern phenomenon, okay? Going out of your way to develop the forces of production. To me, what is integral to communism and socialism is the development of the forces of production, right?
I kind of feel like what you're saying is that these were primitive people and Europeans.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that is not what I'm saying at all.
So if I'm mistaken, I just want to can we be clear as to what that means when you say that you know, they don't live the way that they used to, and that you know,
just consult
modern science.
Wow.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
Just consult the decolonial consensus, which is in the and the universities. Before the Europeans, indigenous people did not possess a relationship with nature that gave rise to industrialization and the exploitation of resources and the kind of
well, nobody did, because industrialization came after colonialism. It didn't, like, Europeans didn't bring industrialization with them to
but they didn't give rise to what we call modernity and modern capitalism and the standardization of the commodity form and the universe and its corresponding universalization and the extent to which exchange value and labor could be extracted to the point of being elevated over all determinate and particular instantiations and forms, that there could arise something
Yeah, as
like
if
abstract
the-
labor
the course
and,
of human
and value
development,
in general, and the abstract
the course
commodity.
of human development doesn't necessarily have to.
As if indigenous people didn't have a civilization where they harnessed the means of production in a more advanced way than other countries on the level of ecology.
To go through the process of industrialization. Like that's when I under a socialist framework.
Well,
yes, industrialization is necessary.
Here's the
What
thing,
saying
right?
though is-
I'm somewhat.
Let me finish. So what I'm saying though is that it's not the
Means of production isn't just phallic hammers and levers, you fucking...
sort of like the default natural mode for humans to go through a process of industrialization. In many cases, industrialization isn't necessary because people already have what they need without having to extract resources in one area, assemble them into finished products in another area, and then distribute them throughout whatever the boundaries
same
of
thing
that
about
particular
medieval
nation or
Europe.
state are. It's not necessarily natural.
Okay,
especially
sure.
if you have-
Listen.
Yeah.
The reason I'm just trying to cut you off is because I'm familiar with this perspective. Okay, I've been doing this for many years, so I'm very familiar with the view that yes, it's a Eurocentric view of linear progress, that some people are more primitive and required to undergo modern capitalist industrialization. Okay, to an extent, I agree with that, in the sense that I don't agree that it should be forced on anyone, right? But you have to keep in mind.
Land is a means of production, water is a means of production, campfires are a means of production, whetstones are a means of production. It's crude perspective that indigenous people reject, though. I think that is showing the Western chauvinism Haas's worldview is based on.
That, and this is just evident in works like the Communist Manifesto, this is not a perspective shared by Marxism. From the Marxist perspective, modernization and modern industry is an irreversible and inevitable and necessary challenge humanity must pass through and must face. This is why.
I mean, that's because of where we are now. Like I get what you're saying, but
yeah.
it's really.
But
just
that
a matter of
you
that's
understand
where we are now,
that this is
really about that,
basically
yeah.
there were reactionary forms of socialism that wanted to avoid English industrialization and preserve the agrarian bonds, and it's kind of agrarian socialism. I mean, Marx and Engels distinguished themselves. The reason they elevated the proletariat as the privileged revolutionary class was precisely because they opposed that view. They did think it was something inevitable and necessary, and whatever. And then this is actually why the Communist parties gained power and endured in the Soviet Union and China, because they fulfilled this promise of being able to modernize their countries on terms different from the regular capitalist course of development. So, but I can agree with you on the view that there's no need for industrialization or modernity to be imposed on peoples that don't need it or don't feel like they need it, right? So I completely agree with that. I might be skeptical about the idea that the majority of indigenous people would not want to participate in the development of the forces of production.
I didn't say that either.
Yeah.
But I didn't say, okay, well, like, I'm not going to speak for any indigenous people because I'm not indigenous myself. I just go by, what I read and what I hear from indigenous comrades, etc., right? So what I understand that to mean is not that, like, property simply reverts and then, we now move from being underneath the yoke of capitalism under, Eurocentric republicanism or constitutional monarchy as we have in Canada. That's where I am. But we revert to a form of custodianship and stewardship under indigenous sovereignty. It's not as though, like, we're, I don't know, in danger of all being, like, deported or whatever, but simply that treaties are honored, and that the way that we administer property, the way that we even think of property, that reverts to indigenous notions of how land, property, resources, etc., are allocated and shared.
Yeah, but the issue for me, and this is where I do have an issue, I can already identify two.
Marxist law, when it comes to justifying colonialism, indigenous people don't even have books, but sometimes you gotta bring out the Heidegger and the Dugin.
Two issues I have with this. One, concentrating sovereign land ownership in the hands of a minority of a few people is not going to work in any country whatsoever.
But it's not ownership. That's the thing. You're thinking about it as ownership.
No. Listen. You can think about it as any
more like
form.
Custodianship.
Custodianship, sovereignty, however you want, right? I'm not saying
Right,
that.
but it's not. But the
I'm
thing
not
is,
saying
because-
that the plan is to deport all these people or kick them out or to do malicious evil things to them, but just from a formal level of them being able to have such an extent of sovereignty over the land that it can't be.
But it belongs. I mean, it's theirs. Like it's not
right.
as though.
But right now it's not theirs is the issue. It's not.
Okay.
Right. It is being used right now for reasons that.
Okay.
Meow.
Yeah, it's not right now theirs. Right. You can say that it rightfully belongs to them, and we could disagree about that.
Oh no. Is Q gonna fall asleep? Am I gonna fall asleep?
But
what happens if we
and if we're
both fall
talking, by the
asleep?
way, about all of the
God,
land
oh my
mass
God,
of the
oh my
American
God.
continent, I'm not talking about
That would be
you know,
so
the
epic.
idea
Can you
of-
imagine falling asleep in an interview, like, or when you're talking to somebody as loud as infrared?
them having their own
Oh my
land
God.
or more of their own land. I just
I'm
reject
right
the
there with you, Q. I'm right there with you.
idea that all of it, and this is really what I wanted to get to, is because the Marxist view about owning the commons, right, is specifically in regards to the development of the forces of production. The commons are used for the purpose. The site of commons in the communism of Marxism is itself the development of the forces of production. That is what is in common. That's the common aim of the state. It's the purpose of the state. It's the role of the party. This is true in China. It was true for the Soviet Union and every other communist state. That's if you don't have that, you have a non-Marxist version of socialism or communism, which is completely fine.
Can I offer you something though? Like when you say, for example, you say that we own it and that they're the minority of people. Are you familiar with the McGirt versus Oklahoma case?
Yeah.
Okay, so you realize that like the eastern half of Oklahoma more or less reverted to indigenous custodianship.
Okay.
How could he fall asleep? There are.
But
all
I talked to
these
Rainer
news
Shaw about
knew
this. I don't
guess
think that's
never heard of
applicable to the
before
entire
in his
country.
life.
Well, what if it was?
Well, it's the reason it's not is because
before the court ruling, like nobody on the eastern half of Oklahoma, at least the majority of like white people who live there, thought that it was or should be under indigenous custodianship, and yet the United States Supreme Court said, yes, it is.
Well,
So what changed?
first of all, the indigenous form of custodianship that was ruled in that case in no way is the ideal form that is being striven for by leftists, because indigenous people still do not have real political sovereignty over eastern Oklahoma. Second of all, eastern Oklahoma is relatively sparse in terms of population density relative to the rest of the country, and currently eastern Oklahoma was not or is not being used economically.
I mean, it's not being used economically.
It's not being used economically for the development of the forces of production or anything like that. It's not like an integral part of the economy that it has to be used and that this has to be conceded to indigenous people. It's just.
So you're telling me that like everything east of Oklahoma City it's just like barren land?
Well, it's not decisive or economically important enough to that this American state.
You
would
understand
see fit.
that the Tulsa, Oklahoma metro area
Yeah.
is under it actually reverted to indigenous custodianship. So you telling me that Tulsa is not being used?
I didn't say it wasn't being used. I said it wasn't being used economically in such a way that would make giving it to indigenous sovereignty detrimental to the U.S. economy or to the economy of Oklahoma.
I don't think that the court ruled it on the basis of whether it would be.
They didn't,
to
but
the
if
US economy.
okay, so you
I think
are
it was just a matter of
but listen, you're probably an extremely cynical guy when it comes to the real motivations of the U.S. government's actions rather than the formally apparent ones. So you know very well that if it was going to be economic detrimental to profits and these industries and corporations, they would not have ruled in the way that they did. The reason they ruled in the way that they did was precisely because it wasn't so big of a threat, economically speaking. So
I mean, I guess so. Like you could say, well,
it's not costing. It's not costing.
You could say
it's not
that,
costing like a bunch of people their jobs and livelihood. It's not. It's not. It's not.
You could say that.
Joke, learning and reasoning, pronouncing the letter T harder and talking slow.
But I mean, you could also, I mean, the reasoning of it is laid out in the justice's
Yeah, but
opinions,
you know very
which-
well that, and I went to law school for a year, and I'm still on leave, so I'm probably gonna go back in a year. You know very well that the apparent reasoning courts give for the decisions that they come to are very different from the objective material factors that actually are behind the reasons why they rule in the way they do. Courts don't rule
Sure.
based on what the reasons they say they do, right? We know that. So
I mean, not always. I mean, it depends. You know, depends on like which judge happens to be the one offering the opinion. But sure, yeah.
yeah. So here's the thing, though, is that so that's why I don't think it could be applied to the whole of the country. But second of all, this is the really important part.
No,
is-
I'm not saying that it. I'm not saying that it would be. What I'm saying though is that like your idea that giving land over to a minority of the U.S. population would be unworkable. And I'm saying, okay, well, land like what was it? Something like 2.5-3 million acres reverted to basically like the ownership of.
Yeah, but I specified.
Was it like 5 or 6 different?
Right. But I already specified the reasons why it wouldn't be applicable to the rest of the country, because the rest of the country has characteristics that are not in common with Eastern Oklahoma, such as areas of land and territories that
Oh
are
my God, I
economically,
feel like I am
strategically,
in
and so
the
on and so
fucking
on.
Twilight Zone
important
here, chat. Are we in the
people's
Twilight Zone?
livelihoods, for industry.
Does this feel like
and for the
Twilight Zone?
development
Can
of
we
the
stop
forces of
here?
production
No,
in
this is
general.
Twilight Zone country.
That would be my argument,
something.
and also things like
is
population
jellyfish
density, just
country.
the amount of people that are already living there.
Yeah, this is the
things
fucking
like that.
Twilight
So
Zone here.
that's why I'm saying
What
it's,
is this
it's
shit?
not just the fact
my
that
God.
you have a case in which you have white people living somewhere and suddenly other people have sovereignty over their territory. It's also these other
He's
factors that I
unbeatable and
mentioned.
unbeatable.
But regardless,
Most productive.
my main point is,
House convo I've ever seen.
from the Marxist perspective,
Probably still not
owning
ever seen
land in
again.
common is about the development of the forces of production. And if we're going to revert to these prior forms of ownership that existed before European colonialism, the question stands as to how is that going to be compatible with
Chat, I
the
think that might be a
developmental
bird.
needs
I'm pretty sure.
and wants and demands
Bird.
and necessities of the American population. And moreover, and this is probably the second most important thing that I wanted to get to,
Have you tried talking to them to find out?
talking to whom?
Good night, Impact Suspect.
Well, from
Have a
indigenous
good
backgrounds
sleep.
who support land back? Have you tried having
meow.
conversations with them to find out what that would look like?
Meow.
Or at least what they would want it to look like?
Yeah, I've invited anyone. I just can't find many indigenous people who agree with these extremely radical demands that I'm seeing.
I mean, come on. Well,
from
that's
mostly
probably
white
why is
leftists.
when you say these extremely radical demands. I mean, maybe if you have a conversation with some folks and you actually hear them out, maybe
But here's also.
Let me finish. Maybe once you've actually heard out their point of view, it's not going to seem so extreme and radical to you.
Right,
I
but-
mean,
but-
okay. Like when
Yeah.
I came in your Discord, right? You might have thought that I was like, radical or like an asshole and just trying to like dunk on you or trying to fool you, whatever. But I mean, is that your impression of me now, or?
I mean, you're on a panel right now, so I'm not actually sure. But anyway,
But okay, but is your initial impression of me the impression of me that you have right now?
I didn't really have much of an initial impression. No, I didn't know you that much. But anyway, the point
I mean,
I'm trying.
I must have had some. Like,
Yeah,
Sustainable
but most of the
farming
time,
and
what happens is people
There
come
must have
on.
been something that you thought.
But
of
I
me.
don't know yet because
Yeah.
right, what happens
up,
usually is
Knockout
people come
Panda?
on, they're friendly and stuff, and then they go and talk shit on Twitter.
I
and
generally
in
don't do
public.
that. I mean,
Okay, well,
again,
yeah, we'll see. But anyway, here's the thing: is that the second important thing is that I know about the causes of social revolution historically, also from a Marxist perspective, and it usually has to do with the concentration of the means of production. Now, I get that the ways in which indigenous people are going to use the land is not. They believe it's not going
I
to be.
mean, yes, I would say it actually has a lot more to do with the concretizing of class consciousness, but that does play a role.
Well, class
You're not
consciousness
wrong,
is something that only arises for the proletariat. The first class in history that is class conscious is the proletarian class. Class struggle had taken unconscious form beforehand.
Talks about production
But anyway,
of the land,
the point I was trying to
like
get
a
to is
capitalist.
that
yeah, there's a lot of strange things
in the
about
concentration of them,
ideology.
it doesn't matter for how benevolent or how good these use is. The overwhelming concentration of the ownership of the means of production in the hands of a few
I I feel like
and
I'm in the Twilight Zone here.
kind of,
Like
you
I
might
got
not want to call it this,
jellyfish
but formally speaking,
hanging out,
just formally speaking,
just
officially speaking, this
swimming
pretty much
around
is
in
the
the
case. The
ocean,
reduction of the rest of the
Brother
population to the
Q,
status of like serfs, or not
infrared
serfs, but
Haas.
renters, or some kind
Copyright-free
of people
lo-fi.
living off of the land
What
of
more
other
could you
big
want?
landholders and landowners.
It doesn't get any better
That
than this,
in and of
chat. It just
itself,
doesn't.
regardless of how
It
the
just-
land is
it
being
just
used,
doesn't.
regardless of whether it's used
It's like the
benevolently
perfect
for the
moment.
interests of the people living on it, that itself is a form of
I can
social and
ignore
class contradiction that
landlord-
gives rise to political
landlord and pull-out
turmoil
purchase,
and class turmoil,
but I
simply
draw
because
the land
people require to
land at
have
land
their
not having
own
factories on them.
means of production, their own way of securing and basing themselves off their own kind of being able to stake out their own secure livelihood, basically is what I'm trying to say. Like, for example, I'm going to explain it this way. If you concentrate land in the hands of only indigenous people, right, regardless of how they're going to use it or whatever, the very fact that you are entrusting it to them is itself going to be a source of social turmoil and social antagonism, because people need to be able to, before they can trust others, they need to have their own.
Sure, but we're
Yeah.
already in a state where, you know, a vast
Forms of ownership or
vast
collectivist.
majority of land ownership is concentrated in far fewer hands.
Oh, I
than
agree.
The number of the proletariat. So would it automatically cause like class tensions? I don't necessarily.
Well,
know that
here,
that's
here's the
true.
thing.
Who
I
said
think it
only
more
indigenous
depends
people?
on.
Wait,
on,
but-
like,
but that's
it more depends
precisely-
on it more depends on utility and mode of production.
No,
than it
that-
would
but
on
the
who owns,
issue
you know,
here-
who's seen to own the land.
Hold on,
Yeah.
but I think this is an important point.
It's just like
the
the way they
precise
positioning it is-
issue,
the-
yeah,
hold up,
but the
hold up,
precise
hold up.
issue here in the
Hold, I
first
just-
place.
Hold up, I just want to get one point across, and you know you can make your point. Is that I think you're thinking about it as though it's simply swapping out one landlord for another, and I think that doesn't take into account. Like when I talked to you, for example, like when I said usufruct, you know, that's a legal concept, and after some priming, like you got it. Like you probably, you know, read that in a law book somewhere and it came to the surface. So what I'm saying though is that there's probably other ideas and concepts about relationships between nations of people and utility of land that doesn't even necessarily include ownership, that I'm pretty
other thing is that
sure
Haas
you
doesn't
can
understand what land back
conceptualize
actually
very, like
means.
if you're able to get
He
into
takes
law
it
school
literally
and
like-
you're able
yeah,
to
like a
think
debate,
in
bro.
like horizontally
Like
and
a
in
debate,
abstract
bro.
ways, it'll probably come to you that, oh, hang on a second, yeah, maybe that does make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I wouldn't narrow it to simply swapping one landlord.
But
for another.
the issue is that I'm coming also from the background of Marx's early works, his philosophy, the question of private property and the essence of private property and its relation to labor, things
yeah.
like that. But regardless, I don't want to get into that. I just wanted to make the important point that I do agree that right now land is concentrated in the hands of a few, but that is precisely how I have come to understand America's current social antagonism. For me, America's current social antagonism precisely mirrors
Hey, what's up,
those of the
JK?
French Revolution and other revolutions in the history of humanity. It's not simply like the revolution of the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie. It's this more fundamental and objective social revolution between the land hungry, the landless, and the landowners. Now, whether that's directly going to take the form of like agricultural
I don't
land,
know if you could make a one-to-one analogy that way, because the
Well-
a couple of things during the French Revolution. Like one, it was there were very stark class differences, and
Yeah.
right now class
well, right
differences
now I'm just
are
paraphrasing Malcolm X.
respected and- okay,
Yeah,
sure.
Malcolm X basically said, well, the French Revolution, the landless took the land from the landowners. That was the revolution. And said the same thing about the
I have
Russian
a hun-
Revolution.
I have
So
1K,
I'm just
that's
paraphrasing
right,
what he
that's
said.
right.
I know it's a
Okay, got
simplification,
it.
but to me, it suffices to explain.
Amazing story, that.
Probably the main factor
Yeah.
behind social revolutions
Chat,
and political
they're about to cancel me right into relevance, okay? That is what is happening.
revolutions in history. So right now, to me, one of the integral and
Because to the rest of the world that's not hooked into these clout networks, this looks like a whole lot of extremely online nonsense, right?
cornerstone things about so-called patriotic socialism, which is a current
No, we're coming through anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What
is
the
that
debate
we
bros
do
think
seek
about
to
me.
have a general land reform.
doesn't
We do
matter
seek
what Twitch
to, in
politics
some
says
kind of
about
way, give land to the people.
It doesn't matter
and have
how
a
many
form of
fucking lies
ownership
they
where the
pile
people
on.
can stake out their own form of
All it
ownership
does
of
is
land.
make them easier to suss out, right?
Perhaps similar to the Russian land reform,
So yeah,
which led
NCC
to the
bad.
kolkhozes. And mind you, the kolkhozes never actually
NCC,
were completely absorbed into the form of
literally the devil.
total state ownership, at least during Stalin's reign. And
Literally
Stalin
the devil at
specifically
this
laid out the
point.
reason for that being was that this would be a form of robbery of the peasants. That this small
But Chad,
form of, even if
wanna
it was
say-
a collective form of
I'm a cute devil, okay?
ownership, was necessary in order for people to be able to, in a sense, own their own means of production. So to me, I do agree the question of land ownership is important, but the way I see that is I want to tap into America's own tradition of land reform. And that's actually where I think you could make the rightful indigenous demands, and I'm not just qualifying rightful in terms of what I think is rightful, but their own demands. That's where you could make it popular for the majority of the American people, is by including it and making it part and parcel of a general land reform, which is about the fate of all Americans. That's also how you could bring in reparations and make reparations popular among rural Americans and Americans at large. So to me, formally speaking, I understand the importance of utility, right? In terms of content. But you have to think about it like this. What is the reason? Just let me finish. Let me finish this really quick. Okay,
sure.
What is the
Go ahead,
reason why the so-called democratic socialists have...
Ultimately, he doesn't practice dialectical and historical materialism because he uses other examples for an extremely specific and bizarre context. Yeah, he does.
failed so utterly within the past
I would never get away with this in a debate. I would get I'd be like, shut up, Beamoid.
8 years or whatever, in being able to make their case to the American people. Just recently in Virginia, the so-called progressive has failed. The progressive agenda on the infrastructure.
It hasn't been an 8-year failure. It's been like a 50-odd year failure.
Sure, but the so-called I'm talking more about like the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Socialists, which are more relatively new. Just right now in the infrastructure bill.
Have been around
He was being very, very nice.
Yeah, but they've launched into this.
Nicer than I would have been, I said, but I mean, I like that he doesn't just react like by piling on. I don't think he knows as much about like who Infrared is and what Infrared is up to maybe as I do, because I've covered Infrared, but I mean, I do appreciate that people aren't always like thinking of dog piling and farming cloud and that kind of stuff all the time, like that, right? That he thought he could reach Infrared, and I mean, judge for yourself, I guess.
Seen because of Bernie Sanders in 2016. So anyway, the issue is precisely
him and his Nerd Crew project their American exceptionalism American exceptionalism onto the process of taking into account the full situation of the USA as woke leftoid American exceptionalism.
The fact that they want to engage in all this kind of benevolent central government initiatives that's going to help the population, but the people are not having anything of it because they don't trust them. Why should they trust that this force outside of them is going to do things in a benevolent way for them? It's because the Democratic Socialists don't have any...
It's funny, Q's so calm here. There was a few minutes ago he almost fell asleep.
Any equivalent to the program of land reform, which will give the general population some form of security and assurance and guarantee. That'll be the first step to be able to actually build a government that has trust between itself and its people.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably put it more like, okay, think of, for example, Evo Morales in Bolivia. When he was elected, and Evo was the first president of Bolivia with indigenous background, right? Like he was a campesino. He's from like rural areas, and
maybe his voice is just a sleep trigger for Q. Yeah.
One of the first.
And maybe it is for me too. I was like about to fall asleep too. Yeah.
And they redistributed at no cost. They
Been doing a
redistributed
lot of content
12
lately.
million hectares of land in the first, I think it was like a year and a half, after he took the presidency, right? So I agree with you that like I agree with you that a program of land reform would be absolutely necessary. But I would also
How
say,
could Haas be any more specific, going back to 40 acres and a mule, the land grant programs for farmers, New Year Deal reform, etc.? America has a long-standing precedent of land reform.
that that program of land reform has to lead with the self-determination of indigenous people. It can't just be, oh yeah, we're going to include them in the project too. I think it's a matter of prioritizing first and foremost reconciliation with indigenous peoples. You basically have to you have to set right the historical wrongdoing, and you have to create an atmosphere of reconciliation and solidarity alongside indigenous people, rather than return to them as, from their point of view, the new set of landlords. Oh yeah, we're the settler colonialists, but we're coming at you from a more egalitarian perspective, but we're still going to retain the power dynamics that we had back when we were slaughtering you wholesale. So I think folding indigenous sovereignty into that land reform project and into the broader Marxist project would be necessary to have any kind of healthy relationship. Yeah.
He just got raided by ICO rules. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking something.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you, Aiko.
No worries.
Yeah. That makes sense. I just want to two things. So, two, I agree with you about the example of Bolivia, but we have to keep in mind that 40 to 70% of Bolivia's population is indigenous. So that's a very important thing we have to keep in mind here, right?
Sure.
It's not necessarily applicable. But on face value, I completely agree that in a program of general land reform, you're right. We can't just have a one-size-fits-all policy that indigenous people are going to be subsumed under it. That it's like, or that matter for Black Americans either, in the form of reparations. I agree that it does have to take the form of, that's just my personal view, I kind of agree with Lenin on this point, of indigenous self-determination, as well as Black national.
I don't repeat slogans, but I like memes.
National self-determination.
Memes,
Actually,
yeah.
In contrast to the Communist Party USA, whose leader Joe Sims called me a chauvinist, I actually believe in the Black Belt thesis and believe that Black Americans deserve at least the right to have their own country in the Black Belt, right? So,
yeah.
That is something I agree with. But all I'm trying to say with general land reform is that this is a way you could make those things popular and viable to the majority of the American people, because they will be getting something and then they will attach their own interests to the interests of indigenous people and the Black population. Basically, it doesn't mean that Black population and indigenous people are going to be formally reliant upon them or informally reliant upon them. It just means that there's just this common interest. Yes, we want land and you want your own self-determination. Yeah, you can have your own self-determination. Who cares?
Well, hey,
as long as we can get land.
I just want to clarify something, because I saw like, I just happened to see in your chat that I'm on a quote-unquote panel, and that you're like taking on 5 people. So I just want to be clear, like, these are okay. So Nia is my co-host, the beautiful lady that you see up top in my stream, okay? And then Stu is a very good friend of mine, and so was Irene, a friend of ours. And the reason actually that we were together tonight was because we were watching UFC, right? So we were watching like all of the UFC fights, and normally we like get together on a nightly basis, and we'll watch videos and shoot the shit. So I think it was Stu that happened to mention that, like, you were still like talking about people who were like trying to dunk on you on Twitter and making you the main character. So we pulled up your stream, and the reason that I actually came into your channel was like, no, I think I should actually talk to this guy, because I think that there's no reason that you should have to be this upset. Not that you don't have a reason to be. What I mean is, like, it kind of made me feel bad that it's like you're clearly upset by this, that like people have just been getting at you for several
Well,
days
let me
now.
ask you something.
Like, let me go have a conversation. So I just want to say, like,
yeah,
it's just me and you having a conversation.
right.
now,
Let me
know what
ask you a
And
question.
my friends
I don't know.
My friends are in the stream.
Yeah,
Right.
you have like 80,000 followers. Would you say you ever been like attacked or mocked on Twitter or come after?
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Well,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
to the same extent that I
Hey,
have.
listen, first of all, I'm a Marxist in a capitalist nation. You know,
Yeah.
I'm
Giveaway.
probably the only communist that writes for a major publication in this country.
Which
right?
publication?
So I write for McLean's magazine. I also
Okay.
freelance for like the Globe and Mail and
Gotcha.
you know, a few other publications up here, you know, Vice, etc. But like there aren't basically like aren't communists that write for that broad
Give away more indigenous land to appease the white folk.
range of publications. So I do get attacked a lot because
Genociding the indigenous works to change the calculus. Okay, got it. You have no arguments.
especially
I
where my
win.
ideas on
Debate me!
you know on foreign
Debate
policy,
me!
on imperialism, on reconciliation
Debate
with
me
First
now!
Nations, etc. It pisses a lot of right wingers off. So I get attacked a lot. Like I had a leader of a political party like calls
Meow.
a dogpile on me back in 2019 that lasted for months.
Yeah.
So yeah, I completely get that.
Okay, so you would say like it was the same extent of what I'm receiving right now, like thousands of people kind of
Yeah,
dogpiling?
I literally on Twitter had to block like 80,000 people. No joke.
Oh wow.
Because because like
That's more than me.
it was just a bunch of I've had death threats. I've had people like pull up my old addresses. You know, I have had people threaten to do things to my fiance and my children. Like it's been pretty bad.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, understandable if you're saying if what you're saying is true. I understand that. So my question is, given that you may disagree with my perspective. You obviously have the right to disagree, right? But do you personally think that just based off of what we're talking about now, right? So I'm not asking you to like hypothetically apologize for something I might have said weeks ago, but do you think
Yeah.
do you think that it is justified for people to be calling me like a chauvinist pig and an apologist for imperialism and all this kind of stuff? Or maybe I just have a disagreeing perspective about what I consider to be the best strategy for communists in the United States.
Okay. Is like the vitriol justified? Probably not. If I'm being perfectly honest, like I think, do people take a point of view from you that you are a chauvinist pig, that you are an apologist for imperialism, that you are doing red-brown stuff? Like, I can see how they arrive at that conclusion. Do I think that it's necessarily healthy to, direct all of their anger at you? No, I think in a lot of ways you're functioning as a pressure valve. And that like people are using you basically to like vent anger at conditions that they can't really do much about. This happens a lot. Like I talk about this happening a lot in leftist circles, etc. Is that since people can't exercise the levers of power and get the kinds of outcomes that they want. I mean, we show up to vote every 4 years and we don't get the working class continues to get fucked, right? We go to university, spend a shit ton of money, and then can't get half decent jobs. We grind away at minimum wage jobs for X amount of years, can't get a raise, our jobs are precarious. So all I'm saying is that like, because we've done all of the things that we were supposed to do, and because we've spoken to power in such a way that is required of living in a civic society,
This guy is so patient.
voting, paying attention to politics,
thesis and indigenous rights.
doing things as simple as like writing a letter to the editor. We do all that and then the outcome doesn't change. So I think what often happens is that when we see that we can actually
I guess I don't feel like Haas is engaging with the land back question, which was the question. It was
someone's feelings,
I'm not sure
that actually
Haas
cares
entirely
about it,
understands,
because
like,
we've taken opposition to something that they
what
say
land
or
back
something that we
is.
believe they represent. We'll take that opportunity to do that, and I'm fully guilty of that myself. I know I do it. Like I fully recognize it, and to be honest, like sometimes I will even sit around and think about it for a few days afterwards and say, you know what, I didn't get at that person because they actually did something that wrong or that bad. I probably got at them the way that I did because I was just pissed off and I was venting, and that's not okay.
You understand they're like not debating, right?
Right? So, you know,
Yeah, but
I don't think that most of the responses that you've gotten are really justified. Like, are people really that mad at you? I don't think so. I think people have used you as a convenient target to vent whatever upset that they've got going on.
Yeah, because you know, like from my perspective, if the issue is this failed political strategy that's been going on, which the Infrared Collective, we've been taking note of it in silence for many, many years, since 2016, and trying to come up with insights and solutions. We may very well be wrong. We may be absolutely wrong. But I just don't see why, if what we're doing hasn't been tried.
I think though that, okay, there's I'm gonna put this. There's sort of like two sides to this, right? There's the side of, you know, people dogpiling you on Twitter and calling you all kinds of names and this, that, and the third. But there's also like, I'm sorry, it was legitimate, like your conversation with Kiana.
Two people trying to understand each other's perspectives does not need to have a winner.
Was legitimately funny. We broke it down on our stream yesterday. I laughed myself almost into a fucking coma. I found it so funny, right? But I'll laugh at almost anything, you know? So
yeah.
it wasn't as though like I feel any sort of malice towards you. I was like, oh man, he got fucking owned, and here's why, right? So I think oftentimes we'll take what should just be like a joke or lighthearted laughter, a funny situation, and I think like after you're done laughing and after you've roasted somebody, just let it go. Water under the bridge. Just don't bring it up again. You know, you cook somebody one time and then that's it. Like, you don't have to go back for leftovers. But I think some people.
Oh my god, Chad, are we going back for leftovers today? Is that what this is? Is this leftovers?
You've been owned.
Is this leftovers?
Bookmark that they've put on you. And in that portion of the brain, it's like, okay, so I can just like flat out abuse this person whenever I want to have a laugh. You know what I mean? And I can like get all of my friends to do the same shit. So I think
I think the issue is that
after you got cooked for a day or two over the the vagina hose thing.
No, but like I think that you're the one that made the claim, Oliver V. Therefore, you're the one who the burden of proof falls on. I'm sorry if that's too heavy for you, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Why do cookies crumble? Because they don't have enough something in them.
Moved on.
What is the stuff that you put in cookies?
But I think the issue is that one of the reasons people found it so funny is because there's just this apparent contrast between Haas, who obviously projects at least the image, whether people agree with it or not, of this like well-read and serious intellectual and political kind of guy, and then on the other hand, just some guy going on like a dating show and being a vulnerable, normal human, right? But to me, I don't know why that's so.
I think I saw one clip of you going off on somebody, you know, and calling them an angloid and whatever. And I'm sorry, that was fucking funny, right?
Yeah. well, the thing with me is that I've never
angloid into my vocabulary. I found
but for me, I've never hid the fact that at the end of the day, and I go out of my way to stress this, I am just not only am I a human being, I'm a straight guy. I'm just a man, right? So, you know, I'm on stream talking about a lot.
I think one written in a communist perspective in the 1930s versus phrase actually used today is a different thing.
A lot of silly stuff all the time. I'm talking about like, you know, like relationship stuff and like talking to girls and shit. Like, I'm talking about my own personal life a little bit too.
It's a concept, not a slogan. But yeah, thank you too, and much love to you, Oliver B. Meow.
And these are things that are not appropriate for like a serious political theorist in that context, but I make no I never like I've never hid the fact that I'm just a human being. I'm just a normal human being, right? So I don't know why people
but you do project the image of somebody who is I think in a way like overcompensatory. You know, like talking to you, you know, you're not a stupid dude. Like you're a smart dude. You know your stuff. Do we have the same do we have the same views? No. You know, do we have points of disagreement? Yeah, absolutely. But I kind of think that if you put more energy into that intellectual side rather than on the, you know, projecting like the alpha male image, you know, flexing on camera and that kind of shit, I think people would be.
Did you just tell him to go back and read more theory?
a lot more receptive to what it is you have to say, and be able to have a principled conversation with you that includes points of disagreement. Like, listen, I don't really fuck with patriotic socialism. Like, I don't really get that. But I think beyond that point of difference, like, we probably agree on a lot. I think this is really just a matter of the narcissism of small differences. Well, I don't think that it's like, we're political enemies per se.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is that my personality, right? And this is just my normal personality, is that I am I'm just a man, right? That's just what I am. Just as how I see it, right? And do I always take that seriously? Not necessarily, but at the end of the day, I am of the view that, this is a dog-eat-dog world. We're all trying to, whatever, get some big booty bitches, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Is what it is.
Haas is all about the big booty bitches, from what I've heard.
And, I make no apology or shame about that. So this intellectual, but this is what I want to get to, is that this intellectual side that you're talking about, it's really interesting you say that, because when we started these infrared live streams,
you might need less theory, because quoting past theories isn't helping him in the convo.
These were almost only intellectual in content. I was just being this serious kind of intellectual guy, and over the course of time, people began to troll me so much and like try to get under my skin and like make me look like an idiot because they were taking things I said out of context. I wasn't acting like a ridiculous, humorous, lighthearted person at that time. I quickly began to realize that if I don't get under control my own character, if I don't develop my own character and take care of this pathological side that people are inevitably going to project upon you, people are not going to take me seriously. And one of the ways I've seen that happen is
I don't agree with that.
I'll give you an example. There's one of the most serious and professional people that I know, and I have the utmost amount of respect, and I respect them more even than myself. I give them way more props because they're strong enough to go through it than I am, is Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin is an extremely serious, professional guy.
Oh my god.
Caleb.
Yeah.
Oh my god. See,
okay.
I don't doubt that Caleb is a very smart guy. I think he is a very smart guy.
Well, he's also very serious and professional about what he does.
There's a difference between being serious and being self-important. I think he's very self-important.
All I'm trying to say is that you are inevitably going to derive pathological characteristics from people, regardless of how they try to conduct.
Yeah, that's his crew.
There's going to be things about people that I don't like. Yeah, but I mean, there's things about people that I don't like that are in my own family.
But when the intellectual, so when the intellectual content of what I'm saying, which was very provocative and very much just upsetting to Western Marxists and specifically American Marxists, the things that I was saying, like I was proposing really things that just beyond the realm of their conception. Like I was saying things like Marx and Engels was right, socialism was inevitable, and right now we do kind of live in a stillborn socialism. And I was saying things like the traditional conception of the proletariat is no longer applicable today. And when I was saying things like this, I was, just because of the theoretical content of what I was saying, just how much ideologically controversial it was, people used that to project and attack me at all manner of pathological and slanderous and very personal attacks. So it became very clear and evident to me that
I get that. Like, yeah. I understand.
Like I can conduct.
It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I can conduct myself intellectually, but I'm still gonna piss off people the same extent that I do. It's just that now.
You're talking. Listen, if you scroll through my Twitter feed, you will find a bunch of down bad posts. Okay. A few days ago, I saw a picture of an airship. It was a blimp. It looked to me like I'm sorry, it just looked like a fat ass, all right? And I was like, yo, I know y'all see it, okay? I think that people know that I'm somebody that, takes my shit seriously. Like, if I make a claim, I will have, 3, 4, 5 different citations for it. But at the same time, like, I don't spend all of my time just being super serious. I would say like 75% of my Twitter output are just shit posts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but
so
the issue is that a huge burden of seriousness is thrusted upon me, because my views are so much against the grain and so controversial, or those views of the Infrared Collective. And I'm talking like we don't really share anything in common right now with any established current of the American left or the American Marxists, right? So we're talking about that level. Then the burden of seriousness is we're not allowed to just be like casual individuals who are just, we slip up once and we're held to the standard of like gods, because we're basically projecting an entirely different world and an entirely different world of meaning, and we're being held responsible for like carrying and shouldering this completely different ideological worldview and to the fullest extent of its necessary seriousness. So we can't really just be normal people without that being used against us. So the way I'm looking at it is that like the way this social media is so fundamentally meaningless, right? And just like no matter what I do, they're gonna fucking attack me. Like I should pretty much just say shit on Twitter and be provocative.
No, I mean,
it's
okay,
like
so
it's like
I
at
think
that.
what's also important. I think what's also important, and I maybe it's because I'm,
dude.
you know,
People
I'm not sure.
were
Like, are you a member
clowning
of
on
any
you falling asleep
of any
on stream.
party?
Yeah, that
Like,
was
a
like I
member of any
think the night
communist party?
before, right?
No, and the reason for that is
Yeah,
because I
Cole
want
came
to be
back,
able
actually.
to infrared people. We want to be able to have full control over infrared. So we do tell people to join the CPUSA, the Communist Party USA, but we won't become members ourselves, because then they can kick us out. B, they can try to, hold us
Just
accountable
because you
for
debated
what we
Destiny
do
does
on
not
our,
mean the
streaming
ideology
platform.
won
So
or failed
we've consulted
on that
with
debate.
media.
So,
Yeah.
so I am a member of the Communist Party of Canada.
Yeah.
And I consult. I do consult with my my club leader, like my local club leader, on a fairly regular basis. I do talk to other members of the party quite often, and I often say, when we have these conversations, one of the first things I'll ask is like, hey, this thing that I'm doing, like, are we cool? Am I within bounds? And so on. And they're, just keep doing what you're doing. You're good, right? I think you can do a lot without hitting the outer boundaries of what's acceptable within party behavior. So when I say that, what I mean is, I think that not being part of a party or like a revolutionary organization, and it doesn't have to be the Communist Party, whether you're like an
we believe in
the
Maybe not
we
in the
only
US,
really
but
recognize
yeah,
the Communist
issues
Party.
got a lot of play in
If
Canada last
and
election.
from our perspective, if it's not going to be the Communist Party USA, then the party form itself is obsolete.
Okay, no, I got that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is, I'm just trying to make a broader point that when you're part of a revolutionary or an anti-capitalist or an anti-imperialist organization, then the advantage isn't simply just belonging to part of a party. The advantage is it's the political education, it's the the community work, like the grassroots level work, understanding like how to build and maintain clubs and that sort of thing. So you are also getting a political education that comes along with that, but it also, I think, discourages behavior that's highly individualist in nature. And I think that one thing that, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, it's just that it's something that I continuously try to work on and check in with people on, is that I want to make sure that if I'm just joking around, and listen, man, I joke around about things like, did you know that the bald eagle cry that you hear in movies and shit is not true? Because the bald eagle's cry is actually pussy, right? They dub a red-tailed hawk over it. Now
It's like my favorite part of the debate, actually.
I'm a falcon supremacist. Okay, I believe like the falcon is like the pinnacle of the evolution of the animal kingdom. If you've ever seen a falcon take out a fucking pigeon in midair, you have like seen God's design at work, right?
Yeah.
Now I will joke about some shit like that, which, I mean, granted, it probably sounds really super silly in your chat, but I will like literally log on to Twitter and talk about how pussy bald eagles are, right? I'll log on to Twitter and tweet some wild shit like, hey yo, so what's homegirl from the old comfy couch been up to, eh? I wanna go see about her. Now everyone knows I'm fucking joking, and everyone also knows that I'm a part of this party, but there's nothing that I'm doing that's escaping the boundaries of like acceptable party activity. So to your point, and to the point about Caleb Maupin, I guess I do find him a bit off-putting, because it really kind of seems um, like only my form of socialism and only the form of communism that I've been able to arrive at conclusions on, like through my own experiences, my own education, and so forth. This is what is valid, right?
Yeah.
And your shit where you're saying that patriotic socialism is actually tantamount to chauvinism. Actually, like, there's no possible way that you could be fucking right. Where it's like, you could probably give a little bit of leeway to other people's point of view, and especially people who belong to those parties, where the party line is actually, no, this is not okay. You can give some credence to people who come at it from a different perspective, and I think that it's just very off-putting when people are just like, absolutely not. This is the way. This is like the way, and there's no other way at all.
Well,
and
here's...
I think that's probably like what you're encountering online is a reaction to that, and not necessarily a reaction to you as a human being.
Yeah, I think the issue, though, is that, and I'm not going to speak for Caleb because we do have different views on things, and I don't want to speak for him, but, I think what you're talking about is the necessity for a degree of professionalism, which Caleb does have because he's bound by RT. He works for a professional media company, so he's not completely individually free to do whatever he wants without, facing the scrutiny of the company that he works for. So, to an extent, there's an analogy there. In terms of, but one of the things me and Caleb do fundamentally agree upon, maybe the details aren't necessarily the same or how we think about it, is that there's something fundamentally wrong with the direction that the American left had been taking, let's say after the 1960s or 70s, maybe after the 70s, after the counterculture, right? We agree that there's ideological,
I swear to God, those damn hippies.
Something very, very fundamentally wrong with this, right?
Take on everything.
And to me, the way I've looked at it is that, from a perspective of media theory, I believe that the key to any party or any political party is a unity of media and organization, right? And Infrared, we are a collective, actually, of about 11 people. So it's not just that I can do whatever I want, right? I mean, I'm accountable to those people. But we only believe in the necessary independence of Infrared right now, not because we believe that our view is the only possible one. We tell our members to respect democratic centralism. If the main party line of the Communist Party is to denounce Infrared, we tell them, go with the flow, right? Stick to the meat and potatoes issues. So I agree about this necessity of recognizing the difference between your individual beliefs and organizational form. It's a very important, Stalin called this in relation to American politics. He said, this is true Bolshevik manhood, right? If the majority vote one way, it doesn't matter what you believe privately, go with the majority, right? That's the meaning of the Bolshevik party, the majority. So I agree with that, right? But the reason we retain our autonomy and our independence is because we don't think that the current leadership of the CPUSA is adequately equipped with the necessary media theory and the necessary kind of ideological or theoretical background, specifically in the sphere of information theory. And then for us, this is like something that really scares a lot of people. But it is the French theory of the post-war period, Lacan, Deleuze, the structuralists, and the people in the realm of semiotics.
Tell me what the fuck rhizomes are. Tell me what rhizomes are. I will fucking kill you in a video game. What the fuck is a body without organs? I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Like the sphere of like media, which ties together with media criticism and all that kind of stuff. And then more controversially, the kind of basis of all this is actually coming from Heidegger, right? So for us, there's a series. And this is not Caleb's view, by the way. We and Caleb think about the issue differently. We just agree that there's a big problem. But so I don't want to speak for him, but we think there's just been this deficiency in the theoretical conceptualization of Western Marxism that we think we need Infrared to be independent, because if we join the party, I don't think we would have a chance for it to be able to have a platform. It would just immediately be squashed and killed in its cradle. So for us, it's important that we can do what we want on stream and keep that separate from the party. It's also important, and this is something I said before, that a party's a business. It's fundamentally a business, right? The Soviets had a word, it's called like forget the Russian word. It's like a business-like attitude. That's the attitude of someone engaging in the party, right? A party has to function. It needs to have a flow of revenue. It needs to work. It needs to carry out activities, and it's like a job in a way for a lot of the times, right? And when you're making such a challenge to the mainstream line of the party that infrared is, if we planted ourselves with the party, we'd effectively be rendering the party inoperational. We'd rather deal with all that stuff here, like on the internet and online, and have people just stick to democratic centralism in the party so it doesn't get intermingled with like the day-to-day operations of a functioning party. And you know,
I get that. I respect that. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like we may be very wrong in our perspective. We do think that it has to be done and channeled through the formal organs of the party, like the democratic centralism. It has to be passed. We don't want to circumvent the party's rules and the party's protocols. It's just that we're wagering on it. We're wagering that we might be correct. We might be wrong and be proven wrong. We have to adapt our view, but we do have a fundamental disagreement, especially on questions, for example, like the legacy of the Popular Front. We obviously don't envision a Communist Party that trails behind the Democrats in elections, local or general, otherwise. We don't believe in a Communist Party which thinks that the Democratic Party and kind of left liberal institutions of our society, the NGOs funded by billionaires and so on, think tanks, that this represents some kind of like democratic civil society that we have to like gain hegemony over, right? And we think this is a perversion of the Popular Front view, which we think was more of a populist view as a way of resisting fascism by tapping into like the country's people, your nation or whatever. So for us, this is obviously an extremely risky and just fundamentally different view than what the current Communist Party leadership has, and that's why, you know, we believe we have to keep it infrared for now. Maybe in the future this can change, but for now we just want to keep it separate. Again, we want people to respect the protocols of democratic centralism, follow the rules, do what the leadership says. Don't tell people about infrared. Don't even tell people you watch it. But we do think that this is a decisive sphere for the regeneration of the party. Media.
First rule of infrared.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I don't have any major points of disagreement with that. Like, I could sit here and nitpick the minor points of disagreement, but frankly, like I don't see anything that you've said as having like like
why are bananas so
primary
red?
Antagonisms. So
I must just be hungry.
Frankly, like
everything's good.
Hey, based on your energy on Twitter for the last few days, and you know, with regards to like your conversation with Kiana and some of the clips that have come out after that, versus, you know, what you've said just now to me in this conversation, like this is the person that I think if most people saw and got to know would probably, like, they wouldn't really have a problem with. Like, granted, like, you know, I did feel like you were you know, disrespectful to Luna, and I did think that you know, your back and forth with Sammy was a bit like called for. But I also get that this is Twitch and shit is a spectacle. You know, social media is a spectacle. I'm completely guilty of it myself, right? Like I see somebody say something that I vehemently disagree with, or I even find stupid, and I cannot resist dunking on it. You know, so I'm as guilty as anybody else in doing that shit. But I think there's a lot more to you than, you know, two-hole theory and you know, vagina outlets. I think there's a lot more to you than you know, whether people who dislike you are ugly, or whether you can flex harder than other dudes. You know, there's just in this very conversation, I've learned more about you than in the 3 or 4 weeks since you first showed up on my radar. You know what I'm saying? That's actually why I wanted to come and have. That's why I wanted to come and have this conversation with you, because I'm like, no, like, you know, I don't like that he's actually sitting there like fuming and angry, because he actually does, at the very least, like, you've evinced that you have, I think, like a degree of learning that is past what most people have done before they start calling themselves communists. And I just wanted to have a conversation with you about, okay, well, this is why, you know, folks have been getting on your ass, and this is why I did. I probably shouldn't have gone as far as I did, and I don't think other people needed to go as far as they did. But I think where we get down to the heart of it, like the major disagreement that people seem to have with you, which is this notion of patriotic socialism. Like, now that we've both explained our positions, like again, I don't think that I can accept patriotic socialism as a concept. But aside from that, like, my fight really primarily is not with you. You're just a matter of tendential difference, you know. And to me, tendential difference and points of disagreement on theory are nowhere near as in my face as the fact that, like, my sister needs a place to live and can't find one right now, or that, like, I spent the majority of last year trying to help people not get kicked out of their homes, or if they did, trying to find them homes, like delivering food to people. That's the shit that's in my face and apparent, and is where I need to direct most of my energy. You are just somebody that I have a disagreement with. I might have laughed about, but have I directed way too much energy in trying to show people that I don't believe in what you believe? Yeah, I absolutely have. And if I'm putting the greater things in perspective, like, there's a lot more that we need to be worried about right now, and there's a lot of things that are much more dangerous to us than differences as to whether patriotic socialism is a, you know, truly socialist concept or not. In the grand scheme of things, I just don't fucking care.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate you coming on and being honest about that, and you know, I personally don't really have anything against you either. You know, I'm glad we could have this conversation. It's just the issue for me is just, you know, Twitter is a different story, right? People who come on Twitch,
yeah.
It's one atmosphere, but then on Twitter,
I mean,
like,
people's ability to communicate with each other, even people that completely agree with me on stuff, right? I might say something the wrong way, and because I think, like, there's always an assumption of hostile intent on Twitter, where it's like, if you didn't say things in such a way that, like, if I don't deliberately massage my words into a way that it can't be misconstrued as being hostile, then people will automatically assume that I'm trying to be hostile, even people that I think agree with me almost all of the time. So there's been times where I've gotten back and forth with people, and then it turns out, like, oh, you thought that I meant it that way. Oh, okay, got it. Like, I'm sorry about this. Water under the bridge. We didn't really have to have this conversation. And I've done the same thing, where people have said things towards me, and because I was in a shitty mood that day, or maybe because people had been attacking me for this, that, or the third reason, I thought, oh, here's somebody else coming into my mentions to be shitty with me. Turns out that's not actually what they meant, and I have to turn around and apologize. So, like, the ability to have a structured...
I mean, I like what Q is saying here about, like, being a little bit more intentional with our social media interactions. I mean, when you can. I mean, it's hard to get people on board with that, but, like, you know, as much as is practical, right? I'm not saying I'm gonna reach out to Gammy and, like, have a conversation with Gammy like this, right? But yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit more difference between Q and Haas than Q realizes. It's just in terms of the kind of, you know, social conservatism and sort of like where that patriotic socialism is coming from, and more importantly, where it can lead, right? But I think that he honestly feels like, here's the deal. I was part of a dog pile. The guy under the dog pile isn't great, but maybe I can pull him back and help him just, like, stop hurting himself. Because that's what Haas is doing at this point with these Cope streams. Like, I don't know. I mean, most of you thought that he is not acting. He is 100% for real. And if that's true, then yeah, he's having a really tough time right now. And, you know, I can still feel bad for him while thinking that his beliefs, his ideas are fundamentally dangerous. But, yeah, I think that's what Q is doing here, trying to remember the person behind the ideology and the fucking hole theory, yeah.
Conversation where there's at least some, like, graciousness extended in either direction is extremely limited, because you're limited to 240 characters, and the way that you interact with each other, primarily by quote tweeting, there is always not only the assumption of hostile intent, but the commission of hostile acts. You know what I mean? Like, it's very
Yeah.
difficult to interact on Twitter in such a way as to not be hostile towards people. I think that smoothing that out requires that we actually have a face-to-face conversation. So, you know, that again, like after speaking with you, like I don't think you're a bad dude. I do, I do think you gotta clean up the fast food containers in the background before you go streaming, you know, with a bad girl. But that's, you know, whole other kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Right. But and don't take that in any way or whatever. I'm just ribbing you. But you know,
sure.
I think it's a lot more constructive for us to have these kinds of conversations than to be having like those back and forths on Twitter, because there's no way that we're ever gonna come to any sort of reconciliation. We're only just gonna learn to hate each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm really glad you have that perspective. It's just, you know, I do appreciate. I don't want to undervalue it. It's just, you know, for me, it's I wish other people could have the same level of maturity and just, you know, willingness to just see past their instinctual kind of hatred or whatever, right? Because you've shown me a lot of good faith. You know, you gave me the benefit of the doubt coming on and hearing me out. And that's, you know, that's more than I can say for like 99% of the people that, you know, interact with me. So I do appreciate that, you know. And
you know, hold those good thoughts until the next time I gotta fucking roast you on Twitter. In which case we'll be at war again.
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
That's all good, homie.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. Good talk.
All right, man. Well, yeah, good chatting with you. And I mean, you know, feel free if you ever want to like talk again anytime. If you ever want to like, you know, discuss theory or butt heads or whatever, like I'm completely open to it. And I will let you. I'll tell you straight up. Like, I know that in the Twitch atmosphere, like people sort of like egg on confrontation, but there's a lot of people that I know, like on Twitch and politically and personally and whatever, that I will get into like, you know, like serious vehement arguments with. But to me, it's like, this is just what their point of view is, but this isn't who they are as a, like, whatever someone's point of view is does not capture the totality of them as a human being. So even if you say some shit that I disagree with, you might change your mind tomorrow, right? But you're still the same human being. So I respect that way more than I respect and have a lot more grace for that than whatever it was that you said that I disagreed with. Honestly, like, if you say something and we disagree with it and we fucking argue about it, I will go back to being your friend like in the next 5 minutes, if not the next day. You know what I'm saying? So if you ever want to like take up something that we disagree on and we fucking argue about it, honestly, I'm never going to hold anything against you. Like after that, you know, we can just go back to just being cool again. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have an issue with that. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, man, no worries. Well, anyway, you have yourself a good night. I don't want to take up your whole night, but have yourself a great night. And yeah, hope to talk to you again soon.
Okay, see you later.
All right, man, peace.
All right. Hold on, give me a sec. Checking some shit.
Do they ever have nice conversations on infrared? This might be a new thing. People like it.
Alright, well, I mean, that was really honest. It's just, I wonder if other people can be as honest, you know? I'm really exhausted. I didn't even mean to stream this long.
See his debate with Red Charlotte.
Alright, we'll stream tomorrow longer, guys. Today was kind of a long stream anyway.
You know, in the past chat, I've had kind of a policy that, like, platforming this guy at all is,
I mean, I don't have beef with that guy anymore. But I'm still so fucking pissed.
I'm not sure what the situation is now.
I'm still so fucking pissed, you know? Especially about that recent thing. People are so
he
fucking
might be in a place
about
where,
it too.
you know,
it actually
somebody actually can reach out to him right now. I don't know.
Actually still pisses me off. You know?
But as long as you don't give your audience the feeling that he's just like, you know, another dude, you know what I mean? As long as you're serious about kind of like the problematicity of his ideology, I think that you're good. What you don't want to do is kind of like, you know, what the panel scene is really good at doing, right? Which is kind of just like putting everything from CTV to like, you know, to me on an even kilter of just a debater on a stage, right? It's I don't know.
I'm gonna get some food and just whatever.
In general, when you're debating somebody, you're not trying to convert them, you're trying to convert their audience. You're trying to like embarrass them and make them look like a fool, and then maybe some of their audience will fracture, maybe even come to you, but like most likely, you know, just like you're trying to diminish, you know, if you really believe somebody's viewpoint is harmful. That's not what Q is doing. Q is reaching out and really reaching to Haas, and it sounds like wanting to engage him on a theoretical level, which, you know, did you see CTV on the latest Hippy Dippy? He was scary drunk. I thought you were gonna say he wasn't scary drunk, and that would have been surprised me more. Wow. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, right? That whole thing doesn't run without CTV. So but yeah, I don't know. I hope that Q is going to get more into his views on social issues and other things, right, in any upcoming discussions, because that's the one danger, is that when you present somebody to your audience, you're only presenting what they're showing, and since all you talked about was land back and patriotic socialism, then they're not really seeing like what Haas is about. And if somebody has the right trappings, like we said, you know, Haas is sort of ML trappings, a lot of people will just assume that, oh, okay, seems like an ML, like I guess it's an ML. Haas is a little different. Haas is like the chocolate that you bite into in the Valentine's box, and you're just like not expecting what's in there. There's like something like, there's like Sriracha, I don't know, chat. There's something non-standard. Oh my god, thank you, Aiden.
But now
thank
there
you
are
for the
freaking
follow.
communist invading radicals.
Make sure to leave a like down below. Leave a comment if you got something to say to me or suggestions of what I should watch next time. And as always, hit that like button, because you gotta hit the like button. Anyway, you get the idea, chat. Hit the like button. Anyway, I love you so much. I'm probably not gonna do an evening stream tonight because I am wiped the fuck out and I need to sleep, I guess. But yeah, I'll be back some point to play some more Persona with you. We gotta finish that game. Jesus Christ, we're only in the Aquarius sanctuary. What is it? A sanctuary? It's like a palace. It's like a, what is it called in Persona? Shrine. It's called a shrine. Anyway, much love and moe kyun.